Welcome, dear friends, to this cozy corner where the fireplace glows gently in the background, casting a warm embrace over our gathering. Let go of your worries, if only for a while, and allow yourself to be carried away on the gentle breeze of imagination into whimsical worlds waiting to be discovered. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening here with us. As the gentle breath of spring whispers through the night, may you find peace and relaxation, and may your dreams take you on the most delightful of journeys. Story 1. In the peaceful valley of Glimmerdell, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys puffing vanilla-scented smoke, lived a girl named Anya. Her world smelled of cinnamon-dusted apple tarts and sounded like wind chimes dancing in the breeze. But one misty morning, peculiar things began to unfold. First, the baker's famous sunrise rolls, usually golden and buttery, emerged from the oven midnight blue. Then the village sundial cast shadows that pointed north at noon instead of south. Finally, the creek behind Anya's home, which always burbled downstream, flowed uphill in silent silver ribbons. The villagers murmured over garden fences, their knitted brows as tangled as unspooled yarn. Anya, with her patchwork satchel and wide, curious eyes, decided to seek counsel at the edge of Whisperwood Forest. There, beneath an ancient oak draped in moss beards, lived Master Thorne, a badger whose fur held the silvery sheen of moonlight and whose spectacles perched precariously on his snout. His den smelled of dried lavender and wisdom. "Ah," he rumbled, stirring honey into chamomile tea, as Anya described the oddities. "Magic, like a spider's web, trembles when one thread is plucked. We must listen to what the small voices say." He handed her a magnifying glass fashioned from dew-frozen air. "Observe what others overlook." Their investigation began at the baker's. Kneading dough dusted with indigo flour, the baker sighed. "My flour mill's stones turned violet overnight." Anya peered through her glass. Tiny glimmering footprints, no larger than dewdrops, dotted the sacks. "Sprites," Master Thorne whispered. "But they weave mischief, not malice. Why lead the creek astray?" Near the rebellious creek they met Pip, a will-o-wisp with a glow like a captured sunset. "The water's singing all wrong." Pip chimed, bobbing anxiously. "It used to hum lullabies, now it wails like something lost." Following the creek's backward flow, they discovered a cluster of glow-shrooms pulsing erratically where the water reversed. Nestled among them lay a cracked, pearlescent acorn leaking shimmering sap. "The Heartseed of Whisperwood," Master Thorne breathed. "It harmonizes our valley's magic, but see." He pointed a claw. A family of hedgehogs had burrowed too close, their quills brushing the seed. "Their dreams are too loud for it, nightmares of storms and lost berries." Indeed, the hedgehogs snoozed fitfully, tiny whimpers escaping them. Anya understood. The seed absorbed emotions, amplifying them into magic. Fear had twisted the creek's course, anxiety dyed the flower, and confusion scattered the sundial's shadows. "We must soothe the hedgehogs," she declared. Pip gathered dream moths, whose wings dusted the air with sleepy lavender. Anya sang a tune her grandmother taught her, soft as falling feathers. Master Thorne placed warm stones around the nest. Slowly the hedgehog shivers ceased, their dreams sweetening to visions of clover fields and warm dandelion milk. As calm settled, Anya gently moved the heartseed deeper into the glow-shroom's embrace, where badger-warded roots would protect it. The creek sighed, swirling right again. Flour sacks faded to warm gold. Shadows stretched obediently southward. That evening the villagers gathered in the square, marveling as the sundial's silhouette lengthened correctly. The baker passed out sunrise rolls, now perfectly golden. Anya sat beside Master Thorne, sipping honeysuckle cordial as fireflies penned lazy poems in the twilight air. "You see, little one," the badger murmured, stars reflecting in his spectacles. Magic is a mirror. When hearts are heavy, the world stumbles, but kindness steadies it. He nodded toward the hedgehogs, now sharing crumbs with Pip. Even the smallest fears matter. Anya smiled, the mystery unraveled like a comforting shawl. That night, as Glimmerdell slept under a quilt of constellations, the creek's song returned, a lullaby of mended threads and quiet understanding, flowing gently toward the sea. And in every cottage, dreams bloomed like moonflowers, fragrant and undisturbed. Story 2. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where rivers sang lullabies and clouds draped the hills like quilted blankets. Every evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, the village lanterns awakened. Crafted from enchanted glass by starlight weavers long ago, they glowed with warm honey-gold light that danced upon cobblestone paths. But for 7 nights now, something peculiar had occurred. Precisely when the clock tower chimed 8 times, every lantern flickered and shifted into deep, watery blue for exactly 5 minutes before returning to gold. No one understood why. Young Theo, with his moss-green cap perpetually askew, noticed things others overlooked. He saw how ladybugs folded their wings before rain, or how bread crusts crumbled differently when baked with laughter. The blue lanterns fascinated him. "Grandmother," he asked one morning, stirring honey into his oat porridge, "why do you think the lights turn sad?" His grandmother, who knew the language of herbs and the whispers of willow trees, smiled. "Not sadness, little leaf. Blue can mean many things: depth, mystery, or perhaps a quiet call for help." That evening, Theo wrapped himself in a thick woolen scarf and sat beneath the oldest lantern in Oakhart Square. As the 8th chime echoed, the light above him rippled into sapphire. Theo held his breath. This time he noticed something new, a faint scent of frost-kissed mint and a shimmering trail like dewdrops spiraling downward from the lantern's base. When dawn came, Theo followed the ghostly trail. It led past bakeries smelling of cinnamon, over the singing bridge, and into the whispering woods where trees hummed ancient melodies. Deep in the woods, Theo found a clearing carpeted in luminous moon petals. There sat a creature no taller than his knee, with fur like melted silver and eyes like liquid starlight. It trembled, clutching something small and radiant against its chest. "Hello," Theo whispered. The creature startled, nearly dropping its glowing treasure. "I won't hurt you," Theo promised, kneeling slowly. "My name's Theo. Are you the one making the lanterns blue?" The creature nodded, tears like tiny diamonds glistening on its cheeks. "I am Lior," it whispered, its voice like wind through reeds. "We are Glimmerkin, guardians of the skylights. This is our moon seed." It opened its paws, revealing a pearlescent orb pulsing with soft light. "For centuries we placed it high in the village clock tower each autumn. Its energy kept your lanterns golden through winter's longest nights. But this year—" Lior's ears drooped. "The tower window sealed shut by magic I don't understand. Without the moonseed's height, its light weakens. My nightly attempts to reach the window make your lanterns flicker blue." Theo studied the clock tower that afternoon. Ivy clung to its stones, and high up, one arched window gleamed with unnatural obsidian sheen. Suddenly a shadow detached itself from the tower wall, a stone griffon gargoyle Theo had passed daily without notice. But now its obsidian eyes blinked open. "Troublesome, isn't it?" rumbled the griffon, its voice like grinding millstones. "That window's been sealed by grumpy old me." The griffon explained how village children had pelted him with acorns all summer, hurting his pride. "So I wove a shadow lock over my window perch. Never thought it'd bother anyone but noisy fledglings." Theo's mind spun like a maple seed. "The Glimmerkin need this spot for their moon seed. Without it, our lanterns will fade completely when winter comes." He gazed at the Griffon's craggy face. The children didn't mean harm, they thought you were just stone. The Griffon huffed, making dust puff from his nostrils. Suppose I overreacted, but pride's a sticky web to untangle, lad. That night Theo brought Lior to meet the Griffon as blue light washed over the village. Lior bowed, moonseed glowing softly. Great guardian, it piped, your strength shields this tower. Might you share a sliver of your perch? The Griffon shifted, stone grinding. HMPH. Never been called great before. Theo added gently, and the children. They'd love to hear your stories if you'd let them near again. A low rumble vibrated in the Griffon's chest. Stories, eh? I know a few, about mountain peaks and comet tails. Slowly, like glaciers moving, he stretched one wing. The shadow lock over the window dissolved into stardust. Lior scurried up the Griffon's back, placed the moonseed on the sill, and sang a note like crystal chimes. Instantly, blue lanterns across Willowbrook blazed into warm, buttery gold brighter than ever before. The Griffon chuckled. Feels lighter without that shadow lock. Below, children gathered, drawn by the sudden radiance. Tell us a story, they cried. As the Griffon began a tale of ice dragons and diamond caves, Theo noticed something wondrous. The moonseed's light spiraled down, weaving through the Griffon's stony feathers, turning them not to flesh, but to living, glittering onyx that shimmered with constellations. Weeks later, the Griffon, now named Obsidian, held court nightly on his perch, recounting legends to wide-eyed children. Lior visited often, leaving frost-mint candies as thanks. And Theo. He'd sit by his grandmother's fireplace, sipping elderberry tea as she murmured, "You see, blue was never sadness. It was a bridge between earth and sky, pride and forgiveness, loneliness and belonging." Outside, the lanterns glowed steadfast gold, their light reflecting in Obsidian's star-strewn wings, a reminder that even the deepest mysteries unfold gently when met with kindness. And as Theo drifted to sleep, the village hummed with contented magic, every golden beam singing softly, "All is well." Story 3. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of honeysuckle and warm bread. Cobblestone streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs, their gardens bursting with luminous moonflowers that glowed softly after dusk. At the heart of the village stood Bramble's Bakery, owned by a kind woman named Clara, whose cinnamon rolls were whispered to hold a sprinkle of sunshine magic. But lately a gentle mystery had settled over Willowbrook, like a soft fog that wouldn't quite lift. It began subtly. Clara awoke one morning to find her perfectly measured sack of stardust sugar, essential for her famous starberry tarts, suspiciously half empty, though the bakery door had been securely locked. The next day, Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning pumpkins, grown plump and golden under his careful eye, were found neatly stacked in a pyramid outside his shed, far too heavy for the wind to move. Then the village's single ancient sundial, a relic from the founding days, began chiming softly at midnight, though it had no mechanism for sound. There were no signs of malice, only peculiarity. A quiet unease fluttered beneath the village's usual contentment. Clara, with her practical apron and observant eyes, felt a responsibility to her neighbors. "It's all very strange," she confided to Thistle, her portly ginger cat, who blinked slowly from his perch on a flour sack. "But it feels curious, not frightening, like someone is trying to tell us something but doesn't quite know how." Her first clue came from the scent. While checking her stardust sugar sack again, she noticed a faint, sweet aroma clinging to the burlap, not cinnamon or vanilla, but something wilder, earthier, like crushed leaves after rain. Following her nose, Clara stepped into her small backyard garden, bathed in the gentle light of late afternoon. Her gaze fell upon the patch where she grew moon-touched mint, its silver-edged leaves shimmering. Several stems were bent, and nestled in the soft soil was a single, tiny footprint. It wasn't human, nor was it quite like any woodland creature she knew. It looked delicate, almost like a bird's, but with 3 slender toes. Remembering the village elders spoke of the whispering woods bordering Willowbrook as a place of old magic and shy inhabitants, Clara decided to seek counsel. She packed a basket with a still warm loaf of honey oat bread and a small jar of her precious stardust sugar, and walked to the edge of the woods, where the air grew cooler and filled with the rustling murmur of ancient trees. There, beneath the sprawling canopy of a grandfather oak, lived Silas, the village gardener and unofficial wise man. His beard was as tangled as the roots he tended, and his eyes held the quiet depth of the forest pools. Silas. Clara called softly, placing her basket on a mossy stump. Might you spare a moment for a perplexed baker? The old man emerged from behind a curtain of hanging vines, wiping soil from his hands with a contented sigh. Clara, trouble with the starberry tarts again, or has Thistle been sampling the cream? His voice was like dry leaves rustling. It's the village Silas, Clara explained, sitting on another stump. She told him about the missing sugar, the rearranged pumpkins, the chiming sundial, and the tiny footprint in her mint patch. It feels playful but confusing, and that scent like crushed green things. Silas listened intently, his bushy eyebrows knitting together. He leaned down and sniffed the air near Clara's offered basket. Ah, yes, that scent, it carries the green breath of the deep woods, not unfriendly, mind you, but old, very old. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. The sundial chiming, it reminds me of tales my own grandfather told, tales of the mosskin. The mosskin. Clara whispered, picturing tiny, shy creatures woven from leaves and shadow. Shy as starlight they are, Silas murmured. Guardians of forgotten corners and quiet places. They rarely venture near human dwellings, but they are drawn to sweetness and to order. They have a peculiar fondness for arranging things just so. He gestured towards the stacked pumpkins Clara had described, and they communicate through patterns, through the subtle shifts in the world. Sound, scent, arrangement. The sundial chiming, perhaps it's a message they couldn't place elsewhere. But why now? Clara asked. Why Willowbrook? Silas looked towards the heart of the whispering woods, a thoughtful sadness in his eyes. Change whispers on the wind, Clara. The new mill being built upstream, its sound carries farther than the builders realize. Its vibrations hum deep into the earth. It might have disturbed a mosskin burrow or mudded a clear spring they cherished. They wouldn't come to complain directly, it's not their way, but they might try to get our attention, to show us something is amiss in their world. Understanding dawned on Clara like the first light of morning. The missing sugar allure, a sign of sweetness disrupted. The pumpkins stacked a plea for order restored. The sundial chiming at night, a sound out of place, mirroring the unnatural sounds disturbing their home. They were tiny diplomats, using the only language they knew. What can we do? Clara asked, her heart going out to the unseen little beings. We listen, Silas said simply. We observe and we offer kindness. They reached out, clumsily perhaps, but they reached out. Now we must respond. Together they devised a plan. That evening, as the moonflowers began to glow, Clara returned to her bakery. Instead of locking the back door tightly, she left it slightly ajar. On a clean slate just inside, she placed a small bowl brimming with stardust sugar and offering. Then she drew a simple picture with a piece of charcoal, a flowing stream, clear and sparkling, beside a small, neat burrow nestled under a tree root. Below it, she sketched a question mark. Is this your home? Is the water troubled? She retreated to her little sitting room, leaving Thistle to watch with wide, curious eyes from the shadows. The night deepened, filled only with the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. Then just past midnight, a faint chime echoed not from the sundial this time, but seemingly from the very air near the bakery. Clara held her breath. Peeking carefully through the crack in her door, she saw movement. Not one but 3 tiny figures, no taller than her hand, stood illuminated by the soft glow filtering from the street. They were indeed woven from moss and bark, with shimmering wings like dragonfly lace folded against their backs, and large, luminous eyes the color of forest pools. They chittered softly to each other, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook. One, slightly taller than the others, cautiously approached the bowl of sugar. It dipped a tiny hand, tasting the sparkling grains. A soft, chiming sigh echoed in the quiet. Then they saw the drawing. They huddled around the slate, their tiny heads nodding vigorously. The tallest Moskin pointed emphatically at the stream in Clara's drawing, then made a rippling motion with its hands, followed by a shuddering motion that seemed to mimic the rumble of machinery. Its large eyes looked up, meeting Clara's peering gaze for a fleeting, heart-stopping moment. There was no fear, only a profound, ancient sadness. They didn't take the sugar. Instead, the tallest Moskin reached into a pouch woven from spider silk at its side. It pulled out a single, perfect, luminous blueberry, a starberry, but glowing with an inner light Clara had never seen. It placed the berry gently beside the bowl of sugar. Then, with a final soft chime, the 3 figures darted out the door like wisps of shadow, vanishing into the moonlit garden. The next morning, Clara hurried to Sylvia's, bearing the glowing berry. He examined it with reverence. A moon-whisper berry, he breathed. Rarer than stardust. They only grow where the deepest forest magic runs pure and undisturbed. This is a gift. And a confirmation. Armed with the Moskin's silent message and the glowing berry as proof of their goodwill, Clara and Silas approached the village council and the mill builders. They told the tale of the gentle Moskin, their disrupted home, and their quiet attempts to communicate. They showed the moonwhisper berry, its soft light undeniable. Clara described the Moskin's rippling hands and shuddering motion. The mill foreman, a practical man named Borin, scratched his head. Disturbing the deep woods, we didn't think. Well, the vibrations from the water wheel do travel. He looked genuinely troubled. We meant no harm. With Silas's guidance, the builders agreed to adjust the mill's design. They dug deeper channels lined with soft moss and river stones to absorb the vibrations before they reached the ancient roots of the whispering woods. They planted sound-dampening ferns and whispering willows around the mill's perimeter. And as a gesture of goodwill, they built a small, decorative stone basin near the wood's edge, fed by a diverted trickle of the cleanest stream water, a quiet place for the Moskin, undisturbed. The strange occurrences ceased immediately. No more missing sugar, no rearranged pumpkins, no midnight chimes from the sundial. Peace settled back over Willowbrook, deeper and sweeter than before. But the connection remained. Sometimes, on moonlit nights, Clara would find a small, perfect arrangement of dew-kissed pebbles on her windowsill, or a single, impossibly fragrant bloom placed beside her back door. And occasionally, when delivering her morning loaves, she'd catch the faintest scent of crushed green leaves and hear the softest, most contented chime on the breeze, like tiny bells celebrating the quiet harmony between the village and the ancient magic that dwelled just beyond its borders. Clara kept the luminous moonwhisper berry on her mantle, a reminder that sometimes the greatest mysteries aren't solved by force but by quiet observation, a willingness to listen to the smallest voices, and the courage to offer kindness even to those unseen. And in the gentle glow of the berry and the comforting scent of baking bread, the village of Willowbrook slept soundly, knowing they were watched over not just by the moon, but by tiny, ancient friends in the whispering woods. Story 4. Leo had always been curious about the rustling sounds beyond the meadow where the sunflowers nodded sleepily. One twilight, as fireflies began their lantern dance, he noticed a path he'd never seen before, a trail of shimmering moss winding into the whispering woods. His grandmother's words echoed softly. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the whisper that says try, heart fluttering like a moth against glass. Leo stepped onto the glowing moss. The forest breathed around him. Trees with bark like braided silver hummed melodies carried on the wind, while leaves shaped like crescent moons cast liquid silver shadows. Suddenly, the path forked. Left glowed with amber light, right rippled with indigo mist. As Leo hesitated, a creature emerged, a hedgehog with spines like crystallized honey, balancing a tiny teapot on its head. "Lost your way, wanderer," it chimed, voice like wind chimes. "Paths shift here, follow what glows truest to your heart." Choosing the amber path, Leo found himself in a valley where flowers bloomed in midair, petals chiming like bells. He stumbled upon a bridge woven from willow branches, but it lay collapsed over a river of liquid moonlight. Glowing fish leapt, scattering stardust. "Ho now," called a voice. A badger in a waistcoat patched with autumn leaves waddled forth. "The bridge won't mend itself. Gather singing stones, their shy but loved duets." Leo hummed his grandmother's lullaby. One by one, pearlescent stones rolled from fern thickets, harmonizing. As they settled into the riverbed, the willows stirred, knitting themselves into a new bridge. The badger nodded sagely. "Kindness builds stronger bridges than force, little traveler." Deeper in the woods, Leo entered a grove where trees bore fruit like captured sunsets. Here he met the firefly sprites, tiny beings with wings of stained glass, drifting in constellations. Their leader, a sprite with emerald wings, alighted on his palm. "You seek the heart glade," she buzzed. "But fog spirits guard it, they fear laughter, it unravels their mist." When thick fog coiled around him, cold as forgotten dreams, Leo remembered the hedgehog's teapot trick. He poured imaginary tea into cupped hands, chuckling as he sipped. The fog spirits shimmered, then dissolved into giggles, revealing a clearing where a tree pulsed with soft golden light. Its roots cradled a pool reflecting not sky, but scenes of home, his grandmother knitting, sunflowers swaying. As Leo touched the water, warmth spread through him. The tree shed a single seed, glowing like a captured star. "Plant this where your journey began," rustled the leaves. "Courage grows when nurtured." Retracing his steps, Leo found the moss path waiting. He planted the seed at the forest's edge. Instantly a sapling sprouted, branches hung with tiny lanterns that hummed his grandmother's lullaby. The whispering woods sighed contentedly, and Leo knew he'd always carry its magic within him. Curling in his bed that night, he watched the lantern light flicker through his window, a gentle reminder that every unknown path rewards those who walk it with kindness, wonder, and a brave, curious heart. Sleep wrapped around him like a quilt stitched with moonlight, and he dreamed of amber paths and singing stones, forever unafraid to explore. Story 5. The old oak tree at the bottom of Sam's garden seemed to hold its breath in the twilight. Its gnarled branches, thick as a giant's arms, stretched towards the first hesitant stars. Sam, a quiet child with eyes the color of storm clouds, often felt the oak watched over them, especially on evenings like this, when the scent of damp earth and honeysuckle hung heavy in the air, and the world softened into velvety blues and purples. They traced the rough bark with their fingertips, finding comfort in its ancient solidity. Tonight, however, something different hummed in the stillness. A faint silvery light like captured starlight pulsed near the base of the trunk, half hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. Curiosity, a warm flutter in their chest, overcame Sam's usual shyness. Kneeling on the cool grass, they carefully brushed aside the moss. Beneath it, nestled in a hollow formed by two great roots, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't like grandfather's heavy brass one. This was smaller, crafted from smooth, cool moonstone, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid silver. The chain was woven from threads of twilight deep blues and purples that shimmered faintly. Hesitantly, Sam picked it up. It felt surprisingly warm, vibrating with a soft, rhythmic pulse against their palm, like a tiny, sleeping heartbeat. As their thumb brushed the intricate clasp, the watch sprang open with a soft click. Instead of numbers, the face was a miniature cosmos, tiny, swirling galaxies, nebulae like spun sugar, and constellations Sam didn't recognize. Where the hands should have been, two beams of pure, gentle light pointed steadily towards a tiny, unassuming symbol etched near the rim, a perfect circle within a crescent moon. The light emanating from the watch face intensified, casting long, dancing shadows. It didn't illuminate the garden, it seemed to reveal something else entirely. The air directly in front of the oak's trunk shimmered, like heat haze over a summer road, and then solidified into a doorway. Not a door made of wood, but one woven from living vines, glowing willow branches, and petals that shimmered with dew even in the dim light. Beyond it, Sam glimpsed a path winding into a twilight forest bathed in perpetual dusk, where trees glowed with soft internal light and fireflies danced like fallen stars. Sam's heart hammered against their ribs. This was impossible, magical, terrifying, and utterly irresistible. Clutching the moonstone watch tightly, feeling its steady pulse synchronize with their own quickened heartbeat, Sam took a deep breath of the cool, honeysuckle-scented air and stepped through the vine-woven archway. The transition was seamless, like stepping from a cool room into warm sunlight, only the warmth was deeper, older. The air here tasted different, rich and earthy, tinged with the scent of unknown blossoms and damp stone. It was twilight, but a twilight that felt alive and welcoming. The path underfoot was soft moss, springy and cool. Giant ferns unfurled fronds like green banners, dripping with diamond-bright dewdrops. Trees towered overhead, their bark patterned with luminous lichen in hues of blue, green, and soft gold, casting an ethereal glow. High above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a velvet sky, brighter and closer than any stars Sam had ever seen. The silence was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds, the rustle of unseen creatures, the distant chime of water over stones, the gentle sigh of the luminous leaves. Sam stood frozen, awestruck. The moonstone watch hummed warmly in their hand, its cosmic face now pulsing with a soft, guiding light, pointing steadily down the mossy path. Taking another steadying breath, Sam began to walk. The path wound deeper into the glowing forest, past trees whose roots formed natural archways and clearings carpeted with luminous mushrooms that pulsed like tiny lanterns. Sam felt a strange sense of belonging, a quiet peace settling over them, deeper than any they'd known in the bustling, sometimes overwhelming world beyond the oak tree. Suddenly, a frantic rustling erupted from a thicket of glowing bluebells. A small, spiky ball tumbled out onto the path, rolling to a stop at Sam's feet. It unfurled, revealing itself as a hedgehog. But this was no ordinary hedgehog. Its spines were tipped with tiny gleaming points of light, like miniature stars, and its eyes were large, liquid pools of deep amber, wide with fright. It trembled violently, its tiny claws scrabbling on the moss. "Oh, are you all right?" Sam whispered, instinctively crouching down, careful not to loom over the frightened creature. The hedgehog flinched, curling tighter for a moment, then peered out cautiously. Its voice, when it spoke, was surprisingly clear, like the tinkling of tiny bells, but laced with fear. "Lost I'm lost, the gloom snuffers, they chased me, they want my starlight." It pointed a tiny, trembling claw back towards the thicket. Sam followed its gaze. Emerging from the shadows were three peculiar creatures. They were roughly the size of large cats, but amorphous, like shifting puddles of thick, oily darkness. They had no discernible features, just two smoldering embers for eyes that pulsed with a malevolent red light. They moved silently, flowing over the moss, leaving faint trails of cold shadow in their wake. A wave of chilling dread washed over Sam, making the hairs on their necks stand up. The Moonstone watch pulsed faster, warmer against their skin. "Hide," the starlight hedgehog squeaked, trying to burrow under Sam's shoe. Sam's mind raced. Running seemed futile. The gloom snuffers moved with unnatural speed. They looked down at the watch. The twin beams of light pointed resolutely down the path, unwavering. "Trust the pulse," a quiet voice seemed to whisper in Sam's mind, not their own, but gentle and firm. It felt like the warmth of the watch itself. Instead of fear, Sam focused on that warmth, on the gentle light of the watch, and on the trembling creature beside them. They remembered the quiet kindness their grandmother always showed to frightened animals. Taking a deep breath, Sam stood tall. "Leave us alone," they called out, their voice surprisingly steady in the hushed forest. They held the open watch before them, not as a weapon, but as a shield, focusing all their intention on its gentle, revealing light. The light from the watch flared. Not blindingly, but with a pure, clarifying brilliance. It cut through the oily darkness of the gloom snuffers like sunlight through fog. The creatures recoiled with a sound like ice cracking, hissing, and bubbling. Where the light touched them, their shadowy forms thinned and dissipated. The malevolent red eyes flared, then dimmed, filled with confusion and, strangely, a hint of pain. They didn't attack. Instead, they writhed, seeming to shrink, before melting back into the deeper shadows beneath the giant ferns, vanishing as quickly as they'd appeared. The chilling dread lifted instantly, replaced by the forest's natural, peaceful coolness. Sam lowered the watch, their hand shaking slightly. The starlight hedgehog uncurled completely, its amber eyes wide with awe. You chased them away with the light, but how? Gloom snuffers fear only the purest light, the light of true seeing. It tilted its head, studying Sam intently. "You saw them, truly saw their gloom, and didn't add fear. You just shone." I just didn't want them to hurt you," Sam said softly, kneeling again. "My name's Sam. What's yours, and what are gloom snuffers?" "I am Thistle," the hedgehog replied, puffing out its starlit chest slightly. "Keeper of the fading glimmer. Or I was. Until they came. Gloom snuffers, they feed on fear and shadow. They grow in dark places where light is forgotten. They chased me because my spines hold tiny fragments of the evening star's light, and they hate it. They want to snuff out all light, make everything dim and cold." Thistle shuddered. "They've been growing bolder, draining the glow from the whisper willows and dimming the starshine pools. The heart of twilight grows weaker." "The heart of twilight?" Sam asked, intrigued. The moonstone watch pulsed softly, its light beams seeming to throb in time with the name. "The source," Thistle whispered reverently. "Deep in the Glimmerwood, in the oldest grove, lies the Heartstone. It pulses with the gentle light of twilight itself, keeping the balance between day and night, light and shadow in our realm. But the gloom snuffers, their shadows are spreading, draining it, if the Heartstone dims completely." Thistle's voice trembled. "The Glimmerwood will fade into endless gloom. The door to your world might vanish too." A cold understanding settled in Sam's stomach. This wasn't just an adventure, it was a rescue mission. They looked down at the moonstone watch. The symbol, the circle within the crescent moon, seemed to glow brighter. The twin beams of light now pointed deeper into the forest, towards where Thistle had indicated the Heartstone lay. Sam understood. The watch wasn't just a key, it was a guide attuned to the heart of twilight itself. "We have to help it," Sam said firmly, surprising themselves with the conviction in their voice. "The Heartstone, we have to stop the gloom snuffers. Will you show me the way, Thistle?" Thistle's amber eyes shone. "You chase them with pure light, you have the moondeal. Yes, Sam, I will guide you, follow me." The little hedgehog scurried ahead, its starlit spines twinkling like a beacon on the mossy path. Sam, holding the warm, pulsing watch like a compass, followed, their earlier loneliness replaced by a newfound sense of purpose and an unexpected friendship. Their journey through the Glimmerwood was wondrous and challenging. Thistle proved to be a knowledgeable, if sometimes prickly, guide. He showed Sam groves where trees sang softly in the breeze, their leaves chiming like crystal bells. They passed the starshine pools. Thistle mentioned serene bodies of water reflecting the constellations above, but their surfaces were indeed duller than they should be, marred by faint, swirling patches of shadowy residue. They met other inhabitants, lumina moths with wings like stained glass who fluttered nervously around the dimmed pools, a wise old badger whose fur gleamed like polished obsidian who spoke in rumbles about the growing chill, and a family of rabbits whose fur shimmered like moonlight on snow who huddled fearfully near their burrow, speaking of gloom snuffers seen near the whisperwillow grove. The gloom snuffers appeared several more times, drawn perhaps by the presence of the moondeal's light or Thistle's starlight. Each encounter was a test. Sam learned that shouting or trying to fight only made the creatures larger, feeding off the fear and aggression. But when Sam stood firm, focusing on the calm pulse of the watch, channeling not anger but a determined kindness, a protective light for Thistle in the forest, the moondeal's light would flare with that pure, revealing brilliance. It didn't destroy the gloom snuffers, it dispersed them, revealing the core of cold fear within their shadowy forms and driving them back into the deeper gloom. Sam realized the gloom snuffers weren't inherently evil. They were manifestations of encroaching darkness and forgotten light, feeding on negativity. The true battle was against the shadow, not the shadow creatures themselves. One encounter was particularly harrowing. They were traversing a narrow ledge beside a gorge, where a river of liquid moonlight flowed far below. 3 large gloom snuffers, larger and darker than any before, oozed out of cracks in the rock face, cutting off the path ahead and behind. Thistle squeaked in terror, pressing close to Sam's leg. The cold dread was intense, sapping Sam's strength. Panic threatened to overwhelm them. "Look," the gentle voice within the watch's pulse seemed to urge. "Look with your heart, not just your eyes." Sam forced himself to look past the menacing forms, past the smoldering red eyes. They focused on the trembling Thistle, on the beauty of the moonlit river below, on the memory of the singing trees. They thought about the fear the creatures themselves must embody. Instead of projecting fear back, Sam projected a fierce, protective warmth for Thistle, warmth for the threatened Glimmerwood. They held the moondeal high, pouring all that feeling into its light. The light that burst forth wasn't just bright, it was warm. Golden rays tinged with the soft silver of the watch washed over the ledge. It felt like sunrise after a long night. The gloom snuffers didn't just recoil, they seemed to shrink, their oily darkness evaporating under the gentle warmth. The malevolent red eyes flickered and dimmed, replaced for a fleeting second by a look of bewildered vulnerability before they dissolved like smoke in a breeze. The chilling dread vanished, replaced by the comforting coolness of the gorge and the soothing murmur of the moonlit river. Thistle stared up at Sam, wonder in his amber eyes. You warmed them away," he breathed. That's the light of the Heartstone itself." Sam felt a surge of connection, not just to Thistle and the watch, but to the very essence of the Glimmerwood. They understood the moondeal better now. It wasn't just a tool, it amplified the light within the one who held it, the light of courage, kindness, and true seeing. Finally, after what felt like hours walking through the enchanted twilight, they reached the oldest grove. The trees here were colossal, their trunks wider than houses, covered in luminous lichen that pulsed with a slow, deep rhythm. The air hummed with ancient power. In the very center, resting on a pedestal of smooth, glowing quartz, lay the heart of twilight. It was a crystal roughly the size of Sam's head, but its shape was ever shifting, like solidified mist. Within its depths swirled the essence of twilight, deep purples, velvety blues, streaks of silver, and the faintest blush of rose gold. It pulsed with a soft, steady light, casting gentle, shifting patterns on the surrounding trees and moss. But Sam's heart sank. The light was weak, flickering erratically. Thick, viscous strands of shadow, like dark roots, clung to its base and snaked up its sides, leeching away its radiance. The pulse was faint, struggling. Around the pedestal, lurking in the deep shadows cast by the ancient trees, dozens of pairs of smoldering red eyes glowed. Gloom snuffers far more than they'd encountered before, drawn to the weakened heart like moths to a dying flame. The air was thick with their chilling presence. It's almost gone," Thistle whimpered, his starlight dimming in sympathy. Sam felt the oppressive weight of the shadow, the cold dread threatening to paralyze them. The sheer number of gloom snuffers was terrifying. The moondial pulsed frantically in their hand, warm and urgent. They looked at the heartstone, its fading light, a reflection of the loneliness Sam used to feel. They thought of Thistle's trust, of the singing trees, the shimmering rabbits, the wise badger, this hidden world of gentle wonders. They couldn't let it fade into gloom. The gentle voice within the pulse was clear. True light drives back the dark. Your light. Connect. Sam took a deep, steadying breath, pushing down the fear. They focused not on the menacing eyes in the shadows, but on the struggling heartstone. They focused on the warmth of the moondial, on the kindness that had made them protect Thistle, on the courage that had brought them this far, on the sense of belonging they'd found here. They poured all of it, every ounce of protective love for this threatened world, into the watch. They held it out towards the heartstone, not as a shield this time, but as a beacon, a lifeline. The moondial erupted. A column of pure, warm, silvery gold light shot from its cosmic face, straight and true, striking the heart of twilight. For a moment, nothing happened. The shadowy tendrils seemed to writhe tighter. The red eyes glowed brighter. Then the heartstone shuddered. A ripple of pure twilight energy, deep indigo and vibrant violet, pulsed outwards from its core, pushing against the invading shadows. The light from the moondial wasn't fighting the darkness, it was strengthening the heartstone's own light. Sam felt a connection, a circuit completing. The warmth of the watch flowed through them, into the beam, feeding the heartstone, and a gentle, revitalizing energy flowed back, filling Sam with a profound sense of peace and strength. It was a shared light, a combined effort. The effect on the shadows was instantaneous and profound. Where the combined light touched the dark tendrils, they didn't just recoil, they dissolved like smoke, vanishing without a trace. The gloom snuffers lurking in the shadows let out a collective hiss that turned into a sound like sighing wind. Their smoldering red eyes flickered wildly, not with malice, but with confusion and then relief. As the light washed over them, they didn't disperse violently. They simply faded, their shadowy forms dissolving into the cool, clean air of the grove, leaving behind only a faint scent of ozone and damp stone. It was as if the overwhelming light had not destroyed them, but gently reminded them they had no place here, dissolving the concentrated fear and shadow they embodied. The heartstone's pulse grew stronger, steadier. Its internal light blazed with renewed vigor, swirling with vibrant colors that chased away the last clinging remnants of gloom. The soft twilight radiance expanded, washing over the ancient trees, making their luminous lichen glow brighter, bathing the entire grove in a gentle, soothing luminescence. The oppressive chill vanished, replaced by the deep, peaceful coolness of a perfect twilight evening. The humming power in the air settled into a harmonious thrum, like the forest itself was breathing a sigh of relief. Sam lowered the moondial, panting slightly, but filled with an incredible warmth and lightness. The watch was still warm, its cosmic face swirling calmly, the twin beams of light now pointing gently back the way they had come. Thistle scurried up onto the quartz pedestal, his starlit spines gleaming brilliantly in the restored light. He nudged the Heartstone gently with his nose. "It's back, the Glimmerwood is saved," he chirped, his bell-like voice filled with pure joy. Sam walked closer, gazing in awe at the revitalized Heartstone. Its light felt welcoming, grateful. They gently placed a hand on the smooth quartz pedestal. A wave of profound peace and ancient wisdom washed over them, the gratitude of the forest. They understood now that the moondeal was a guardian's tool, attuned to the heart, and only worked fully when guided by a kind and courageous heart. "You did it, Sam," Thistle said, bouncing with excitement. "The moondeal chose well. The heart remembers your light." Sam smiled, a true wide smile that chased away any lingering shadows in their own heart. "We did it, Thistle, you guided me, and the heart, it showed me how." They looked at the little hedgehog, their unexpected friend who had trusted them in fear and celebrated with them in joy. The loneliness that had often filled them felt like a distant memory, replaced by the warmth of connection and the quiet strength they'd discovered within. Thistle insisted on guiding Sam back to the vine-woven door. The journey felt different. The Glimmerwood seemed brighter, more vibrant. The starshine pools reflected the constellations perfectly, their surfaces clear and shimmering. The whisperwillows sighed with contentment. Creatures peeked out from hiding, their forms glowing with renewed vigor, nodding gratefully as Sam passed. The path under the luminous trees felt like a walk through a realm of pure, gentle magic, no longer threatened but thriving. They reached the archway woven from vines and willow branches. Beyond it, Sam could see the familiar shape of the old oak tree in their garden, bathed in the silvery light of the real moon, now high in the sky. A pang of sadness touched Sam. "Will I see you again, Thistle?" The little hedgehog nudged Sam's ankle. "The Glimmerwood is always here, Sam, just beneath the surface of your world, and the door," he gestured with his snout towards the moondeal in Sam's hand, "remembers the way. When twilight deepens and your heart seeks the gentle light, the path may open. But remember," his amber eyes were serious for a moment, "the true light you found here, the courage and the kindness that goes with you always. It's not just in the Glimmerwood, it's in you now." Sam nodded, understanding dawning. The greatest magic wasn't the watch or the hidden world, it was the transformation inside them. They knelt and gently stroked Thistle's starlit back. "Thank you, friend," Thistle chirped happily. "Safe journey, guardian of the light." Holding the moondeal, Sam stepped back through the archway. The transition was as smooth as before. They stood once more at the base of the old oak tree in their quiet garden. The moonstone watch felt warm but ordinary in their hand. They closed the clasp with a soft snick. The cosmic face vanished, leaving a smooth, cool moonstone surface. The vine-woven door shimmered and dissolved, leaving only the familiar bark and moss. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth filled the air, mixed now with the memory of luminous blossoms and ancient trees. Sam looked up at the real moon, a perfect silver crescent hanging in the velvety sky. They felt different, stronger, calmer. The quiet of the garden no longer felt lonely, but peaceful. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, but the whisper of a hidden world thriving just out of sight. They held the closed moondeal tightly. It was no longer pulsing, but it felt like a promise, a reminder. Quietly, Sam walked back to their house, the cool grass soft underfoot. They climbed the stairs to their room, the familiar creaks comforting. Moonlight streamed through the window, painting a silver path across the floor. Sam placed the moonstone watch carefully on their bedside table, where it gleamed softly in the moonbeam. They slipped into bed, pulling the covers up to their chin. The day's fear and wonder settled into a profound sense of peace. As they drifted towards sleep, the memory of the Heartstone's warm pulse filled their mind, mingling with the gentle rhythm of their own breath. They thought of Thistle's starlit spines, of the singing trees, of the pure light that had driven back the gloom not with force, but with warmth and understanding. The loneliness that had been their companion was replaced by the quiet certainty of connection to a hidden world, to a prickly friend, and to a newfound strength within their own heart. The world outside, bathed in the gentle light of the crescent moon, seemed full of quiet magic, waiting to be seen with eyes that now understood the power of kindness and the true nature of light. The last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them was the moonstone watch on the table, catching the moonlight, its surface seeming to hold a faint, comforting echo of swirling galaxies, a silent promise of twilight wonders and enduring friendship. And in that peaceful darkness, filled with the scent of home and the memory of starlight, Sam knew they were never truly alone. Story 6. The village of Bramble Hollow was a place where summer lingered like a contented cat, basking in golden sunlight. Roses tumbled over cottage walls, bees drowsed in lavender patches, and the air hummed with the scent of warm earth and ripening berries. Young Sylvie loved this time most of all, spending her days exploring the mossy woods and sun-dappled meadows just beyond the cobblestone square. But one bright July morning, Sylvie awoke to a sight that made her rub her eyes in disbelief. Her breath puffed out in a small, visible cloud. Frost. Delicate, lacy patterns of frost adorned her window pane, sparkling like crushed diamonds in the dawn light. She scrambled out of bed, pulling a thick woolen shawl over her nightdress, and hurried outside. The world was hushed and glittering. Frost coated the vibrant red petals of the climbing roses, dusted the emerald grass silver, and even painted icy patterns on the warm stone path leading to her grandmother's cottage next door. It wasn't just cold, it was a deep, unexpected winter chill in the very heart of summer. Gran. Sylvie called, her voice echoing strangely in the frozen air as she pushed open the familiar blue door. Inside, the cozy cottage smelled of cinnamon and drying herbs. Gran sat by the crackling hearth, her knitting needles clicking softly. She looked up, her kind eyes crinkling at the corners, though her expression was serious. "Ah, Sylvie, you've seen it too, then. It's frost, Gran, in July." Sylvie exclaimed, holding out a frosted leaf she'd plucked from the doorstep. "Indeed it is, my dear," Gran nodded, setting her knitting aside. "And not just here. Old Man Hemlock found his prize-winning pumpkins wearing icy jackets. Mrs. Thimblewick's singing sunflowers are quite silent and shivering. Even the stream by the willow grove has a thin skin of ice." Gran sighed, a puff of vapor escaping her lips. "Something's not right with the heart of summer. It feels frightened." "Frightened?" Sylvie asked, settling onto the worn rug near the hearth, the warmth seeping into her chilled bones. "The seasons have their rhythms, their feelings," Gran explained softly, stirring a pot of simmering pine needle tea that filled the air with a fresh, clean scent. "Summer shouldn't feel this cold fear. Something is disturbing its peace. It's a gentle mystery, Sylvie, but one that needs solving before the frost bites too deep and harms the blossoms." Sylvie felt a flutter of excitement mixed with concern. A mystery. And Gran needed her help. What should we do? "First observation," Gran said wisely, pouring Sylvie a cup of steaming tea. "Mysteries often unravel if you look closely and listen carefully. We need to find the source of this chill. Where does it feel coldest? When does the frost appear thickest? Are there any unusual signs?" Armed with Gran's warm tea warming her hands inside thick mittens, and her grandmother's words warming her heart, Sylvie set out. She walked slowly through the transformed village. The frost crunched under her boots, a sound utterly alien to July. She noticed the frost was patchy. It lay thickest near the ancient, whispering pines at the forest's edge and along the banks of the usually cheerful Willowbrook stream. In the sunny village square it was lighter, already melting where the first rays of sun touched the cobbles. As she neared the whispering pines, the air grew noticeably colder. Sylvie pulled her shawl tighter. The tall, wise old trees seemed to murmur more urgently than usual. Sylvie stopped beneath the largest pine, its bark deeply grooved like wise old skin. She placed a mittened hand on its trunk. It felt unnaturally cold. Closing her eyes, she tried to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart, as Gran had taught her when listening to the wind or the rain. At first, there was only the sighing of the wind through the needles. Then faintly beneath the sigh, she heard it, a tiny crystalline sound like wind chimes made of ice, trembling with sadness. Fear. It was hard to tell. It seemed to come from the very roots of the trees and the frozen earth beneath them. Following the sound, Sylvie carefully made her way deeper into the pine grove, towards the source of the Willow-brook. The stream here was usually a merry babble, but now it was ominously silent beneath a brittle sheet of ice. The crystalline tinkling grew louder, more distinct. Peering through the frosted undergrowth near the stream's origin, a mossy spring bubbling from a rocky outcrop, Sylvie gasped. Tiny creatures no bigger than her thumb skittered across the ice and huddled among the frost-encrusted roots. They were shaped like delicate snowflakes given life, with shimmering, translucent bodies and eyes like frozen dewdrops. They trembled, their tiny forms radiating waves of intense cold. They were the source of the tinkling sound's soft, mournful cries. Sylvie recognized them from Gran stories, frost sprites. But they were creatures of the deep winter, seen only in the harshest months, high in the northern mountains. What were they doing here now, radiating such cold and fear in the middle of Bramble Hollow's summer? Sylvie didn't dare move, afraid of startling them. She watched. The sprites weren't dancing or playing, as Gran stories sometimes described. They were huddled together, shivering violently despite the cold they emitted, their tiny eyes wide with terror. They kept glancing fearfully towards the rocky outcrop where the spring emerged. Sylvie crept back as quietly as she could, her mind racing. She needed Gran. Running as fast as the slippery ground allowed, she burst back into the cottage. Gran, its frost sprites, dozens of them by the spring, they looked so scared and cold. Gran's eyebrows shot up. Frost sprites here in July, that explains the chill, my dear. They radiate cold naturally, especially when frightened. But why are they here, and why so terrified? Gran stroked her chin thoughtfully. Something must have driven them from their mountain home, something that frightened them badly enough to flee into the warm valleys. The spring, Sylvie said urgently. They kept looking at the spring, Gran, like they were afraid of something coming out of it. Gran's eyes widened in understanding. The spring feeds the Willow-brook. It comes from deep underground, connected to the old mountain streams. She stood up decisively. We need to look at that spring, Sylvie, but carefully. We mustn't frighten the sprites further, and we must be wise. Cold driven by fear needs warmth driven by kindness. Gran gathered a few things, a small, smooth stone warmed near the hearth, a pouch of dried, sweet summer berries, and her sturdiest walking stick. Together, they returned to the pine grove. The cold was even more intense now, the frost thicker. The sprites had retreated deeper into the roots, their tinkling cries softer but filled with misery. Gran approached the mossy spring slowly, calmly. Sylvie stayed a little behind, watching. The water bubbled up clear and cold, but the rocks around it were thick with unnatural ice. Gran knelt, ignoring the chill seeping through her skirt. She placed the warm stone gently near the water's edge. Then she carefully scattered a few of the plump, sweet summer berries onto a large, flat, frost-free rock nearby. Little ones, Gran called softly, her voice as warm and comforting as the hearth fire. You are safe here, no harm will come to you in Bramble Hollow. Share our warmth, taste the sweetness of summer. Nothing happened at first. Then one tiny sprite, braver than the rest, peeked out from behind a gnarled root. its frozen dewdrop eyes fixed on the warm stone. Slowly, hesitantly, it skittered forward, stopping a few inches away. It stretched a tiny, crystalline hand towards the stone, then flinched back. Gran remained perfectly still, radiating calm. Encouraged, the sprite touched the stone. A visible ripple of warmth, like a golden glow, spread through its tiny form. Its shivering lessened. It let out a soft, surprised chime, a sound of pure relief. It cautiously picked up a single berry, its cold making the juice inside frost slightly before it took a tiny bite. A happy, musical tinkle escaped it. Seeing their friend unharmed and comforted, other sprites began to emerge, drawn by the warmth of the stone and the promise of the berries. They clustered around, absorbing the heat, tasting the summer sweetness, their fearful trembling gradually easing. Their intense, biting cold radiating from them began to lessen noticeably. Patches of frost near the stone started to melt. As the sprites relaxed, Gran spoke gently again. "Little winter children, what brought you so far from your snowy peaks? What frightens you so?" The bravest sprite, now perched comfortably on the warm stone, pointed a shimmering finger towards the bubbling spring. It made a series of soft, chiming sounds, like ice cracking and wind whistling down a canyon. Gran listened intently, her brow furrowed. Sylvie watched, fascinated. "Ah," Gran breathed finally, understanding dawning on her face. "Of course. Thank you, little one." She turned to Sylvie. A great rock slide deep in the heart of the mountains where they lived. It blocked their favorite ice caves and scared them terribly. They fled downwards, following the underground streams, seeking safety. They emerged here at our spring, but the warmth of the valley was as terrifying to them as the rock slide. They huddled here, radiating their fear and cold, trying to freeze the unfamiliar world around them to feel safe. Sylvie's heart ached for the tiny creatures. So they weren't trying to hurt Summer, they were just scared. "Exactly," Gran said, smiling gently at the sprites who were now cautiously exploring the moss, their fear replaced by curiosity. Their cold was a shield born of fright. Now that they feel safe, their natural cold is gentler, just a pleasant coolness. Indeed, the biting, unnatural chill was gone. The frost on the nearby grass was already melting under the July sun, leaving dewdrops sparkling like tears of relief. The air felt crisp and fresh, like a cool drink on a warm day, not the harsh winter grip of before. "But how do we help them get home?" Sylvie asked. "Their caves are blocked." Gran nodded. "That's the next part of the mystery to solve, but kindness has opened the door." She looked at the sprites. "Little ones, the rock slide is large, but the mountain elders, the stone giants who slumber deep below, can shift such things when asked politely and with good reason. Would you like us to speak to them for you, to ask them to clear a path back to your high, cold home?" The sprites chimed excitedly, a sound like joyful sleigh bells. They flitted around Gran's head, leaving trails of harmless, glittering frost motes in the air. Gran smiled. "Very well, Sylvie, fetch me that smooth, gray river stone from my pocket." Sylvie did so. Gran held the stone in both hands, closed her eyes, and hummed a deep, resonant tune that seemed to vibrate up from the earth itself. It was a language older than words, a request whispered to the bones of the world. Sylvie felt a faint tremor beneath her feet, a deep, slow grumble that was more felt than heard. Gran opened her eyes. "It is done," the stone giants heard. "They will gently shift the rocks, making a safe passage back to the high ice caves by tomorrow's dawn." The frost sprites erupted into a chorus of pure, crystalline joy. They danced in the air, weaving patterns of frost that melted instantly in the returning summer warmth, leaving only rainbows in the sunlight. Their fear was gone, replaced by gratitude and the anticipation of home. That night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in peaches and lavender, Bramble Hollow sighed with relief. The unnatural frost had vanished completely, leaving only the gentle coolness of a summer evening. Roses unfurled their petals again, sunflowers turned their faces west, and the Willow-brook chuckled happily over its stones. Sylvie and Gran sat on Gran's porch, sharing a bowl of fresh blueberries. They watched as the frost sprites, glowing like tiny fallen stars, gathered one last time near the spring. With a final, grateful chime that echoed softly through the warm dusk, they vanished into the bubbling water, beginning their journey back up the underground streams to their cleared mountain home. "The mystery is solved," Gran said softly, her arm around Sylvie. "It was scary at first," Sylvie admitted, popping a blueberry into her mouth. "The frost, the cold." "It was," Gran agreed. "But fear often makes things seem colder and harder than they are. We just needed to look closely, listen carefully, and offer warmth instead of more cold. The sprites weren't the problem, their fear was, and kindness melted it away, just like the sun melts the morning frost." Sylvie snuggled closer, watching fireflies begin to blink like earthbound stars in the meadow. The air was sweet with honeysuckle, warm with the lingering day, and perfectly, peacefully cool. The gentle mystery of the July frost was solved not with shouts or spells, but with quiet observation, a warm stone, sweet berries, and the understanding that even the coldest fear can melt when met with a kind heart. And as the first stars appeared in the velvety sky, Sylvie knew that Bramble Hollow and summer itself could sleep soundly once more, wrapped in the comforting certainty that kindness was the warmest magic of all. The gentle rhythm of the night, the chirping of crickets, and the distant, contented murmur of the Willowbrook stream lulled her towards dreams as sweet and comforting as the summer night itself. Story 7. In the sleepy village of Mosklin Hollow, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons and lanterns glowed with captured starlight, young Finn noticed something peculiar. Every morning for 3 days, the villagers awoke to find their freshly baked loaves of sunseed bread missing from windowsills. Not a crumb remained, only a faint, shimmering trail of lavender dust leading toward the whispering woods. Finn, with his patchwork satchel and curious heart, decided to investigate. The first clue came from old Mrs. Bramble, whose cottage smelled perpetually of cinnamon and wisdom. "The dust," she murmured, stroking her ginger cat, "reminds me of moon-petal pollen. But moon-petals only bloom under full moons, child, and last night was but a sliver." Finn examined the glittering path. Each speck pulsed softly, like a sleeping firefly. He scooped a sample into a maple leaf, tucking it carefully into his satchel. As twilight painted the sky in plum and apricot hues, Finn followed the trail into the whispering woods. Ancient oaks hummed low lullabies, their roots cradling pools of liquid moonlight. There, beneath a canopy of weeping willows, he met Orla, a badger whose silver-tipped fur held constellations of wisdom. "Troubled by vanishings, little one," she rumbled kindly. "Seek the Glimmerfolk. They guard nature's secrets but dislike direct questions. Observe instead." For hours, Finn sat silently by a mossy stump, watching. Dragonflies with stained glass wings danced above the ferns. Suddenly, a cluster of tiny, luminous creatures, no larger than acorns, fluttered down. Their bodies glowed like captured twilight, shedding lavender dust as they moved. Finn held his breath. The Glimmerfolk didn't steal the bread, they ignored it entirely. Instead, they gathered around a cluster of withered moon-petal buds, sprinkling pollen with desperate little sighs. The buds remained tightly closed. Finn's mind whirred. Moon petals needed full moonlight to bloom, but the Glimmerfolk were trying to force them open early. Why? Remembering Mrs. Bramble's words, he studied his leaf sample. The stolen bread's warmth. Sunseed bread retained oven heat for hours, perhaps enough to mimic moonlight's gentle touch. The Glimmerfolk must have taken the loaves to warm the buds, leaving pollen trails when they flew back. Gently, Finn approached Orla. "They're not thieves, they're gardeners in a hurry, but why?" The badger's eyes softened. "Ah, tomorrow is the Bloomtide Festival. Without moon petals, the Glimmerfolk can't weave their starlight cloaks for the winter migration. The crescent moon isn't strong enough this year." Finn hatched a plan. That night he gathered every villager's leftover bread, still warm in quilted napkins. With Orla guiding him, they placed the loaves around the moonpetal patch like cozy little hearths. Then, hidden in the ferns, Finn played his reed flute, a melody mimicking the full moon's lullaby. Slowly, miraculously, the buds unfurled into luminous silver blossoms. The Glimmerfolk erupted in joyful chirps, weaving their cloaks as the petals glowed. At dawn, Mosklin Hollow awoke not to missing bread, but to windowsills laden with moonpetal honey cakes, a Glimmerfolk thank you. Finn found a tiny starlight cloak pin on his pillow, humming with warmth. The mystery hadn't been one of theft, but of silent helpers struggling unseen. And as the village shared honey cakes under the rising sun, they understood. Kindness often reveals itself in unexpected ways, and solutions bloom brightest when nurtured with patience and trust. The woods whispered in agreement, and Finn smiled, knowing some secrets were sweeter when gently unraveled. Story 8. The evening sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in streaks of lavender and peach, when young Leo first noticed the peculiar shimmer at the edge of the whispering woods. It wasn't just the last light catching the dew. It was a soft, steady glow emanating from a moss-covered archway Leo had never seen before, nestled between two ancient, gnarled oak trees. The archway seemed woven from living vines, and speckled with tiny, luminous flowers that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. Above it, shimmering letters appeared and disappeared like breath on a frosty window, the door of whispering pines. Leo's heart thumped a little faster against their ribs. The grown-ups always said the woods were deep and best explored in daylight, but this felt different. It felt like an invitation. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Leo stepped forward. As they passed beneath the arch, a gentle warmth washed over them, and the familiar woods dissolved like a dream. They found themselves standing on a path paved with smooth, glowing stones the color of moonlight. It wound through a forest unlike any Leo had ever imagined. Trees weren't just tall, they were colossal, their trunks wide as cottages, draped in velvet mosses of emerald and sapphire. Instead of leaves, enormous, softly glowing mushrooms, some like parasols, others like delicate bells sprouted from their branches, casting a gentle, honey-colored light. The air hummed with a low, soothing melody, as if the forest itself were breathing a lullaby. It smelled of damp earth, sweet blossoms, and something else, like warm cinnamon and old books. Curiosity, bright and fizzy, bubbled within Leo. They followed the path, their footsteps silent on the luminous stones. Soon they encountered the first wonder, a stream that flowed not with water, but with liquid crystal, clear and sparkling. Tiny, fish-like creatures made of pure light darted beneath its surface, leaving trails of shimmering bubbles that popped with soft pings, releasing miniature rainbows that hovered for a moment before fading. As Leo watched, mesmerized, a cluster of floating stones drifted lazily down the path. Perched upon the largest stone was a creature no bigger than Leo's hand. It resembled a tiny owl, but its feathers were made of swirling, iridescent mist, and its large eyes shone like polished amber. It tilted its head, blinked slowly, and hooted a sound like wind chimes. H-O-O-O-O-O-M, it chimed questioningly. "Hello," Leo whispered back, feeling a smile spread across their face. The mist owl blinked again, then fluttered its insubstantial wings, causing the stones beneath it to ripple and chime softly. It seemed to gesture with its beak further down the path before dissolving into a puff of shimmering vapor that drifted upwards, joining the light filtering through the mushroom canopy. Encouraged, Leo continued. The path led them to a bridge spanning a chasm filled with swirling, colorful fog. The bridge, however, wasn't solid. It was made of intertwined beams of pure, soft light, humming faintly. As Leo stepped onto the first beam, it wobbled precariously. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and the colorful fog below seemed to swirl faster, whispering indistinctly. Fear prickled Leo's skin. Go back, it seemed to sigh. Too far, too strange. Leo closed their eyes, remembering the warm glow of the archway, the gentle chime of the mist owl. This wasn't meant to be scary, it was wondrous. Taking a slow, deep breath, Leo focused on the steady hum of the light bridge beneath their feet. They planted their next step firmly, calmly. The wobbling lessened. Step by careful step, breathing steadily, Leo crossed. On the other side, the humming softened into a comforting purr, and a cluster of luminous blue butterflies, their wings edged in silver, fluttered around Leo's head in a brief, silent dance of approval before vanishing into the giant ferns. Further along, the path opened into a clearing dominated by a single, magnificent tree. Its bark was pure white and smooth as porcelain, and its branches held thousands of tiny, star-like blossoms that pulsed with a gentle light. Nestled amongst its roots were several small, furry creatures that looked like kittens sculpted from living moss. They blinked sleepy green eyes at Leo. One, bolder than the rest, padded forward and nudged Leo's hand with its cool, velvety nose. It made a soft, purring sound like rustling leaves. Suddenly a cool breeze sighed through the clearing, carrying with it a deeper chill. The star blossoms on the tree dimmed slightly. The moss kittens shivered and huddled closer together, their purrs turning into tiny whimpers. Leo felt the cold seep into their own bones. Looking around, they spotted a small, dark cave mouth at the base of the white tree. The cold seemed to be flowing from it. A low moan echoed from within. Leo's instinct was to back away. Darkness and cold felt ominous. But seeing the shivering moss kittens, their green eyes wide and trusting, stirred something else. Courage wasn't just about facing big dangers, Leo realized. Sometimes it was about offering warmth in the face of coldness. Remembering the cozy feeling of their own blanket at home, Leo knelt beside the moss kittens. Gently, carefully, they gathered the little creatures close, sharing their own body warmth. The kittens stopped shivering, their purrs returning louder this time, a soft vibration against Leo's chest. The purring seemed to resonate, flowing outwards. The star blossoms on the white tree brightened perceptibly. The cold breeze faltered, and the mournful moan from the cave softened, then faded into silence, replaced by a deep, contented sigh that seemed to come from the tree itself. Warmth flooded back into the clearing. As Leo gently set the moss kittens down, they nuzzled Leo's hand gratefully before scampering back to their roots. The largest blossom on the white tree detached itself and floated gently down, landing softly in Leo's palm. It wasn't just light, it held a warmth that spread through Leo's fingers, a feeling of profound peace and quiet gratitude. A deep, resonant voice, like roots shifting deep in the earth, echoed softly in Leo's mind, not with words but with a feeling. Thank you, little light bringer. Kindness warms the deepest shadows. The path back seemed shorter, bathed in the gentle, unwavering glow of the mushroom forest. The liquid crystal stream chuckled softly as Leo passed. Near the shimmering archway, the cluster of floating stones drifted by again. The mist owl reformed, perched proudly. It hooted its wind-chime hoot, a sound that now felt like a familiar farewell, and dipped its misty head towards Leo before dissolving once more. The stones chimed a soft, clear melody that lingered in the air. Stepping back through the door of whispering pines felt like slipping through a curtain of warm air. Leo stood once more at the edge of the familiar whispering woods, the last streaks of twilight painting the sky. The archway shimmered one last time, then faded, leaving only the two ancient oak trees. Leo walked home, the warmth from the star blossoms still radiating gently from their palm, though the blossom itself had vanished. The ordinary world felt different now, softer, richer, holding secret wonders just beneath the surface. They hadn't fought dragons or found treasure chests, but they had walked a path of glowing stones, befriended creatures of mist and moss, and learned that courage could be found in quiet breaths and shared warmth. The greatest adventure, Leo understood as they climbed into their own cozy bed, wasn't always about how far you go, but about the kindness you carry and the quiet wonders you discover when you dare to step through an unknown door. The memory of the humming bridge, the purring moss kittens, and the grateful sigh of the white tree wrapped around Leo like the softest blanket. And as sleep gently pulled them under, Leo knew, with a heart full of peaceful wonder, that the door of whispering pines would always be there, waiting for those who listened with a curious and courageous heart. The forest outside their window rustled softly, a lullaby whispering of hidden glades and starry blossoms, promising that even in the quiet dark, magic was never truly far away. Story 9. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight even at noon, lived a community unseen by ordinary eyes. Here moss grew thick and soft as velvet, cradling tiny villages beneath fern fronds and within hollowed roots. The air hummed with a low, sweet resonance, the forest itself breathing in perfect harmony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like shy sprites. In this realm, the seasons weren't merely marked by the calendar, but by the shifting breath of the heartstone. This wasn't a stone one could hold, but a pulsing nexus of energy deep within the oldest oak, its rhythm dictating the forest's magic. When spring arrived, the heartstone glowed emerald, and the Whisperwood erupted in luminous blossoms that chimed softly in the breeze, their scent a heady mix of honey and rain-washed earth. Summer saw it blaze amber, warming the streams and coaxing fireflies into intricate, swirling dances that painted the night with living constellations. Autumn turned it russet, and the leaves fell not just with color, but with whispered stories that settled like ancient parchments on the mossy floor, waiting to be read by those who understood the rustling language. Winter brought a cool, sapphire light, weaving frost into intricate lace on spiderwebs, and silencing the world into a deep, expectant hush. Bramble, a thoughtful hedgehog whose quills shimmered with captured dew, was the keeper of the dew cups. His duty, passed down through generations of his family, was to collect the first morning dew from the heart-shaped leaves of the moonpetal flowers. This dew, infused with the heartstone's magic at dawn, was essential. It nourished the shy glimmer roots that anchored the forest floor, their delicate tendrils weaving a net of stability that prevented erosion and kept the magic flowing smoothly. Bramble took his responsibility seriously, his small paws moving with gentle precision each morning, the cool liquid like liquid starlight in his tiny cups made of woven grass. One crisp autumn morning, as the heartstone pulsed its russet light and the air smelled richly of damp earth and decaying leaves, Bramble noticed something troubling. The stream near the moonpetal glade, usually chuckling merrily over smooth stones, was dwindling to a mere trickle. The moss-skinned tiny beings woven from lichen and moonlight who tended the forest's moisture flitted anxiously above the exposed, drying mud. The usual symphony of frogs and crickets near the water's edge had fallen silent, replaced by an uneasy stillness. The glimmerroots near the bank looked pale and listless. "This isn't right," Bramble murmured, his voice a soft rasp against the unnerving quiet. He remembered his grandmother Quill's stories. She had spoken of a great dryness long ago, when the streams faltered because the connection to the heartstone's deeper currents had been blocked. "The forest breathes together," she had said, her voice like dry leaves skittering. "When one part suffers, the whole feels the thirst. Balance is the root of life here." Driven by concern, Bramble knew he had to seek counsel. He journeyed deeper into the Whisperwood, towards the root spire, the immense, ancient oak where the heartstone pulsed most strongly. Its bark was deeply furrowed, etched with patterns that seemed to shift and tell stories in the dappled light. Nestled within a cradle of thick roots lived Elder Fern, a venerable badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose eyes held the deep, patient wisdom of centuries. Her den smelled of dried herbs, rich loam, and quiet contemplation. Elder Fern, Bramble squeaked, bowing his prickly head respectfully. The stream by the moonpetal glade weakens, the moskin are distressed, and the glimmerroots thirst. Elder Fern stirred, her deep-set eyes opening slowly. She sniffed the air, long and deep. Ah, young Bramble. The dryness returns, a whisper on the wind. Her voice was low and resonant, like roots shifting deep underground. The heartstone's autumn pulse is strong, yet something disrupts its flow beneath the earth. The great stones that channel its water song near the sunken ridge have shifted. An earth tremor, perhaps deep and silent. She sighed, a sound like wind through dry reeds. The balance tilts. But what can we do? Bramble asked, a tremor of worry in his voice. Without the stream. The forest acts as one, Elder Fern replied gently. No voice is too small, no effort insignificant in the symphony of healing. Seek Willow, the swift squirrel. She knows the paths above, and gather the moskin. Their touch understands the language of stone and soil. Bramble scurried back, his tiny heart pounding with purpose. He found Willow leaping effortlessly through the canopy, her bushy tail a banner of russet against the autumn sky. She listened intently, her bright eyes wide. Sunken Ridge, that's a tricky climb, but I know the way. I'll see what the stones are doing. With a flick of her tail she was gone, a blur of movement through the golden leaves. Next, Bramble approached the shimmering cluster of moskin, hovering anxiously near the dwindling stream. Their tiny forms glowed faintly green and gold. Elder Fern says you understand the stones, he explained. The Heartstone's water song is blocked near Sunken Ridge. Can you help guide us? The moskin chimed softly, a sound like tiny bells and rustling silk. They swirled together, forming a shimmering cloud that pulsed with agreement. Light, their collective voice whispered on the breeze. The journey to the Sunken Ridge took them through parts of the Whisperwood Bramble rarely visited. They navigated carpets of fragrant pine needles, crossed clearings where giant mushrooms glowed with an internal, soft blue light, and skirted pools reflecting the fiery autumn canopy. Willow met them at the ridge, her expression grave. Below, nestled amongst giant, moss-covered boulders, was the problem. A recent landslide, likely caused by heavy rains loosening the earth, had tumbled several enormous stones directly onto the mouth of a spring. The water, meant to bubble freely and feed the stream below, was now dammed, pooling uselessly behind the rockfall. The air here felt heavy and stagnant, devoid of the forest's usual vibrant hum. The stones are too big, Willow chattered, her voice tight with dismay. Even the strongest badger couldn't move them. Bramble looked at the impassive stones, then at the shimmering moskin cloud, and then at the patient, wise eyes of Elder Fern who had quietly followed their progress. He remembered his grandmother's words, balance is the root of life. It wasn't about one strong force, but many working together. The stones hold the water captive, Bramble said slowly, an idea forming. But water seeks its own level and its own path. Moskin, can you feel where the water wants to go, where the earth is softest, most yielding? The moskin pulsed brighter, swirling down to the base of the rockfall. They touched the damp earth, humming their soft, resonant song. Tiny points of light began to glow in the soil, tracing a faint, winding path around the largest stones, leading downhill towards the blocked stream's original course. It wants to flow here, the moskin whispered, their lights tracing the path. But the way is narrow, choked with fallen earth. Then we dig. Bramble declared. "We dig the channel the water yearns for. Willow, can you find others? The rabbits with their strong paws, the moles who know the earth." Willow bounded off instantly. Soon rabbits with powerful digging legs arrived, followed by several moles whose sensitive noses twitched as they assessed the mosskin's glowing path. Even a family of patient tortoises offered their sturdy shells to help shift smaller rocks. Guided by the mosskin's illuminating touch, showing exactly where the earth was softest and the water's pull strongest, the creatures worked together. Rabbits kicked loose soil, moles tunneled beneath roots, tortoises nudged debris, and Bramble used his strong snout to clear smaller stones. Willow directed from above, pointing out the clearest route. It was hard, muddy work. The scent of damp earth and crushed ferns filled the air, mingling with the tired but determined breaths of the workers. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in shades of lavender and tangerine. Finally, as the first stars began to prick the twilight, the new channel was complete, a narrow, winding trench following the path of least resistance, illuminated by the mosskin. Bramble, his quills matted with mud, gave a signal. The creatures carefully removed the last small stones, damming the new channel near the pooled water. With a soft, grateful gurgle, the pent-up spring water found the new path. It wasn't a roaring rush, but a gentle, persistent flow, like a sigh of relief. It trickled, then streamed, winding its way down the mosskin-lit channel, finding its way around the great fallen stones, singing softly as it went. Back towards the thirsty glade. They followed the water's journey back through the darkening woods. The sound of its return was the sweetest music, a gentle chuckle growing stronger with every step. When they reached the moon-petal glade, the mosskin were already rejoicing, flitting above the strengthening stream, their tiny lights reflecting like diamonds on the darkening water. The frogs tentatively began a croak, joined hesitantly by a cricket. Bramble rushed to the glimmerroots. Carefully he poured the precious dew he had collected that morning, now cool and starlit, onto their parched tendrils. Almost immediately, a faint, healthy glow began to pulse back through them, spreading like a soft green light across the forest floor. The forest's deep, resonant hum returned, stronger and more peaceful than before, vibrating softly under their paws and in the air they breathed. That night, as the Heartstone pulsed its deep sapphire light for winter's approach, the creatures of the Whisperwood gathered near the restored stream. Fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water, weaving constellations that mirrored the sky. Elder Fern rested near the bank, a gentle smile on her weathered snout. "You see, young Bramble," she murmured, her voice blending with the water's song, "harmony isn't stillness. It is the constant, gentle adjustment, the listening, the many small voices working together. The forest remembers its balance, guided by those who listen to its whispers and feel its needs." Bramble looked around at the rabbits, the moles, the tortoises, the shimmering mosskin, and swift willow. He felt the cool night air, smelled the clean scent of flowing water and the rich promise of frost, heard the contented symphony of the night creatures, and saw the soft glow of the revived glimmerroots. The magic of the Whisperwood wasn't just in the Heartstone, it was in the interconnectedness, the shared effort, the quiet wisdom passed down and acted upon with kindness. As the first delicate snowflakes of winter began to drift down, silent and soft as thistledown, landing on his damp quills and melting into the singing stream, Bramble felt a deep, warm peace settle over him, as comforting as a moss-lined nest. The forest breathed easily once more, its ancient heart beating strong and steady in the starlit dark. Story 10. Milo had always been the quiet boy of Willowbrook, the one who tended the village herb gardens, while others played stickball near the mill pond. His hands knew the language of soil better than his tongue knew conversation. On misty autumn mornings like this one, when crimson leaves clung to the cobblestones like embers, Milo would slip away to Whispering Hollow, a forgotten glade where the trees bent close together, forming a cathedral of gnarled branches. It was here, beneath a silver birch weeping amber tears of sap, that Milo's boot struck something solid. Brushing aside a carpet of ochre ferns, he uncovered a stone basin no larger than a bread loaf, its edges carved with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by shadow. The basin filled with rainwater as Milo watched, though no drops fell from the overcast sky. As the water stilled, it reflected not Milo's freckled face, but a forest floor dusted with luminescent pollen, where mushrooms glowed like fallen stars. A moth with wings like stained glass fluttered against the water's surface, and without thinking, Milo reached down. His fingers passed through cool liquid into warm, dappled sunlight. He tumbled forward, landing softly on moss that sighed beneath his weight. He'd crossed into the Glimmerwood. Trees towered like ancient sentinels, their bark shimmering with veins of opal. Rivers of liquid moonlight wound through groves of singing bluebells, and the air hummed with the harmony of unseen crickets. Yet the Glimmerwood was wounded. Patches of trees stood lifeless and gray, their branches brittle as old bones. A creeping silence smothered the birdsong. That's when Milo met Thistle. She emerged from behind a petrified oak, a creature of twigs and thorns woven into the shape of a fox, with eyes like molten amber and a crown of wilted fireweed blossoms. Village tales warned of Thornkin, mischievous spirits who tangled sheep wool and soured milk. Thistle cowered, her twiggy body rattling. "You're solid," she whispered, voice like wind through reeds. "Solids bring axes." Milo showed her his empty hands. "I only tend growing things." He pointed to the sickly trees. "What happened here?" "Ash blight," Thistle said mournfully. "It steals song and color. The heartseed tree is fading, the one that feeds our woods." She led him to a clearing where a colossal tree stood, its trunk split by a jagged crack oozing black sap. Roots pulsed weakly with fading gold light. "Its seeds are the only cure, but none have bloomed since the blight came." Milo placed his palm on the cracked bark. A shiver ran through him, the tree's anguish echoed his own loneliness. "Maybe I can help," he offered. Their unlikely friendship began with small kindnesses. Milo taught Thistle how to weave nourishing compost from glowworm castings and dew. Thistle showed him how to listen to root songs, melodies that revealed where the blight festered. They discovered the ash blight spread through sorrow, it fed on fractured connections. "It began when the bridge between our world and yours broke," Thistle explained one twilight as they rested on a lily pad floating down a starry stream. "Your people forgot us. Loneliness lets blight grow." Milo thought of Willowbrook's fear of the unknown, the boarded-up windows facing the woods, the warnings about thorny fiends. He'd never corrected them. One evening, as they treated a sapling by humming berry vine lullabies, Thistle's amber eyes widened. "Look." A single seed pod had sprouted on the heartseed tree, a pearlescent bulb no bigger than a hazelnut. Hope ignited in Milo's chest, but it withered when jagged shadows detached from the diseased trees. Ashblight specters, creatures of smoke and splintered bone, swarmed toward the precious seed. "Run, Milo." Thistle yelped, thrusting the seed into his hands. She lunged at the specters, her thorny body tangling their insubstantial forms. "Get it to safety." Milo sprinted toward the stone basin portal, specters shredding the air behind him. He plunged through the water just as claws grazed his tunic, emerging gasping and whispering hollow. The basin's water turned murky and still. Thistle hadn't followed. Back in Willowbrook, dread coiled in Milo's belly. The village elder, Master Hemlock, found him shivering by the herb sheds. Foolish boy, wandering near the cursed hollows. Hemlock's gaze fell on the glowing seed. "What devilry is this?" "It's medicine," Milo blurted out. For the woods and for us. The blight here started when we stopped caring for the Glimmerwood. He showed Hemlock the gray rot creeping up the village's oldest apple tree, a mirror of the sickness across worlds. Hemlock scoffed. Superstitious nonsense, that seed reeks of magic. We'll burn it at dawn. That night Milo huddled in his garden shed, the heartseed pulsing warmly in his palm. Thistle was trapped. The Glimmerwood was dying, and Willowbrook's fear would doom them all. Courage, he realized, wasn't the absence of fear. It was tending fragile hope despite it. He crept into the moonlit square where the seed awaited its pyre. As he lifted it, the seed flared. Images bloomed in Milo's mind, thistle braiding vines to mend broken branches, villagers leaving honey offerings for wood sprites generations ago, his own hands planting rosemary seedlings. The seed needed remembrance, not fire. Stop. Hemlock's voice cracked like ice. Villagers gathered, pitchforks gleaming dully. That thing has addled your wits. Milo stood tall, seed held aloft. It shows us what we've forgotten. We belong to the woods as much as it belongs to us. He pressed the seed to the rotten apple tree. Light exploded, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Gold tendrils unfurled from the seed, stitching the tree's blighted bark. Flowers burst forth in midwinter colors, sapphire poppies, emerald daisies. Gasps rippled through the crowd as the healing light flowed down streets, reviving parched gardens and crumbling stone walls. The glow coalesced into Thistle, materializing beside Milo. She trembled, twigs scorched by her battle. Hemlock staggered back. The Thornkin. She's my friend, Milo said firmly, helping Thistle stand. She fought the blight to save this seed. Thistle bowed her head. We broke the bridge with our fear. Let us rebuild it. Slowly, she extended a twig-fingered hand toward Hemlock. Silence hung thick as fog. Then a child darted forward, Leela, the miller's daughter, placing a sun-warmed oat cake in Thistle's grasp. For saving our apples, she whispered. One by one, villagers stepped forward. A farmer offered a spool of mending twine. The blacksmith brought a bucket of warm milk. Hemlock, tears cutting paths through his weathered cheeks, laid his gnarled hand over Thistle's twigs. Teach us, he rasped. In the Glimmerwood, the heartseed tree bloomed anew, its branches heavy with luminous fruit. Milo and Thistle tended both worlds, their hands planting orchards where blight had reigned. Villagers learned to listen to root songs, Thornkin danced at harvest festivals. And every evening, as fireflies kindled in the meadows, Milo would sit by the stone basin, now a gateway of woven light, sharing stories with a friend whose laughter sounded like leaves rustling, gentle and evergreen. He'd gone seeking solitude, but found belonging in the space between two worlds, a gardener who learned that hearts, like forests, grow strongest when nourished by unexpected companions. And as the twin moons rose over the Glimmerwood, casting silver paths on the mended bridge between realms, Milo knew no blight could withstand the quiet, relentless courage of kindness remembered. Story 11. The village of Glimmerbrook nestled beside a river that wasn't quite water. Instead, it flowed with liquid starlight, shimmering with soft blues, silvers, and occasional flashes of gold. Its banks were mossy velvet, dotted with mushrooms that glowed like tiny lanterns and flowers that hummed gentle tunes when the breeze tickled them. The villagers were a cheerful bunch, each possessing a small, unique magic. There was Flicker, the baker, whose pastries floated just above the counter, unless held down by a particularly determined thumb. Thimble, the tailor, could sew shadows into patchwork cloaks that made the wearer nearly invisible at twilight. And Puddle, the youngest, whose laughter caused actual, tiny, warm puddles of sunlight to appear on the ground. Life in Glimmerbrook was peaceful and perpetually sprinkled with harmless, everyday enchantment. That is, until the day the colors started disappearing. It began subtly. The normally vibrant crimson berries on Mrs. Gable's prized bush turned a dull, muddy brown overnight. Then the cheerful yellow door of the village library faded to a sad beige. By the third day, patches of the shimmering river turned gray and sluggish, and even the glowing mushrooms dimmed significantly. A wave of bewildered dismay washed over Glimmerbrook. Without color, the magic felt thin, the joy muted. Mayor Brambleberry, a portly badger who wore spectacles perched precariously on his snout, called an urgent meeting under the ancient, slightly glowing willow-heart tree. "Friends," he declared, his voice unusually shaky, "our hues are vanishing, our sparkle is dimming. We must find the cause before Glimmerbrook becomes Dullbrook." Puddles, splashing her feet in one of her own sunlight puddles, which was now a worrying shade of pale cream, piped up, "Maybe something's eating them, like how I eat blueberries." Thimble adjusted his shadow-thread spectacles. "Eating color preposterous, more likely it's being borrowed without asking." Flicker, trying to stop a floating, now gray scone from bumping into the mayor's head, suggested, "Perhaps it's a shy creature, drawn to the brightness but accidentally taking it." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Glimmerbrook folk were kind-hearted, assuming malice was their last resort. They decided to investigate. Teams were formed. Flicker and Puddle would scout the whispering woods bordering the village. Thimble and Mayor Brambleberry would examine the riverbanks. Others would keep watch in the village square. Flicker and Puddle ventured into the whispering woods. The trees here normally rustled with secrets and glowed with soft bioluminescent patterns. Now the whispers were worried murmurs, and the glow was faint. Puddle's laughter created only lukewarm, pale puddles. "Look," Puddle whispered, pointing to the base of a giant, ancient oak. A patch of moss, usually a vibrant emerald, was bleached bone white, and leading away from it were tiny, shimmering footprints. They weren't made of dirt, but of the faintest residue of stolen color, a smudge of blue here, a fleck of yellow there, sparkling weakly in the dim light. "Color footprints," gasped Flicker. "Puddle, you clever thing." They followed the trail. It wound through ferns that had lost their frilly green luster, past a cluster of mushrooms now as gray as pebbles, and deeper into the woods than either had ever gone. The air grew cooler and the light dimmer, yet the sparkling footprints became slightly brighter, leading towards a dense thicket of silver-barked saplings. Crouching low, Flicker and Puddle peered through the leaves. In a small, shadowy clearing sat the most peculiar creature they had ever seen. It was about the size of a large hedgehog, but covered in smooth, overlapping scales that seemed to shift and ripple. The oddest part: its entire body was a chaotic, swirling vortex of color-vibrant reds, blues, greens, yellows, purples all jumbled together like a spilled paint box having a dizzy spell. It was huddled over a large, smooth river stone, and as they watched, it touched the stone with a tiny, clawed paw. A faint pulse of light traveled from the stone into the creature, and a patch of its swirling scales momentarily glowed a pure, deep sapphire blue before dissolving back into the chaos. At the same time, the stone itself turned a fraction grayer. "It's collecting colors," Flicker breathed. "But why are they all swirly and mixed up?" Puddle wondered aloud, forgetting to whisper. The creature froze. Its large, multifaceted eyes, like polished jewels, swiveled towards the thicket. With a startled chirp that sounded like a tiny bell being dropped, it tried to scramble away, tripping over its own paws in a tangle of swirling hues. It bumped into a sapling, and a shower of pale, nearly colorless leaves drifted down. "Wait," Flicker called gently, stepping out. "Please, don't be scared, we won't hurt you." The creature huddled behind the river stone, its swirling colors churning faster, a kaleidoscope of nervousness. It peeked one large, emerald-green eye over the top. "We're from Glimmerbrook," Puddle said, kneeling down to be less intimidating. "You've been taking our colors, the berries, the door, the river. Even my sunshine puddles are pale." The creature made a soft, mournful sound, like a deflating balloon. It pointed a claw at its own chaotic, swirling scales, then gestured vaguely towards Glimmerbrook, and finally tapped the gray river stone sadly. Thimble's theory echoed in Flicker's mind. You're not stealing to be mean, are you? You're borrowing, but why is it all mixed up?" The creature chirped again, a series of rapid, fluting notes. It scampered out slightly and nudged a smaller, smooth pebble towards them. It touched the pebble and a faint, muddy brown smudge appeared on its scales. It looked utterly miserable. Understanding dawned on Puddle. "Oh, you want to be one color, but when you touch something, you take its color, but it gets all jumbled with the others you already have." The creature nodded vigorously, its swirling vortex slowing to a sad, murky whirlpool of hues. It pointed to the river stone, then to its own chest, and made a gesture of something breaking. Flicker gasped. "The river stone, it's special to you, and you wanted to make it beautiful, but every time you tried, you took color from it and just made yourself, well, chaotic." Another mournful nod. The creature, whom they decided to call Chroma, though they weren't sure if it understood names, looked utterly dejected. It hadn't meant to drain Glimmerbrook, it just wanted to be a single, beautiful color like the things it admired, and to make its special stone lovely. But its magic was backfiring spectacularly. Back in the village square, Flicker and Puddle explained everything to the gathered villagers and the returned Thimble and Mayor Brambleberry. Concern turned to sympathetic murmurs. "Poor little mite," clucked Mrs. Gable. "Just wants to be pretty and fix its rock." "An unfocused thaumaturgical absorption," declared Thimble, adjusting his spectacles. "Fascinating, but problematic." Mayor Brambleberry tapped his chin. "So the challenge is clear. We need to help Chroma focus its color borrowing, return the colors it took, and help it achieve its wish without turning our home gray." They brainstormed. Pouring colors onto Chroma. Too messy. Building a color-sorting machine. Too complex. Puddle, idly making a small, pale puddle on the cobblestones, had an idea. What if instead of Chroma taking the color, we give it the color, and only one color? "How?" asked Flicker. Puddle pointed to the river of starlight. "The river has lots of colors, and it's magic. What if we make a color bath, but only one color at a time?" Thimble snapped his fingers, a small shadow briefly detached itself and danced on the wall. A chromatic filtration system, using the river's inherent properties. Brilliant, Puddle. The villagers sprang into action. Thimble, with incredible speed, sewed together enormous, shimmering nets woven from threads of pure moonlight and strands of willow bark. Flicker baked special dense biscuits that sank instead of floated, anchoring the nets. Others gathered large, shallow basins made from polished river stones. They set up their contraption where the starlight river flowed fastest. First, they positioned a net designed to filter only the deepest sapphire blue. They directed a stream of river water through it into one basin. The water in the basin glowed a pure, radiant blue. Then, gently, they coaxed Chroma towards it. The creature looked hesitant, its scales swirling nervously. "It's okay," Puddle said softly. "It's a gift, just blue." Chroma dipped a single claw into the blue basin. Instead of the color rushing into Chroma, the pure blue light flowed onto its scales. And miracle of miracles, wherever the blue light touched, the swirling chaos calmed and settled into a smooth, uniform sapphire blue. Chroma let out a sound of pure, astonished delight, like a whole wind chime caught in a joyful breeze. It carefully stepped fully into the basin. As the blue light enveloped it, its entire body transformed from chaotic swirl to a breathtaking, solid, shimmering blue. It looked like a living piece of twilight sky. The villagers cheered. Chroma climbed out, radiantly blue, and did a little happy dance, its scales catching the light beautifully. Then it approached its special river stone. It placed a blue paw on it. This time, instead of draining color from the stone, a pulse of pure blue light flowed from Chroma into the stone. The gray vanished, replaced by a deep, polished lapis lazuli blue. Chroma chirped triumphantly. But it wasn't done. It scampered over to Mrs. Gable's berry bush, touched a berry, and restored its vibrant crimson. It zipped to the library door, bringing back its sunny yellow. It dashed to the riverbank, touching the gray patches, which instantly flowed again with silver and gold starlight. Finally, it bumped gently against Puddle's leg. Puddle giggled, and this time her laughter created a full, warm, golden sunshine puddle that sparkled brilliantly. The colors were back, brighter than ever, and Chroma was now a magnificent, solid blue. But Chroma looked at the other basins. Thimble had prepared one glowing ruby red, another sunshine yellow, another emerald green. It chirped questioningly. Mayor Brambleberry chuckled. I think our friend has discovered the joy of changing its look. Perhaps one color at a time is the key. And so, a delightful routine began. Chroma became Glimmerbrook's beloved color keeper. It would choose a color each morning, dipping into the appropriate basin to become that pure, radiant hue. Then it would scamper through the village, not taking color, but enhancing it, deepening the green of the moss, brightening the flower petals, adding extra sparkle to the river. Its special river stone became a kaleidoscope, changing color daily to match Chroma's chosen hue. The villagers adored it, often leaving little polished pebbles near the river for Chroma to practice on. The unexpected twist. Chroma's focused color magic had an unforeseen benefit. When it touched the willow heart tree while glowing gold, the ancient tree started shedding leaves that turned into tiny, fluttering butterflies of pure light. When it touched the humming flowers while emerald green, their tunes became harmonious, complex melodies. Glimmerbrook didn't just regain its color, it became more magically vibrant than ever before. The happy, humorous resolution came one sunny afternoon. The villagers decided to throw a Who's Who festival to celebrate. Everyone wore their brightest clothes. Flicker baked rainbow-layered cakes that hovered merrily above the tables. Thimble created cloaks woven from actual laughter and sunlight. And Chroma. For the festival, it performed the ultimate trick. It dipped one paw in red, another in yellow, another in blue, and its tail tip in green. Then carefully it touched them all together on a giant, white canvas Thimble had hung. Instead of chaotic swirls, the colors blended perfectly, creating the most magnificent, shimmering rainbow that arched right over the village square, solid and radiant. It wasn't paint, it was woven light. People could walk under it, feeling a gentle, warm tingle of pure joy. As the firefly lanterns were lit and the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Chroma, now a soft, contented violet after a dip in the purple basin, curled up on its lapis lazuli stone beneath the permanent, magical rainbow bridge. Puddle snuggled nearby in one of her extra-warm sunshine puddles. Mayor Brambleberry addressed the happy crowd, his spectacles gleaming. Well, my friends, it seems our little color thief wasn't a thief at all, just a friend who needed help understanding its own unique brush, and look what beauty we've created together. Chroma let out a satisfied purr that sounded like a contented cat playing a tiny xylophone. Glimmerbrook bathed in the soft glow of the rainbow bridge, the shimmering river, and countless happy lights, was a symphony of color and gentle magic. The air hummed with the flowers' joyful melodies, carrying the comforting scent of Flicker's floating pastries. It was a place where problems were solved with kindness and creativity, where uniqueness was celebrated, and where every night ended wrapped in a cozy blanket of colorful, peaceful dreams. And as the villagers drifted off to sleep, the last thing they saw was the gentle pulse of the Rainbow Bridge, a promise of endless, whimsical tomorrows, lulling them into the deepest, most contented slumber. A soft yawn escaped Puddle, echoed by a sleepy chirp from Chroma, and the only sound left was the happy sigh of the Starlight River, flowing peacefully under the watchful, twinkling stars. Story 12. The little cottage nestled at the edge of Whisperwood always smelled of cinnamon and damp earth, especially on rainy evenings like this one. Inside, Sylvie sat curled in her grandmother's old rocking chair, staring at the hearth where embers glowed like sleepy fireflies. Outside, the once vibrant moonpetal garden, her grandmother's pride, lay cloaked in twilight, its flowers drooping, their silver petals dull as tarnished spoons. Sylvie traced a finger over the cracked spine of her grandmother's gardening journal, her heart heavy. Change had come like an uninvited storm, first the loss of her grandmother, then the garden's slow fading, and now the quiet dread that she could never fill those worn gardening boots. It was perfect as it was, she whispered to the empty room. Why must everything change? Sylvie wasn't alone in her worry. Perched on the windowsill, a small firefly named Glimmer pulsed his lantern-like belly in soft, worried gold. "You're frowning again," he chimed, his voice like tiny bells. "The garden misses your laughter." Sylvie sighed. "I don't know how to help it, Glimmer. Grandma's roses used to bloom all winter. Now even the sunflowers won't lift their heads." Glimmer flitted closer, his light warming her cheek. "Perhaps it's not the garden that needs fixing first," he murmured. But Sylvie just wrapped her shawl tighter, listening to the rain tap its mournful rhythm on the roof. The next morning, Sylvie trudged into the garden, her boots sinking into mud. The air hung thick with the scent of wet soil and decaying petals, a far cry from the honey-sweet fragrance Grandma's magic once spun. Near the garden's heart stood Elderwood, an ancient oak whose bark shimmered with veins of amber light. His leaves rustled in a language only Sylvie understood, for her grandmother had passed down the gift of listening. "Child," his voice rumbled like distant thunder, "your sorrow is a shadow over the roots. The garden reflects the gardener's heart." Sylvie pressed her palm to his trunk, rough and warm. "But how do I make it bright again? Everything feels broken." Elderwood's branches creaked gently. "Magic grows not from forcing, but from yielding, like a river finding new paths after a storm." As days passed, Sylvie noticed stranger things. When she cried over a withered patch of star lilies, frost crackled over their stems. When she angrily tugged at stubborn weeds, thorns sprouted along the garden path, sharp and unwelcoming. "It's mirroring you," Glimmer observed softly one evening, lighting her way as dusk fell. "Your fear, your resistance, it's choking the magic." Sylvie winced, watching a cluster of bluebells curl inward as if hiding. "I don't mean to hurt it," she whispered. "I just wish things stayed the same." Help arrived in small, steady ways. Mr. Thistle, the kind hedgehog who tended the vegetable patch next door, often shuffled over with steaming chamomile tea and stories. "Your grandmother," he'd wheeze, adjusting his spectacles. Oh, she wrestled with change too. When the great windstorm of 47 toppled her prize elm, she wept for a week. But then, aha, she carved its wood into benches where friends now gather. He'd tap Sylvie's hand with a claw. "Scars can become shelter, dearie." Meanwhile, Glimmer taught her firefly games, dancing in patterns that painted stories on the dark, and slowly, Sylvie's laughter returned, tentative as a bud unfurling. One moonless night, a tempest swept through Whisperwood. Winds howled like wolves, tearing at rooftops and threatening to uproot the garden. Sylvie raced outside, heart pounding, as rain lashed her face. Elderwood's branches groaned under the strain. "The heart-root," he cried above the din. "Protect it, or all is lost." The heartroot, a glowing, pulsing vine buried deep beneath the oak, was the garden's lifeline, vulnerable to despair. Sylvie stumbled through the chaos, mud sucking at her boots. Lightning flashed, illuminating thorns snaking toward the root like black serpents. Her old fears surged. I'm not strong enough. Not like Grandma. But then she heard Glimmer's frantic chime, saw Mr. Thistle struggling to hold back a fallen branch with his small paws, and felt Elderwood's trust like a warm embrace through the storm. Taking a breath, Sylvie did the hardest thing. She yielded. Instead of fighting the storm, she knelt by the heartroot, placed her hands on the earth, and listened. She whispered to the garden, not of loss, but of gratitude for Grandma's stories, for Glimmer's light, for Elderwood's wisdom, for Mr. Thistle's tea. She spoke of new beginnings, the joy of first sprouts, the courage in weathered bark, the beauty in change itself. As her words wove through the gale, something shifted. The thorns retreated, dissolving into dark mist. From her palms a gentle warmth spread, not Grandma's magic but her own, golden and soft as dandelion fluff. It flowed into the heartroot, which blazed like a captured sunrise. When dawn broke, exhausted and soaked, Sylvie opened her eyes. The storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean and hushed. But it was the garden that stole her breath. Moon petals glowed with inner starlight, their fragrance richer than before. Roses spiraled into arches of living crystal, humming with quiet music. Sunflowers stretched tall, faces turned not just to the sun, but to each other, petals edged in silver. And where the heartroot pulsed, a new tree had sprung overnight, slender and young, its leaves shimmering with every color of the dawn. It was different. It was breathtaking. Elderwood's laugh rustled through the branches. You see, you needed no fixing, little gardener, only growing. Mr. Thistle dabbed his eyes with a leaf. Scars and shelter, he sniffed proudly. Glimmer landed on Sylvie's shoulder, his light blending with the garden's new radiance. It's not the same, Sylvie murmured, touching a petal that changed hue at her touch, blue to violet to gold. No, said Elderwood gently. It's alive, like you. In the weeks that followed, Sylvie learned to tend her own magic. She sang to seedlings, and they curled toward her voice. When doubts crept in, she'd sit beneath the young tree, now named Hope's Heart, and watch its colors dance. She understood now, transformation wasn't about erasing the past, but weaving it into something resilient and new. The garden thrived not as a copy of her grandmother's, but as Sylvie's own masterpiece, a tapestry of memory and discovery. On the first frost-kissed evening of winter, Sylvie lit the hearth and opened Grandma's journal. Instead of sorrow, she felt warmth. She penned new entries, sketches of crystalline roses, notes on Glimmer's dances, pressed leaves from Hope's heart. Outside, snow began to fall, blanketing the garden in diamond-bright silence. Glimmer nestled in her hair, his light a tiny sun against the dark. It's beautiful, he chimed sleepily. Sylvie smiled, rocking gently as embers whispered in the grate. Yes, she agreed, watching snowflakes waltz past the window. Changes. And in that quiet cottage, surrounded by the garden's soft glow and the love woven into every leaf and petal, Sylvie felt peace settle deep in her bones, a gentle, growing thing, as magical and enduring as the roots beneath the snow. Story 13. The village of Glimmerbrook nestled in a valley cradled by ancient, moss-draped hills, a place where cobblestone streets wound like sleepy rivers between cottages with thatched roofs. Every evening, as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach, enchanted lanterns hanging from oak branches would flicker to life with a warm, golden light. But one crisp autumn evening, young Finn noticed something amiss. The lanterns sputtered weakly, casting long, trembling shadows instead of their usual steady glow. Stranger still, the village's prized harmony bell, a chime that rang pure notes whenever kindness bloomed, remained stubbornly silent, even when Old Man Hemlock shared his apple tarts at the market. Finn, a boy with eyes like polished river stones and a knitted scarf perpetually trailing behind him, felt a prickle of concern. He mentioned it to his friend Mara, whose braids were always threaded with sprigs of rosemary. "It's not just the lanterns," Mara whispered, her breath misting in the cool air. "The hearth sprites in the bakery won't dance. Mistress Ivy's bread turned to stone this morning." Indeed, the cozy bakery, usually fragrant with cinnamon and yeast, felt chilly, and the tiny, fiery creatures who tended the ovens huddled miserably in the ashes, their sparks dim. That night Finn lay awake, listening to the wind sigh through the chimneys. A soft tap-tap-tap echoed at his window. Outside, perched on the sill, was a silver owl with feathers like moonlit frost. "Hoo-hoo," it murmured, its voice like rustling parchment. "The heart of Glimmerbrook trembles. Seek the whispering stones at dawn." Before Finn could reply, it vanished into the velvet dark. At first light, Finn and Mara bundled themselves in woolens and followed the owl's advice, crunching through fallen leaves toward the mossy circle of standing stones on Sunbeam Hill. There, sitting atop the tallest stone, was an ancient badger named Thistlewick. His fur was grizzled and spectacles perched on his snout. "Ah," he rumbled, his voice warm as embers. "Trouble stirs the magic, I see. Tell me everything." As they described the flickering lights, the silent bell, and the sulking hearth sprites, Thistlewick's brow furrowed. "Magic ebbs when balance is lost. Something or someone is drawing warmth away like a thirsty root drinks water." Thistlewick led them down a fern-lined path to the heart of the village, the great root cellar beneath the Harmony Bell's tower. Inside, the air hummed with stored enchantments, jars of summer sunlight, bundles of laughter wind, and vials of stardust. But the cellar felt unnaturally cold. "Observe," Thistlewick whispered, tapping his claw on the earthen floor. Tiny, luminous footprints glimmered faintly, leading toward a crack in the wall barely wider than a coin. "Sprite tracks, but they are shivering." Mara knelt, pressing her palm to the crack. "It's like winter's hiding in there." Finn noticed something else, delicate strands of spider silk, woven into intricate patterns near the opening, sparkling with frost. Thistlewick, "Look, frost webs." The badger adjusted his spectacles. "Clever eyes, child. Frost spiders weave only when they're frightened or cold. But why here?" Following the frost webs deeper into the cellar's shadows, they discovered a hidden passage behind a root-twisted archway. It led to a cavern glittering with ice crystals. Huddled in the center, trembling, was a family of tiny, furry creatures Finn had never seen, round as hazelnuts, with twitching noses and fur like spun moonlight. "Ice puffs." Thistlewick gasped softly. "They migrate south through mountain tunnels, but this little clan must have taken a wrong turn and gotten trapped. Their very presence chills the air around them." Indeed, the cavern walls shimmered with cold, and the ice puffs' frightened whimpers sounded like tinkling icicles. Understanding dawned. The ice puffs, lost in freezing, had unconsciously drawn warmth from Glimmerbrook's magic to survive, dimming the lanterns, silencing the bell, and making the hearth sprites too cold to work. "They didn't mean harm," Mara murmured, her eyes soft. "They're just scared and cold." Now came the gentle problem-solving. "We must guide them home," said Thistlewick. "But the mountain tunnels are sealed by early snow." Finn remembered the jars of summer sunlight lining the cellar shelves. Could these help? Thistlewick's whiskers twitched in a smile. "Wisely thought, child." Mara, "Fetch the warmest wool blankets from the weaver." Finn, "Gather sunlight jars." Working together, they wrapped the shivering ice puffs in blankets woven with threads of phoenix down. Mara hummed a lullaby her grandmother taught her, a melody like a crackling hearth, while Finn carefully uncorked a jar. Liquid gold sunlight spilled out, not burning, but radiating gentle warmth that melted the frost webs into dewdrops. The ice puffs stopped shivering, their fur fluffing up like dandelions. Thistlewick consulted his star chart spectacles. The southern star path opens tonight. We need a guide who knows the cold. Finn recalled the silver owl. She found me, maybe she'll help. Stepping outside, he whispered to the twilight, "Please, wise owl, they need you." With a silent sweep of wings, she appeared, her eyes gleaming like opals. "Who?" she agreed. "The sky roads are clear." Under the owl's guidance, the children in Thistlewick carried the bundled ice puffs to Sunbeam Hill. The owl soared ahead, her wings painting silver trails in the dark. One by one, the ice puffs nuzzled Finn's and Mara's hands in thanks, their noses cold as snowdrops, before hopping onto the owl's back. With a final soft hoo-hoo, the owl spiraled upward, carrying them toward the starry path south. As they vanished, warmth rushed back into Glimmerbrook like a sigh. The lanterns blazed steady and bright, turning the streets into rivers of gold. In the square, the harmony bell rang out, a deep, sweet chime that echoed the children's relieved laughter. Back in the bakery, hearth sprites somersaulted joyfully in the flames, and the scent of rising bread, warm and yeasty, filled the air. That night, as Finn snuggled under his quilt, he heard a familiar tap, tap, tap. Outside, the silver owl had returned. On the sill lay a perfect ice crystal, shaped like a tiny heart left by the ice puffs. It didn't melt but glowed with a soft blue light, a reminder that even lost things find their way home, and kindness, like starlight, travels the farthest roads of all. The lanterns outside burned brightly, their light steady and sure, wrapping Glimmerbrook in a cozy, golden embrace as the stars winked peacefully overhead. All was well, and sleep came as softly as falling snow. Story 14. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon and wood smoke. At its heart stood Finn's bakery, renowned for its perfectly identical, golden-brown loaves of sunbread. Finn, the young baker, took immense pride in this consistency. Each loaf was a precise echo of the last, same weight, same shape, same comforting, predictable taste. Change, Finn believed, was the enemy of perfection. He measured his flour to the grain, timed his kneading by the chimes of the town clock, and kept the oven temperature unwavering. His world was a comforting loop of flour dust, warm yeast, and familiar routine. But lately, a quiet unease had settled over Finn. The village council suggested a new herb garden might inspire different breads. Travelers spoke of exotic spices from distant lands. Even the seasons seemed to shift with a little less predictability. Finn felt a knot tighten in his chest whenever he thought of altering his beloved sunbread recipe. "Why fix what isn't broken?" he'd mutter, kneading the dough with extra vigor as if to press his anxieties into submission. Unbeknownst to Finn, the bakery held a gentle magic. Generations ago, the first baker, moved by pure joy, had baked under a rare, shimmering moonbeam that slipped through the old oak rafters. Ever since, the bakery responded to the baker's heart. When Finn's grandfather baked with laughter, the bread seemed to sparkle. When his mother baked with sorrow during a hard winter, the loaves, though perfectly formed, tasted subtly of comforting tears. Now, with Finn's growing resistance to change, the magic began to stir in a new way. One crisp autumn morning, Finn pulled his usual batch from the oven. Instead of the warm, golden glow, the loaves were rigid. They held their perfect shape, yes, but they felt unnaturally hard, like smooth river stones. When he tapped one, it gave a dull thunk. Panic fluttered in Finn's throat. He tried again, meticulously following his routine. Out came another batch of stone bread. The third batch, baked while frustration bubbled inside him, emerged slightly warm but as bland as unseasoned oats. The magic, reflecting his rigid fear, was turning his perfect bread into symbols of his own stagnation. Word spread quickly. Kindly old Granny Me, whose cottage was draped in climbing roses that bloomed year-round, shuffled in. Her eyes, sharp as thorns but warm as summer earth, took in the stone loaves piled on the counter. "Trouble in paradise, young Finn?" she asked, her voice like rustling leaves. Finn slumped onto a flour-dusted stool, explaining his woes. "I don't understand. I did everything the same. Changes messy, unpredictable. My bread was perfect." Granny Me picked up a stone loaf, surprisingly light for its hardness. "Perfect is a lovely word, Finn," she murmured, tracing a finger over its unyielding surface. "But sometimes what we cling to as perfect is just safe, like a bird afraid to leave its nest even when its wings itch to fly. Perhaps your bread," she tapped the hard crust, "is telling you something your heart already knows, but your head is too stubborn to hear." She left him with a small pouch of dried, fragrant lavender from her garden. "Just a whisper, mind you, see what happens." Then there was Lila, the cheerful weaver whose tapestries burst with impossible colors. She bounced in, her arms full of vibrant yarn. "Stone bread, oh Finn, how wonderfully peculiar." She didn't seem dismayed at all. "Maybe it's not broken, just waiting for a new song." She plopped a small jar of jewel-bright dried berries onto his counter, crimson cranberries and deep blue juniper. A little surprise never hurt anyone. Try adding a spark. Alone again, Finn stared at the lavender and the berries. Change. It felt like looking over a cliff edge. But the stone loaves were undeniable. He couldn't bake his familiar comfort. Taking a deep, shuddering breath that stirred the flower motes in a sunbeam, he decided on the smallest change. He would add 1 pinch of Granny Me's lavender to half the dough, and 5 of Leela's berries to the other half. Just a whisper. Just a spark. His hands trembled as he mixed. Breaking the routine felt physically uncomfortable, like wearing shoes on the wrong feet. But as he worked the fragrant lavender into the dough, a calming scent filled the bakery, softening the edges of his anxiety. The berry dough became streaked with vibrant color, a shocking contrast to the usual uniform beige. He baked them nervously. When he opened the oven, the air shimmered. The lavender loaves weren't stone. They were soft, slightly paler, and emanated a soothing, floral warmth. The berry loaves were a deep purple blue, surprisingly light, and smelled like a sunlit forest. Tentatively, Finn broke off a piece of the lavender bread. It melted on his tongue, leaving a gentle calm. The berry bread burst with a tart sweetness that made him smile. They weren't his sunbread, but they were good. Different but delightful. And the magic, responding to his willingness to try, had transformed them. Encouraged but still cautious, Finn experimented more. He added a sprinkle of wild thyme, a drizzle of honey from Old Man Hemlock's bees. Sometimes the bread rose lopsided, sometimes the crust browned too quickly. Layla, a frequent visitor now, would laugh and declare the lopsided loaf full of character. Granny Me would savor a slightly burnt crust, murmuring, "Ah, a hint of adventure." They weren't critics, they were companions on his uncertain journey. The bakery magic deepened its reflection. Bread baked when Finn felt curious developed delicate, shimmering patterns on the crust. When he baked with a newfound patience after a failed experiment, the loaves stayed warm for hours. One rainy afternoon, feeling particularly brave, Finn decided not to measure his flour at all, relying on the feel of the dough. It was terrifying. The resulting loaf was wild and uneven, bulging at one end. But when he cut into it, the crumb was light as a cloud and held a beautiful, intricate honeycomb pattern inside. It tasted of pure, unadulterated joy. He named it Cloud Loaf, and it became an instant, if unpredictable, favorite. The real transformation, however, happened slowly within Finn. He began to see change not as a threat to perfection, but as an invitation to discovery. The rigid knot in his chest loosened, replaced by a fluttering curiosity. He started noticing the subtle shifts in the seasons, the way the light slanted differently through the bakery window in October, the crispness of the apples arriving at market. He talked to the travelers, learning about saffron and cardamom, storing the knowledge like precious seeds. One evening, preparing for the annual Harvest Moon Festival, Finn felt a profound sense of peace. He wasn't afraid. He gathered ingredients: Granny Me's late-blooming roses, Leela's sun-dried apricots, Hemlock's dark honey, and a whisper of the exotic cinnamon travelers spoke of. He didn't follow a strict recipe. He listened to the dough, felt its texture, adjusted with a pinch of this, a splash of that. He baked with an open heart, humming an old tune his grandfather used to sing. When the loaves emerged, the entire bakery filled with a soft, golden light. The bread was neither perfectly round nor uniformly colored. It swirled with hues of amber, rose, and deep brown, like a captured sunset. Delicate sugar crystals sparkled on the crust like morning dew, and the scent was an intoxicating blend of comfort and adventure: warm honey, floral rose, spicy cinnamon, and sweet fruit. It was the most beautiful bread Willowbrook had ever seen. Finn took the first loaf to the village green, where the festival was beginning. Under the luminous harvest moon, he shared it with Granny Me, Lila, Old Man Hemlock, and the gathered villagers. As they bit into the warm, yielding crumb, a collective sigh of wonder rose into the cool night air. The taste was complex, layered, comforting like a hug, exciting like a journey, and deeply, profoundly satisfying. It tasted of acceptance, of courage, of growth. It tasted like Finn. Granny Me patted his hand, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. There now, young Finn, you see. The most beautiful gardens grow from a single, brave seed breaking open in the dark earth. Leela, her mouth full, beamed. It's not just bread, Finn, it's a story, a delicious, ever-changing story. Finn looked around at the contented faces, illuminated by lantern light and the magic emanating from his creation. He felt no need for the old, rigid perfection. The warmth in his chest wasn't anxiety anymore. It was the steady, comforting glow of a hearth fire, welcoming the new while cherishing the old. He understood now. The magic wasn't just in the bakery. It was in the transformation of his own spirit, mirrored in every unique, imperfect, and utterly beautiful loaf. Change wasn't the end of comfort. It was the beginning of a deeper, richer kind of peace, the peace found in embracing the unfolding story of oneself, one brave, delicious change at a time. And as the gentle strains of festival music drifted on the cinnamon-scented breeze, Finn smiled, knowing his own journey, like his bread, was just beginning to rise. Story 15. Deep within the elder grove, where ancient oaks whispered secrets to the wind and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy stones, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the forest's magic. Here, the boundary between earth and enchantment blurred like mist over a pond. Bramble, a young hedgehog with quills like polished obsidian, felt the forest's heartbeat in his paws. Autumn had arrived, but something was amiss. The maple leaves, usually ablaze with crimson and gold, fell too soon, brittle and silent. The air, once crisp with the scent of ripe blackberries and damp soil, hung heavy and still, as if holding its breath. Bramble's favorite oak, Grandfather Root, stood at the forest's heart. Its bark, etched with centuries of stories, normally hummed with warmth. Now it felt cold. The weave is fraying, murmured Fern, a badger whose silver-streaked fur held the wisdom of countless seasons. She pointed to the canopy, where leaves drifted like forgotten promises. When the balance weakens, magic fades. Without it, winter's sleep becomes eternal silence. The weave was the forest's lifeblood, a tapestry of roots, mycelium, and starlight connecting every creature. Its magic pulsed with the seasons, spring's rebirth, summer's abundance, autumn's release, winter's rest. But now autumn's ritual of gentle decay had stalled. Long ago, Fern explained, her voice a low rumble like distant thunder, the starlight dew ceremony mended the weave. We gathered dewdrops from the moonlit ferns, sang the song of falling seeds, and wove frost into the earth. But the fern grove vanished when the stream changed course. Bramble's heart ached. He remembered Elder Moss, a tortoise who had taught him that small paws mend great ripples. Gathering courage, he sought help. Luna, a silver-furred squirrel, scampered down a birch trunk, her nose twitching at the scent of decaying leaves. "I'll climb to the highest branches," she offered. "The winds whisper secrets there." Thistle, a timid field mouse with velvet-soft ears, peeked from a hollow log. "I know hidden paths to the old stream," she squeaked. Even Orin, a reclusive owl whose feathers held the colors of twilight, emerged. "The stars guide me," he hooted gently. "I shall find where the moonlit ferns once bloomed." Their quest began at dawn. Luna scaled the sky tower pine, needles tickling her belly as she reached for gossamer dewdrops clinging to spider webs. Each droplet shimmered with captured starlight, cool as melted snow against her paws. Below, Thistle navigated tunnels fragrant with wet clay and gingerroot, emerging where the stream had carved a new path. There, beneath a waterfall's misty veil, she found a single moonlit fern, its fronds glowing like captured moonlight. As dusk painted the sky lavender, Orin soared over hills where heather bloomed purple. Stars pricked the horizon, and he spied frost crystallizing on a forgotten meadow, a patchwork of ice flowers, delicate as lace. Meanwhile, Bramble dug beneath grandfather root, unearthing an acorn carved with runes. Inside lay the song of falling seeds, a melody hummed by generations of hedgehogs. Its notes tasted of honeyed sunlight and rain-soaked earth. Their journey wasn't without trials. A sudden gale, sharp with the promise of snow, threatened to scatter Luna's dewdrops. Thistle trembled before a badger's shadow, only to find Fern guiding her, saying, "Fear shrinks the world, trust widens it." Orin's wings grew heavy in a fog that muffled the stars, but Bramble's song, soft as thistledown, pierced the gloom, leading him home. On the night of the hunter's moon, the creatures gathered at grandfather root. Bramble placed the acorn song in a birch bark bowl. Luna sprinkled dewdrops like liquid stars. Thistle laid the moonlit fern beside it, its glow painting their faces in ethereal silver. Orin gently blew frost flowers into the mix, each crystal melting into a sigh of cold sweetness. As Fern hummed the ancient tune, the forest held its breath. Magic stirred. Roots unfurled like sleepy serpents, drinking the elixir. Vines spiraled up oaks, budding ice-blue flowers that glowed with inner light. Overhead, leaves paused their fall, swirling in a dance of amber and ruby before settling softly, each one whispering a thank you. The air warmed with the scent of cinnamon bark and wood smoke, and the stream's song returned, a chuckle over pebbles. Balance was restored. Winter came gently after that. Snowflakes, guided by the mended weave, blanketed the forest in silence. Bramble nestled in his burrow, lulled by Fern's stories of springs yet to come. Outside, the moonlit fern's glow pulsed in the drifts, a beacon for dreaming creatures. The elder grove slept, its heartbeat steady, its magic cradled in the trust of small paws and wise hearts. And as frost traced lace on grandfather root's bark, the forest sighed, content in its eternal, harmonious dream. Story 16. The world beyond the little cottage window usually held familiar things, the old oak tree, Mrs. Hemlock's prize-winning roses, and the winding lane leading to the village. But one crisp autumn afternoon, a flicker of pure gold light, unlike any sunset, danced deep within the whispering woods, a place the grown-ups always said was best left unexplored. A curious child who often felt the world was a little too small, watched that light pulse like a gentle heartbeat. A feeling warm and insistent as the pull of a cozy blanket settled in their chest. Go and see. Slipping on their worn boots and a thick, patched jacket the color of moss, the child stepped past the garden gate. The usual crunch of fallen leaves soon gave way to a different sound as they entered the woods proper. It wasn't silence, but a soft, layered whispering, the rustle of leaves high above, the sigh of the wind through ancient pines, and beneath it, a faint, melodic hum that seemed to come from the trees themselves. The air smelled of damp earth, sweet decay, and something else, like crushed mint and starlight. The golden light drew them deeper. Soon, the familiar trees gave way to something wondrous. This part of the Whispering Woods wasn't just trees. It was a place where seasons seemed to dance together. One moment the child walked beneath boughs heavy with crimson and amber leaves that showered down like warm rain. The next step they were surrounded by the fresh, vibrant green of spring saplings, tiny buds unfurling with audible pops. A few steps further and summer reigned, with branches heavy with luminous, plum-sized fruits that glowed softly. And then a crisp carpet of untouched snow crunched underfoot, beneath bare branches etched silver against the twilight sky, though the sun still shone elsewhere. It was the grove of shifting seasons, and the air shimmered with the gentle energy of change. As the child stood mesmerized, watching spring blossoms tumble onto a patch of frost, a soft rustle came from nearby. Peeking out from behind a tree draped in autumn's finery was a creature no taller than the child's knee. It resembled a rabbit, but its fur was the deep, velvety blue of a twilight sky, speckled with tiny points of light that winked like distant stars. Its ears were long and tufted with silvery down, and its eyes were large, luminous orbs the color of melted honey. It twitched its nose, radiating not fear, but gentle curiosity. "Hello," the child whispered, kneeling slowly. The star-speckled rabbit hopped closer, its luminous fur casting a soft glow on the frosty ground. It didn't speak, but tilted its head, as if listening to the humming trees. Then, with a soft thump of its foot, it bounded a few paces towards a cluster of glowing summer fruits. It looked back, expectant. The child understood. This little creature was offering guidance. Following the rabbit, the child navigated the shifting grove. The rabbit led them around a pool where winter ice met summer water, steam rising in lazy curls, and showed them how to step lightly across stones that shifted from mossy green to sun-baked gold. They encountered other wonders, shimmering butterflies with wings like stained glass that scattered prismatic light, and small, furry creatures that looked like puffballs with legs, rolling merrily through piles of autumn leaves, giggling like tiny bells. The air was filled with soft chimes and the comforting scent of cinnamon and pine needles. The path, however, wasn't always easy. As they neared the source of the golden light, the ground became uneven, carpeted in thick, springy moss that concealed roots and dips. The shifting seasons became faster, disorienting. One moment walking on crisp snow, the next sinking ankle-deep into warm, summer mud. The child stumbled, their boot momentarily stuck. Panic fluttered, small and cold, in their stomach. The woods suddenly felt vast and strange. The star-speckled rabbit nudged their hand with its cool, velvety nose, its honey-gold eyes radiating calm. Taking a deep breath, the child remembered the quiet persistence they used when untangling knotted yarn or patiently waiting for a shy bird to visit the windowsill. They wiggled their foot slowly, carefully, feeling for solid ground beneath the mud. With a soft squelch, they pulled free. The challenge wasn't overcome with force, but with calm patience, just like at home. The rabbit led them onward, the golden light growing brighter, painting the shifting leaves in molten hues. Finally, they reached a small clearing. In its center stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was smooth like polished moonstone, swirling with veins of silver and gold. Its branches, instead of leaves, held thousands of tiny, flickering lights, some gold, some silver, some pale blue like captured fireflies or distant constellations. It was the heartwood tree, and its light pulsed with a slow, reassuring rhythm. Beneath its lowest branches lay a deep chasm, spanned only by a narrow, rickety-looking bridge woven from living vines and shimmering spider silk. The golden light they'd followed emanated from a large, heart-shaped fruit nestled high in the heartwood's branches. The star-speckled rabbit stopped at the edge of the chasm, looking at the bridge, then back at the child. Its message was clear: this is your path now. The bridge swayed gently in a non-existent breeze. Looking down into the chasm, the child saw not darkness, but swirling mist shot through with the colors of the shifting season's deep forest green, fiery orange, icy blue. It looked deep. The old fear of the vast unknown prickled again. Could the fragile bridge hold? What if they fell? They looked at the heartwood tree, its light warm and inviting. They thought of the curious pull that had brought them here, the kindness of the star-speckled rabbit, the giggling puffballs, the butterfly's light. This journey wasn't about conquering a fear with shouts, but about trusting the gentle tug of wonder and the quiet courage to take the next small step. They remembered crossing the wobbly plank over the creek back home, scary at first, but fine once you started moving. Taking a deep breath filled with the scent of the heartwood, like old books and warm honey, the child placed a tentative foot on the first woven strand. It held firm, resilient. Step by careful step, holding onto the silken guide ropes that hummed faintly, they crossed. The bridge swayed, but it felt alive and supportive, not treacherous. Reaching the other side, a wave of warmth and peace washed over them. The heartwood tree seemed to hum louder, a sound like a contented cat's purr mixed with wind chimes. Reaching up was impossible, the fruit was too high. But as the child stood beneath its radiant glow, a single, perfect petal glowing softly gold detached from the heart-shaped fruit and drifted down, landing gently in their open palm. It was warm, pulsing with a soft light that felt like friendship and the quiet joy of discovery. As it touched their skin, a gentle understanding flowed into them. Courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to explore the unknown anyway, guided by curiosity and kindness. The true wonder wasn't just the destination, but every step of the journey, the small kindnesses encountered and the quiet strength found within. Holding the glowing petal carefully, the child turned. The star-speckled rabbit waited patiently by the bridge. Crossing back felt easier, the bridge now a friend rather than a challenge. Together they retraced their path through the grove of shifting seasons. The woods seemed to welcome them back, the whispering softer, the colors warmer. They passed the giggling puffballs, who paused their rolling to wave fuzzy appendages, and the stained glass butterflies fluttered in a farewell dance. The path through the familiar part of the whispering woods appeared, leading home. Stepping out of the trees, just as the first true stars began to prick the evening sky, felt like emerging from a dream. The cottage windows glowed warmly. The child slipped inside, the scent of wood smoke and baking bread wrapping around them. The golden petal, still radiating its soft light, was placed carefully in a small glass jar on the windowsill beside their bed. It cast a warm, comforting glow on the familiar walls. That night, as the child snuggled under their quilt, they looked at the gentle light in the jar. They thought of the shifting seasons, the star-speckled rabbit's kind eyes, the swaying bridge, and the deep peace beneath the heartwood tree. The vast world didn't feel scary anymore. It felt full of gentle wonders waiting to be discovered, one curious step at a time. The courage they'd found wasn't loud or boastful. It was a quiet warmth in their chest, a knowledge that even when paths vanished or bridges swayed, kindness could be a guide and wonder was always worth seeking. They closed their eyes, the soft glow of the heartwood's gift a comforting nightlight, and drifted into dreams filled with shimmering butterflies, giggling puffballs, and the endless, gentle dance of the seasons. And somewhere deep in the whispering woods, a tree pulsed with golden light, and a small rabbit with fur like the night sky twitched its starry nose, content. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth of it, the quiet courage it had kindled, remained, a comforting ember glowing softly within. Story 17. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls as the scent of aged wood smoke filled the air. Outside, a gentle rain whispered against the window pane. Tonight our story drifts to a village nestled like a pearl in the curve of ancient, rolling hills. This was Oakhaven, where the houses wore roofs of mossy slate, and the air always carried the sweet fragrance of wild thyme and woodbine. Here lived a young woman named Rowan. She had eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet, thoughtful nature. Though Oakhaven was her home, Rowan often felt a peculiar restlessness, a sense of being slightly adrift, like a leaf on a slow-moving stream. Her grandmother, Nonna Bryony, whose hands were mapped with lines like the roots of the oldest oak, would watch her with knowing eyes. "Come, Rowan," Nonna Bryony would say, patting the worn cushion beside her rocking chair. "Sit with me. The past has stories that whisper to the present if we learn to listen." One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light gilded the turning leaves, Nonna Bryony called Rowan to the attic. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams, piercing the single round window. The air smelled of dried lavender, old paper, and forgotten things. In the farthest corner, draped in a heavy, moth-eaten cloth of deep indigo, stood a large, bulky shape. "This," Nonna Bryony said, her voice hushed with reverence, "belonged to your great-great-grandmother and hers before her, back to when Oakhaven was but a cluster of cottages beside the whispering woods. It is our family's heart, Rowan, the legacy loom." With trembling hands, Rowan helped her grandmother pull away the cloth. Revealed was a magnificent wooden loom, its frame carved with intricate patterns. Spirals like unfurling ferns, interlocking circles like ripples on a pond, and stars that seemed to shimmer even in the dim light. The wood, dark and smooth as river stone, felt warm to the touch, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. Tucked beside it was a sturdy wooden chest, bound with iron straps. "The patterns," Nonna Bryony explained, tracing a spiral with a gnarled finger, "are the old language. They tell of the seasons, the turning earth, the balance between giving and receiving. This loom wove not just cloth, but connection. Connection to the land, to our ancestors, to the quiet magic that flows beneath the surface of things." She sighed, a sound like wind through dry reeds. "But the skill, the understanding, it faded, my dear. Life grew busy. The old ways seemed slow. The last true weaver was your great-grandmother, Ilara, but that name is spoken only in remembrance here." Rowan felt a jolt deep within her, a resonance with the humming wood. Can we learn again?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Nonna Bryony's eyes sparkled. "Perhaps, child, perhaps the loom waits for hands ready to remember." She opened the chest. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay skeins of woolen colors that seemed spun from the earth itself. Deep moss green, rich ochre yellow, sky blue, riverstone gray, and a pure, undyed white as soft as lamb's fleece. There was also a small, smooth stone, milky white, with a single dark vein running through it, a riverstone, Nana called it, a focus for intention. Thus began Rowan's journey into the ancient legacy. Nonna Bryony shared fragments of stories, half-remembered rhymes, and the names of plants used for dyes: weld for yellow, madder root for red, woad for blue. Rowan learned the feel of raw fleece, carding it until it was light as cloud, spinning it on a small drop spindle Nonna provided, her fingers fumbling at first, then finding a rhythm as old as time. The loom itself was daunting. Setting up the warp threads, the strong, vertical foundation, felt like mapping the bones of the world. Rowan's first attempts were clumsy. Threads snapped. The shuttle, the boat-shaped tool that carried the weft thread back and forth, would catch or fly from her grasp. The patterns on the frame remained silent, cryptic symbols. Frustration prickled at her, hot and sharp. She felt unworthy of the beautiful artifact, disconnected from the ancestors whose hands had once danced across it. One evening, after a particularly tangled mess, Rowan sat on the attic floor, the river stone cool in her palm. Tears welled in her storm-gray eyes. "I don't understand, Nana," she whispered. "The patterns, they don't speak to me. I feel farther away than ever." Nana Bryony settled beside her, her presence as comforting as warm earth. "Patience, little sapling, roots grow deep in silence. The loom doesn't demand perfection, only presence. Feel the wood, listen to the threads. The old language isn't read with eyes alone, but with the heart, with the rhythm of breath and the quiet hum of belonging." She placed her own weathered hand over Rowan's on the river stone. "Close your eyes, breathe with the land. Remember the scent of rain on dry earth, the feel of sun-warmed stone, the sound of the wind in the high pines. That is your heritage too. Weave that." Taking a deep, steadying breath, Rowan closed her eyes. She focused on the cool weight of the stone, the faint vibration of the loom. She thought not of complex patterns, but of simple things: the velvety purple of heather on the hills, the silver ribbon of the stream where she loved to sit, the deep, quiet green of the ancient forest. She imagined her breath flowing into her hands, down into the stone, connecting her to the floorboards, to the earth below the house, to the roots of the great oaks that stood sentinel around Oakhaven. When she opened her eyes and picked up the shuttle again, something had shifted. Her movements, though still slow, were smoother. She didn't try to force a pattern. Instead, she let her hands move, guided by the feeling of connection, by the simple joy of the soft wool sliding through her fingers. She wove bands of color, the gray of the stream stones, the green of the forest canopy, the blue of the high autumn sky. As she worked, a gentle warmth spread from the river stone up her arm. The carved symbols on the loom seemed to glow faintly, like embers. And then, subtly woven into the fabric emerging beneath her hands, appeared a simple pattern, a single, graceful spiral, echoing the carvings. It hadn't been consciously planned, it had simply emerged. A profound sense of peace washed over Rowan, deeper than any she had known. It wasn't just the satisfaction of creation, it was a feeling of recognition, of stepping into a space that had always been waiting for her. She felt the presence of those who had come before, not as ghosts, but as a gentle current of strength and knowledge flowing through her fingertips. They hadn't mastered the loom overnight either. They had learned through patience, through listening to the earth and trusting their hands. Night after night, Rowan returned to the attic. She learned the language of the loom not through rote instruction, but through intuition and quiet communion. She discovered that the river stone helped focus her intentions, turning simple weaving into a meditation, a conversation with her heritage. She learned to weave symbols of protection, interlocking shields, abundance, overflowing cornucopias, and connection, endless knots. Each thread felt like a word spoken in the old language, each completed section a sentence in the story of her family and their bond with Oakhaven. Nana Bryony watched, her face a map of tender pride. She shared more stories not just of weaving, but of the old traditions, the blessing of the seeds at spring planting, the songs sung to the moon during harvest, the quiet gratitude offered to the stream that gave them water. Rowan understood now that the loom was the centerpiece, but the legacy was the entire tapestry of living in harmony, the respect for nature, the value of community, the patience of craft, the quiet strength found in roots. One bright, frosty morning near the winter solstice, Rowan completed her first true piece on the legacy loom. It wasn't a grand tapestry, but a long, narrow weaving, a hearth runner. It depicted the journey, simple bands of color at one end, growing into a landscape of rolling hills, represented by soft undulating lines, the silver thread of the stream, the tall, straight lines of oaks, and above it all, a spiral sun. Woven subtly throughout were the symbols she had learned: protection for the home, abundance for the hearth, and the endless knot binding past, present, and future. She laid it before the crackling fire in the main room. Nana Bryony ran her fingers over it, tears glistening in her eyes. "You've remembered, child," she breathed. you found the thread." That solstice evening, the villagers gathered in the old meeting hall, decorated with evergreen boughs and lit by dozens of beeswax candles. Nana Bryony stood before them, her voice strong. "We have forgotten much," she said, "but tonight we remember a thread of our own tapestry." She gestured to Rowan. With a heart full of belonging, Rowan unrolled her hearth runner before the central fire. She spoke not boastfully, but with the quiet conviction of one who has found their place. She spoke of the loom, of the river stone, of the old language whispered in wool and wood. She spoke of the lessons learned, that roots give strength, that patience yields understanding, that true magic lies in connection to the land, to each other, to those who walk the path before. As she spoke, the simple symbols on her weaving seemed to catch the firelight, glowing softly. The villagers leaned forward, their faces reflecting the warm light and a dawning sense of wonder. An old farmer touched the woven hill, remembering his grandfather's tales. A young mother traced the stream, thinking of her children playing by the water. They saw not just a pretty cloth, but a reflection of their own home, their own heritage given form. The sense of belonging that washed over Rowan was profound and peaceful, like sinking into warm, sun-baked earth. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, anchoring calm. She wasn't just Rowan anymore. She was Rowan Weaver, a keeper of the gentle magic, a thread in the enduring tapestry of Oakhaven. Later, as the stars glittered like ice crystals in the cold winter sky, Rowan sat with Nana Bryony by their own hearth, the new runner warming their feet. The fire crackled its own comforting song. "You see, child," Nana murmured, her voice thick with sleep and satisfaction, "the legacy was never truly lost. It was only sleeping, waiting for hands ready to feel, a heart ready to listen, and a spirit willing to belong. It lives in the turn of the seasons, in the whisper of the trees, in the rhythm of the loom, and now," she placed a gentle hand on Rowan's, "it lives vibrantly in you. Our roots are deep, our story continues. Rest now, little weaver, the loom will wait for tomorrow's light." And as Rowan drifted towards sleep, the scent of wood smoke and wool around her, the gentle hum of the ancient loom seemed to echo in her bones, a lullaby of belonging, weaving peace into her dreams. She understood now that uncovering the legacy wasn't about finding something separate from herself. It was about remembering who she always was, a beloved part of an enduring, beautiful whole, as timeless and comforting as the hills around Oakhaven, forever cradled in the arms of the past and the promise of the future. The story, like the threads on the loom, continued, one gentle, interconnected strand at a time. Story 18. The old clock tower struck 7 chimes, each note drifting through the sleepy village like a drowsy bird finding its nest. Inside a cottage draped with ivy, young Clara wiped dust from the attic's forgotten treasures. Her fingers brushed against a chipped teacup tucked inside a hatbox plain white porcelain, save for a single painted forget-me-not on its side. As she lifted it, the attic filled with the scent of rain-kissed meadows. "Curious," Clara whispered. When her thumb traced the forget-me-not, the world dissolved into swirling blue petals. She landed softly on a hillside where clouds hung low enough to touch, tasting of spun sugar. Before her stretched the valley of lost things, a place where misplaced mittens curled like contented cats, lonely keys jingled wind-chime melodies, and broken toys mended themselves with threads of starlight. But the valley was dimming, its colors fading like old photographs. "Ah," rumbled a voice like stones tumbling in a brook. A stout badger in patched overalls trundled from behind a weeping willow. "You've brought the teacup of remembering, just in time, I'd say." He introduced himself as Bramble, keeper of roots. "The valley feeds on fond memories," he explained, gesturing to wilting dandelions. "But the wellspring of whispers has clogged with sorrow. Without its flow, we'll all fade away." Their journey took them past hills knitted from tangled yarn and rivers that flowed with misplaced buttons. Near the wellspring they met Zephyr, a shimmering wind spirit no taller than Clara's hand, woven from autumn leaves and sighs. The wellsprings choked, Zephyr chimed, her voice like rustling paper. Grief stones, heavy as anchors. Clara peered into the well. Deep below, ordinary objects pulsed with sadness. A soldier's tarnished medal, a child's waterlogged storybook, a cracked wedding ring. Each radiated loneliness, blocking the gentle memories that once bubbled upward. The teacup could smash them. Zephyr swirled anxiously. Bramble shook his head. Force would only scatter the sorrow deeper. Remembering is gentle work. Clara understood. Kneeling, she poured water from her canteen into the forget-me-not cup. As steam curled, she whispered aloud the story of each sorrowful object, not the loss, but the joy that came before. The medal, awarded to a brave firefighter who saved kittens from a bakery blaze. The storybook, read nightly by a grandmother whose voice made dragons seem real. The ring, first placed on a trembling hand under apple blossoms. With each story, the teacup glowed. Clara poured its contents into the well. The water shimmered, lifting the grief stones not by force, but by transforming their weight into light. The objects rose not as burdens, but as luminous lanterns, the medal now a tiny sun, the book fluttering like a joyful bird, the ring a glowing halo. The wellspring of whispers gushed, clear and bright, carrying renewed memories through the valley. Wilting flowers straightened, their petals deepening to amethyst and gold. Bramble's fur gleamed like polished chestnuts, and Zephyr spun into a whirlwind of maple seeds and laughter. Wisdom isn't in forgetting sorrow, Clara realized, cradling the now warm teacup. It's in choosing to remember the love beneath. When the forget-me-not glowed again, Clara found herself back in her dusty attic. Outside, the village slept peacefully. But now she noticed magic everywhere in her father's worn gardening gloves, her mother's humming while kneading dough, even in the chipped teacup she placed on her windowsill. That night she slept with the scent of rain-kissed meadows on her pillow, dreaming of valleys where lost things are never truly gone, only waiting for a kind heart to remember them whole. And the teacup. It sits there still, quietly holding worlds within its humble curve, reminding all who see it that the smallest vessel can hold the deepest wonders, if only we pour it full of gentle remembrance. Story 19. The village of Glimmerbrook nestled in the valley like a contented cat curled beside a hearth. Chimneys puffed gentle smoke into the crisp autumn air, the scent of wood smoke mingling with the sweet tang of ripening apples and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. Cobbled streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs and brightly painted doors, each window glowing with warm lamplight as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. In this peaceful place, where fireflies were the most daring nighttime creatures, and the river chuckled softly over smooth stones, a quiet mystery began to unfold. It started subtly. Old Mrs. Thistleby woke to find her prized blueberry scones, cooling on the sill overnight, completely vanished. Not a crumb remained. Farmer Bramble discovered his best pair of sturdy gardening gloves, missing from their hook by the back door. Young Timmy couldn't find his favorite carved wooden badger, always kept safe on his bedside table. These weren't alarming losses, but they were puzzling. Things didn't just disappear in Glimmerbrook, especially not things so cherished. Benji, a boy with bright, curious eyes the color of mossy stones and hair the shade of autumn oak leaves, heard the murmurs at the village well. He listened as Mrs. Thistleby lamented her scones, Farmer Bramble scratched his head over his gloves, and Timmy sniffled about his badger. A thoughtful crease appeared between Benji's eyebrows. Glimmerbrook was a kind place. Theft felt wrong, impossible even. There had to be another explanation. That evening, as Benji helped his grandmother, Granny Alowen, gather herbs in her sun-dappled garden behind their ivy-covered cottage, he mentioned the disappearances. Granny Alowen, whose silver hair seemed spun from moonlight, and whose hands were as clever with magic as they were with kneading dough, paused. She plucked a sprig of rosemary, inhaling its sharp scent. "Strange things often have simple hearts, Benji," she said softly, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "They just need finding out. Keep your eyes open and your mind gentle." Taking his grandmother's wisdom to heart, Benji decided to investigate. He started near Mrs. Thistleby's cottage. The windowsill where the scones vanished was smooth and clean. He peered down, noticing tiny, almost invisible sparkles clinging to the wood, like minuscule flecks of glitter catching the late afternoon sun. They reminded him of the dust that shimmered around Granny Aloin's spell jars. Further down, nestled amongst the chrysanthemums bordering the path, Benji spotted something else, a single, perfect, impossibly blue petal. It wasn't from any flower in Mrs. Thistleby's garden. At Farmer Bramble's, near the hook where the gloves had hung, Benji found more of the faint sparkles on the worn wooden door frame. And beside the vegetable patch, half hidden under a sprawling squash leaf, lay another of those startlingly blue petals. At Timmy's house, the sparkles dusted the windowsill, and a third blue petal rested on the path below. Benji carefully collected the petals. They were velvety soft, cool to the touch, and radiated a faint, sweet fragrance like wild honeysuckle. The sparkles, when he gently touched one clinging to his fingertip, tingled ever so slightly, like the fizz of ginger ale. He took his findings to Granny Aloin. Her wise eyes crinkled at the corners as she examined the petals and the sparkles clinging to Benji's sleeve. "Ah," she breathed, a smile playing on her lips. "The dust sprites are early this year and restless." "Dust sprites?" Benji asked, leaning closer. "Tiny creatures of autumn magic," Granny Aloin explained, pouring them both mugs of steaming chamomile tea. "Smaller than your thumb, made of starlight and the last warmth of summer. They love cozy, hidden places and shiny things. Usually they gather fallen leaves and bits of moss to weave their winter nests deep inside old tree trunks or beneath mushroom caps. But these sparkles—" She tapped one gently. "This is their magic dust. It trails behind them like stardust. And these petals, they come from the midnight moonflowers." Midnight moonflowers. Benji had never heard of them. Granny Aloin's eyes twinkled. "They bloom only on the 3 nights of the hunter's moon, deep in whispering woods by the silver pool. Their petals hold potent moonlight magic, very alluring to creatures like dust sprites. I suspect our little friends have discovered them and are collecting." "But why take the scones and the gloves and Timmy's badger?" Benji puzzled. "They're not shiny or flowery." "Think, Benji," Granny Aloin encouraged gently. "What connects them, besides being missed?" Benji closed his eyes, picturing the missing items: warm scones, rough gardening gloves, a smooth wooden badger. They were all left outside or near a window, and... He gasped, eyes flying open. "They smell," the scones smelled delicious, the gloves smell like earth and Farmer Bramble, and Timmy's badger smells like the pine oil he polishes it with. "Exactly." Granny Aloin beamed. "Dust sprites are drawn to warmth and strong, comforting scents, especially now as the nights grow colder. They aren't stealing to be mean. They're gathering cozy things, drawn by the smell, thinking they'd make perfect, snug additions to their nests alongside their precious moonflower petals. They simply don't understand these things belong to someone else." The mystery was solved, but the items were still missing. Benji wanted to help both the villagers and the little sprites. "How do we find their nest? Whispering Woods is big." "We ask for guidance," Granny Aloin said simply. She reached for a small, honey-colored stone from a bowl on her shelf, a listening stone. She placed it in Benji's palm. "Hold this tight and listen, not with your ears, but with your heart. Think of the sprites, their magic dust, the moonflowers. The stone will hum when we're near." Armed with the softly humming stone, a small basket of oatcakes in case negotiations were needed, and a lantern casting a warm, buttery glow, Benji and Granny Aloin ventured into Whispering Woods as the full moon rose, huge and golden. The woods were alive with rustling creatures and sighing trees, but the lantern light kept the path friendly. They followed the stone's gentle vibration, a soft thrum against Benji's palm, deeper into the woods where the trees grew ancient and moss hung like velvet curtains. Finally, the humming intensified near a massive, gnarled oak tree, its roots forming a small, sheltered hollow. And there, spilling out from under a curtain of emerald moss, was a trail of faint, shimmering sparkles. Kneeling carefully, Benji gently parted the moss. Inside the hollow, glowing softly with captured moonlight, was the dust sprite's nest. It was a marvel of intricate weaving, golden leaves, tufts of sheep's wool caught on brambles, soft gray moss, and scattered throughout, those luminous blue midnight moonflower petals. And nestled within this cozy haven were the missing treasures, Mrs. Thistlebee's slightly squashed blueberry scone, looking rather crumbly but intact, Farmer Bramble's sturdy gardening gloves, now looking very snug, and perched proudly on top, like a tiny guardian, was Timmy's beloved wooden badger. Around the nest, dozens of dust sprites flitted like anxious fireflies. They were no bigger than Benji's thumbnail, their bodies shimmering with soft light gold, silver, and pale blue, and trailing clouds of that magical dust. Their tiny faces looked worried, their large, luminous eyes fixed on the intruders. "Hello, little ones," Granny Aloin whispered, her voice as soft as the moss. "We mean no harm, we've come to admire your beautiful nest." The sprites hovered, buzzing softly like nervous bees. Benji slowly, carefully, placed the basket of oatcakes near the entrance to the hollow. The sweet, nutty scent filled the air. One brave sprite, glowing a soft gold, zipped down and touched an oatcake, then buzzed excitedly back to the others. Soon, a small group was happily nibbling. "We see you found some cozy things," Benji said gently, pointing to the scone, gloves, and badger. "They smell lovely and warm, don't they? But these things belong to our friends in the village. They miss them very much." The sprite stopped nibbling. The golden one buzzed closer to Benji, tilting its tiny head. It gestured towards the nest, then towards the village, making soft, questioning chirps. "They need them back," Benji explained softly. "But we understand why you took them. They are very cozy and smell nice. Maybe we can help you find other cozy things that aren't missed." He looked at Granny Aloin. She smiled and pulled out a small bundle from her pocket, scraps of soft, colorful wool yarn, a few fragrant dried lavender buds, and some smooth, polished river stones that gleamed in the lantern light. Would these be helpful, little friends? Warm wool, sweet lavender, and shiny stones. The golden sprite zipped over, inspecting the offerings. It chirped brightly and the other sprites gathered, their tiny lights pulsing with excitement. They flitted around the yarn, lavender, and stones, clearly delighted. The golden sprite buzzed back to the nest and, with surprising strength for its size, nudged Mrs. Thistlebee's scone towards the entrance. Another sprite pushed the gloves, and a third carefully lifted Timmy's wooden badger, carrying it gently towards Benji. Benji carefully placed the villager's belongings into his empty basket. "Thank you," he whispered. "These will make our friends very happy." He then gently placed Granny Aloin's bundle of wool, lavender, and shiny stones near the nest. The sprites descended upon them, weaving the new treasures into their nest with joyful energy, the blue moonflower petals glowing even brighter amidst the wool and lavender. Walking back through the moonlit woods, the recovered treasures safely in the basket, Benji felt a warm contentment. The mystery was solved not with shouts or blame, but with observation, understanding, and kindness. They hadn't scolded the sprites, they'd understood their need and offered a fair exchange. The next morning, Willowbrook buzzed with a different kind of wonder. Mrs. Thistlebee was overjoyed to find her slightly crumbled but perfectly recognizable scone on her doorstep. Farmer Bramble chuckled to find his gloves neatly folded by his back door, smelling faintly of lavender. Timmy shrieked with delight to find his wooden badger waiting on his windowsill, polished and with a tiny, impossibly blue petal tucked beside it. Benji explained about the dust sprites and their quest for cozy, scented things for their nest. He told them about the moonflowers and the exchange. The villagers listened, amazed. Instead of fear, they felt charmed. Farmer Bramble even left out an old, soft flannel shirt near his shed that evening. Mrs. Thistleby put a small, spice-scented pomander on her sill. People started leaving little offering scraps of velvet, fragrant herbs, smooth pebbles in quiet corners of their gardens. And sometimes, on crisp autumn evenings, if you sat very still near the edge of whispering woods, you might catch a glimpse of tiny, shimmering lights dancing in the dusk, trailing faint sparkles like captured starlight. You might even smell a hint of lavender and wool on the breeze. The people of Glimmerbrook would smile, knowing their little neighbors were safe and cozy, weaving their magical nests, taking only what was freely given. The strange disappearances had become a gentle reminder of the unseen magic sharing their world, a mystery solved with kindness that made their cozy village feel even warmer, deeper, and more wonderfully enchanted. And as Benji drifted off to sleep that night, the faint scent of moonflowers and the memory of tiny, glowing lights filled his dreams with peaceful, golden light. Story 20. The old stone cottage at the edge of Willow Creek held secrets in its very walls. Dust motes danced in the afternoon sunbeams slanting through the attic window, illuminating forgotten trunks and cobwebbed curiosities. Among them sat Sylvie, a quiet girl with eyes the color of storm clouds, sorting through a box of her grandmother's things. Her fingers brushed against cool porcelain a small teacup, unlike any she'd seen. It was impossibly delicate, pure white, and etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light, like silver mist caught on the surface. As Sylvie lifted it, a faint chime like distant bells resonated through the quiet attic. Startled, she nearly dropped it, but held on. The chime faded, leaving a profound stillness. Turning the cup in her hands, she noticed a tiny inscription around the rim, written in a flowing script she couldn't read, yet somehow understood. Hold the quiet light. That evening, as dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and deep oranges, Sylvie sat by her window, the mysterious cup cradled in her lap. The last rays of sunlight touched the porcelain, and suddenly the cup began to glow with a soft, internal silver light. It wasn't a reflection, the light pulsed gently within the cup itself, cool and pure as moonlight. Sylvie gasped. It wasn't just light, it felt like concentrated calm, a soothing balm that settled her restless thoughts. She carefully poured a little water from her bedside glass into it. The water shimmered, absorbing the silver radiance, becoming liquid moonlight. That night Sylvie dreamt of a vast, ancient forest cloaked in unnatural darkness. A towering tree, its bark etched with the same swirling patterns as the cup, stood weeping silver tears that vanished before they hit the ground. A deep sense of loss echoed through the dream. She awoke with the cup still softly glowing on her nightstand, and the dream's melancholy clinging to her heart. She knew with a certainty that surprised her that the weeping tree was real, and its stolen moonlight was held within her cup. She needed to return it. Her journey began at dawn, the precious cup carefully wrapped in soft cloth and nestled in her satchel. The path into the whispering woods felt different today. The usual bird song was muted, the greens seemed duller, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Sylvie hadn't walked far when a rustle in the undergrowth stopped her. A small, rather grumpy-looking badger in a tiny, patched waistcoat emerged, polishing a monocle with a leaf. Harumph, the badger sniffed, peering up at her. Lost are we, unwise to wander the deep woods alone, especially these days. Dimmer than a snuffed candle it is, name's Thistlewick, keeper of maps and moderately important things. He adjusted his monocle critically. That satchel hums peculiar hum, like trapped starlight. Sylvie hesitated, then showed Thistlewick the cup, explaining her dream and the stolen moonlight. The badger's eyes widened behind his monocle. The moonwood pool and the great silverbark, of course. The darkness crept in weeks ago, snuffed out its heartlight, thought it was just another gloomy season. But trapped moonlight in a cup, extraordinary, dangerous too. The path is treacherous now, filled with thorn traps and shadow nibblers. You'll need guidance, and possibly, he added, patting his waistcoat pocket, a decent map. Thistlewick, despite his fussiness, possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of the wood's hidden paths. Their path grew denser, the air cooler and thicker. Suddenly, a flurry of bright blue feathers swooped down, landing on a branch just above Sylvie's head. A small finch with impossibly bright eyes tilted her head. "Ooh, shiny satchel, shiny cup, Pip's the name, flying's the game, lost your light, haven't you? Silverbark's crying, Pip saw, Pip knows." She chirped, flitting excitedly. "Shadow things lurking, big scratchy wall, Pip can see over, Pip can help." Pip, unlike the methodical Thistlewick, was all impulsive energy and sharp eyesight. She darted ahead, scouting paths, warning of shifting patches of clinging darkness Thistlewick called gloom sinks, and chattering incessantly about cloud shapes and particularly juicy berries. Sylvie learned to listen for Pip's urgent chirps and Thistlewick's low grumbles of caution. After hours of walking, guided by Thistlewick's intricate shortcuts and Pip's aerial reconnaissance, they reached the edge of a clearing Sylvie recognized instantly from her dream. In the center stood the great silver bark, majestic but mournful. Its leaves were gray, its trunk seemed frail, and where Sylvie had seen silver tears in her dream, only faint, dried streaks remained. The air here was heavy with sorrow. But surrounding the clearing was an impenetrable wall of thick, black thorns, taller than Sylvie, stretching as far as she could see. They pulsed with a faint, malevolent purple light. "The shadow thorn wall," Thistlewick muttered, consulting a complex, hand-drawn map unfurled on a mossy rock. "Grew overnight, they say, impenetrable, sharp as broken promises. Tried burrowing once, nearly lost my best waistcoat button." Pip landed on Sylvie's shoulder. "Tried flying over, thorns reach up, snappy, snappy, ouchie." She shivered her feathers. Sylvie felt despair creep in. They'd come so far. She looked at the cup, still glowing softly within its wrappings. "Hold the quiet light." The inscription echoed in her mind. She thought of the calm it radiated, the gentle pulse. She thought of Thistlewick's careful wisdom and Pip's bright optimism. Force wouldn't work here. Neither burrowing nor flying had succeeded. What did the thorns represent? Not just a physical barrier, but fear, despair, the darkness that had choked the moonlight. "Thistlewick," Sylvie said slowly, "you know the old ways, the deep forest lore. Is there a story about light and thorns?" The badger adjusted his monocle, thinking hard. Legends, yes, speak of the silverbark's light being a beacon against encroaching shadows. Shadows feed on noise, on panic, on harshness. They recoil," his eyes widened, "from true quiet, not emptiness but peaceful stillness, the kind that comes from calm hearts." Pip chirped excitedly. "Like the cup, shiny quiet." Sylvie understood. The challenge wasn't to break the thorns, but to remind them, somehow, of the light they were blocking. The light wasn't just in the cup. It was the feeling it carried, the feeling Sylvie had inside her now, the determination born of kindness, the calm focus of her purpose, amplified by her friends. She unwrapped the cup. Its silver glow seemed to brighten in the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Holding it carefully, Sylvie stepped towards the forbidding wall of thorns. Thistlewick held his breath. Pip fluttered nervously. Instead of trying to push through or find a gap, Sylvie knelt before the thorns. She didn't speak loudly or commandingly. She simply held the cup out towards the wall, letting its pure, cool radiance wash over the nearest, pulsing vines. "It's all right," she whispered, her voice barely audible but filled with gentle certainty. "You don't need to be afraid, the light isn't gone, it's just waiting to come home. See." She poured a little of the shimmering water from the cup onto the mossy ground near the thorns. The liquid moonlight pooled, radiating a soft, peaceful luminescence. "This belongs to the tree, it belongs to all of us. Let it pass, let the quiet light back in." She poured another small pool, then another, creating a gentle path of silver leading towards the base of the thorns. She hummed softly, a wordless tune her grandmother used to sing, a tune that felt like comfort and safety. Thistlewick, understanding, sat back on his haunches, closed his eyes, and focused on deep, slow breaths, radiating his own quiet steadiness. Pip, perched on a low branch, stopped her nervous fluttering and began to sing a sweet, clear, simple melody, harmonizing with Sylvie's hum, a song of open skies and morning dew. They didn't attack. They didn't argue. They simply were quiet, calm, focused on the gentle light and the shared hope. Sylvie kept pouring tiny pools of liquid moonlight, whispering reassurances. Slowly, incredibly, the pulsing purple light within the nearest thorns began to flicker and fade. The thorn itself seemed to soften, its sharp point retracting slightly. Then another thorn did the same, and another. It was as if the harshness was melting away, soothed by the quiet persistence of the light and the calm, unified presence focused before it. Not a hole was torn, but the thorns themselves began to part, retracting into the earth like sleepy roots, creating a narrow, arched passageway just wide enough for Sylvie to walk through, paved with soft moss and dappled with the silver light from her pools. Heart pounding with quiet awe, Sylvie stepped through the archway, Thistlewick scurrying beside her and Pip fluttering overhead. The air inside the clearing felt different, immediately lighter, cleaner, though the silver bark still wept its dry, silent tears. Sylvie walked to the base of the ancient tree. Its roots formed a natural basin around its trunk, now dry and dusty. She held the cup high. "We brought it back," she whispered to the tree. "Your light is coming home." She carefully, reverently, poured the entire contents of the cup, the shimmering, radiant liquid moonlight, into the root basin. As the first drop touched the ancient wood, a soft chime echoed, far clearer and sweeter than the one in the attic. The silver liquid didn't pool. It was instantly absorbed, flowing up through the roots and into the trunk like liquid starlight racing through veins. A gasp escaped Sylvie. Up and up the light flowed, illuminating the intricate bark patterns from within. It reached the highest branches, and then it burst forth. Not an explosion, but a gentle, radiant unfolding. Pure, cool, beautiful moonlight cascaded from the silverbark's canopy, bathing the clearing, Sylvie, Thistlewick, and Pip in its soft, silvery glow. The gray leaves shimmered back to vibrant silver green. The trunk regained its strength, its ancient dignity restored. The oppressive gloom vanished, replaced by the peaceful luminescence of a perfect moonlit night, though the sun was still high in the sky beyond the woods. The shadowthorn wall crumbled silently into dark dust, blown away on a sudden, sweet-scented breeze. Pip danced in the air, trailing sparks of silver light. Thistlewick polished his monocle vigorously, his eyes suspiciously bright. "Well," he managed, his voice thick. "Proper job, knew a good map and a steady nerve would see us through. Mostly the nerve and the cup and the singing, and the ah yes, well done, Sylvie." Sylvie looked at the cup in her hand. It was still white porcelain, still etched with swirling patterns, but it no longer glowed. Its work was done. Yet it felt warm, and when she held it, a profound sense of peace settled over her, deeper than before the peace of a task completed with kindness and wisdom. The journey back through the whispering woods was transformed. The birds sang sweeter, the greens were vibrant, and the sunlight filtering through the leaves seemed touched with silver. Thistlewick and Pip accompanied Sylvie all the way to the edge of the woods, near her cottage. Pip promised to visit and share the juiciest berry locations. Thistlewick presented her with a meticulously drawn map of the safe paths in the Whispering Woods. "In case," he said gruffly, "you ever need to find your way back, or find us." Sylvie returned to the stone cottage as twilight painted the real sky. She placed the cup back in the attic box, a simple, beautiful object once more. Yet she knew its secret. That night, as she lay in bed, the window opened to the cool air. She saw it. High above Willow Creek, beaming with serene power, shone the great Silverbark's light, a gentle moonpool in the sky, bathing the entire valley in soft, silver peace. It was a beacon of quiet strength, a reminder that the deepest darkness yields not to force, but to the persistent glow of kindness, the wisdom of calm hearts, and the courage found in gentle friendship. And as Sylvie drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, the faintest, sweetest chime, like the echo of moonlight, seemed to linger in the quiet room, a lullaby sung by the forest itself. The ordinary cup had held an extraordinary secret, and Sylvie, the quiet girl, had learned she held extraordinary quiet light within herself always. Story 21. The little cottage at the edge of Whisperwood always smelled of cinnamon and old paper. Inside, nestled beneath a window overlooking the frosted pines, lived Leo, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds. Leo often felt like a shadow in his bustling family, his soft voice lost amidst the laughter and chatter. His greatest comfort was his grandmother's patchwork quilt, a heavy, worn thing passed down through generations. It wasn't beautiful in the conventional sense, a motley collection of faded velvets, rough wools, and silks that had long lost their sheen. But to Leo, each square held a story whispered by grandmother on chilly evenings. The deep blue for the winter sky she'd flown kites under, the emerald green for the mossy stone where she'd found her first frog, the sunflower yellow for the summer she'd baked pies that won the village fair. One particularly biting night, when the wind howled like a lost wolf and frost painted intricate lace on the window panes, Leo burrowed deep beneath the quilt. He felt an unusual warmth seep into him, deeper than just the wool's insulation. It was a comforting hum, like the low thrum of a contented cat. Tracing a patch of midnight blue velvet, worn smooth as a river stone, his fingertips suddenly snagged on something hard and cool beneath the fabric. Carefully, with trembling fingers, he unpicked a few loose stitches grandmother had always meant to mend. Nestled within the batting was a small, smooth object, a river pebble, perfectly oval, swirling with colors like trapped twilight, deep indigo, streaks of silver, and a heart of shimmering amber. As his fingers closed around it, the quilt moved. Not physically, but the images on the patches seemed to shift and deepen. The blue velvet square suddenly showed a tiny, perfect constellation Leo had never noticed before. The green moss square pulsed faintly, and he swore he could smell damp earth and pine needles. A quiet gasp escaped Leo. He clutched the pebble, its coolness a counterpoint to the quilt's growing warmth. Then a soft, melodic chime echoed in the quiet room, seeming to emanate from the quilt itself. A faint, silvery thread of light, like captured moonlight, unspooled from the center of the constellation patch. It drifted towards the window, passing through the frosted glass and stretching out into the dark, snow-laden woods. Leo knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that the quilt or the pebble within it was showing him a path. A journey awaited. The next morning, under the pale winter sun, Leo bundled himself in thick layers, tucked the pebble safely into his deepest pocket, and wrapped the quilt around his shoulders like a cloak. He slipped out quietly, the silver thread still faintly visible, shimmering just above the pristine snow, leading into the heart of Whisperwood. The forest was hushed and magical under its blanket of white. Snow-laden branches bowed low, creating sparkling archways. The only sounds were the crunch of his boots, the sigh of the wind, and the occasional plop of snow falling from a branch. He hadn't walked far when the silver thread led him to a small clearing, dominated by a massive, ancient oak. At its gnarled roots sat Bramble, a stout badger with fur the color of storm clouds and wise, deep-set eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. Bramble was meticulously polishing a collection of smooth, colorful stones arranged in a spiral pattern. HMMPH, Bramble grunted without looking up, his voice a low rumble like stones tumbling in a brook. Following moon threads now are we, unusual path for 2 legs. He finally peered at Leo, his nose twitching. That quilt smells of starlight and old hearths, and something else, something cold. He pointed a thick claw at a patch on Leo's quilt 1, depicting jagged ice crystals. It felt unnaturally cold to the touch, even through the layers. Leo explained about the pebble and the thread. Bramble listened intently, his small ears flicking. "Ah, the Heartstone," he murmured. "Whispers say it belongs to the guardian of the winter hearth, but the hearth, it grows cold. That ice spreads." He nudged the cold patch on the quilt with his snout. "Wisdom you seek, young one, sometimes it's found in stillness. Listen to the stones, they remember the earth's song." Bramble gifted Leo a small, warm stone the color of sunset, a sunstone, he called it. "Hold it when the cold bites deep. It holds the memory of summer sun." Leo placed the sunstone in his pocket beside the Heartstone, feeling its gentle warmth immediately. Deeper into the woods, the silver thread climbed higher, winding through the skeletal branches of the tallest pines. Here, perched on a snow-dusted branch, so high it seemed to touch the pale sky, was Luna. She was a great horned owl, her feathers patterned like intricate frost on a window pane, and her large, golden eyes held the depth of forgotten pools. She swiveled her head nearly all the way around to observe Leo's approach. "The thread glows brighter around you, stone-bearer," Luna hooted softly, her voice a resonant whisper in the still air. "But shadows lengthen where the hearth should burn bright." She tilted her head, focusing on the ice patch on Leo's quilt. It had grown slightly larger, the crystals more defined. "Force cannot mend a frozen heart, nor thaw ice born of loneliness. Look beyond the surface. What does the silence tell you?" Luna gently dropped a single, perfect feather, shimmering with an opalescent sheen, onto Leo's quilt. "A feather of true seeing. It may help you perceive what is hidden, not by darkness, but by cold indifference." Leo tucked the feather carefully next to the stones, its softness a promise. The path grew steeper, the air thinner and bitingly cold. The silver thread led Leo to the edge of a vast, frozen lake nestled high in the mountains. The ice was thick, clear as glass in some places, murky blue in others, and stretched endlessly towards jagged peaks. In the very center, Leo could just make out a faint, golden glow beneath the ice, like a captured star the winter hearth. But the ice patch on his quilt was now large and painfully cold, spreading tendrils of frost onto nearby patches. Standing at the water's edge, seemingly formed from the mist rising off the ice, was Syria. Her form was fluid, shifting like water-reflecting moonlight, and her eyes were the deep, calm blue of glacial pools. "You carry the Heartstone," Syria murmured, her voice the gentle lapping of waves on a shore. "It calls to the hearth, but the guardian sleeps, bound by sorrow, and the ice strengthens." She gestured towards the center of the lake. "The cold you feel on your quilt mirrors the cold within the guardian's spirit. To reach the hearth you must cross the ice, but tread carefully. The ice is treacherous, not just beneath your feet, but in the heart. Anger, fear, force, they will crack it, and the depths are unforgiving." Leo looked at the vast expanse of ice, feeling small and afraid. He clutched the sunstone Bramble had given him, drawing comfort from its warmth. He remembered Luna's words, "Look beyond the surface." He held the feather of true seeing before his eyes. The world shifted subtly. He saw not just the ice, but the currents of cold air swirling above it, the places where the ice was thin and brittle, not from weakness, but from deep, unseen fractures of sadness radiating from the center. He saw the faint, almost invisible path of strongest ice, winding like a river of resilience towards the golden glow, a path forged by threads of forgotten warmth. This was the challenge. Not to break the ice, but to understand it. Not to fight the cold, but to offer warmth. Wisdom, not force. He thought of grandmother's stories woven into the quilt, stories of kindness and shared warmth. He thought of Bramble's quiet wisdom, Luna's perceptive gaze, Syria's fluid grace. They hadn't fought his battle, they had given him tools for understanding. Taking a deep breath, Leo stepped onto the ice. He didn't rush. He moved slowly, deliberately, placing his feet only where the feather showed the path of resilience. He focused not on the biting cold, but on the warmth of the sunstone in his pocket, the comforting weight of the quilt on his shoulders, the memory of Bramble's earthy kindness, Luna's quiet insight, Syria's gentle guidance. He hummed a lullaby grandmother used to sing, a simple tune about hearth fires and returning home. The sound, small and brave in the vast silence, seemed to hang in the air, a tiny spark of warmth. As he neared the center, the golden glow intensified. Beneath a dome of the thickest, clearest ice lay the winter hearth, not a fire, but a swirling core of liquid gold light. And curled around it, shivering despite the immense cold it emanated, was the guardian. It wasn't a fearsome beast, but a creature of breathtaking fragility, a great stag sculpted entirely from ice, its form intricate and ancient, but its eyes, large and crystalline, held an abyss of loneliness and sorrow. This deep cold came from within. Leo stopped. Force was useless. He couldn't break the ice dome without harming the guardian and risking the hearth. Bramble's stone. It offered warmth, but only for him. Luna's feather showed the sorrow, but not how to heal it. Syria's words echoed, offer warmth. He remembered the heartstone. He drew it from his pocket. It pulsed gently in his hand, its swirling colors resonating with the golden light of the hearth. He didn't throw it. He didn't demand. Instead, Leo knelt carefully on the ice before the dome. He placed the warm sunstone beside him. He held the feather of true seeing lightly. And he began to speak. Not loudly but clearly, weaving a story into the frozen air. He told the guardian about his grandmother's quilt, about the comfort of its stories. He spoke of Bramble and his stones that remembered the sun, of Luna and her feather that saw true hearts, of Syria and her understanding of deep currents. He spoke of feeling unseen like a shadow, and how the quilt and the stone had shown him a path. He spoke of the warmth of friendship offered freely. As he spoke, pouring his own quiet understanding and empathy into the words, he held the heartstone against the ice dome. A soft, amber radiance bloomed from the stone where it touched the ice. Tiny fissures of golden light spread out from the point of contact, not cracking, but warming. The ice didn't melt, it began to glow from within, like sunlight hitting frost. Leo's quilt, pressed against the ice, pulsed warmly. The frost spreading on its patches began to recede, the ice crystals softening, their edges blurring. The great ice stag lifted its head. The abyss in its eyes flickered. It saw Leo, truly saw him, the small boy offering not heat, but understanding, not force, but companionship. A single crystalline tear, warm as liquid sunlight, welled in the guardian's eye and traced a path down its icy cheek. Where it fell onto the ice dome, a small circle of pure, radiant gold appeared like a window. With a sound like distant wind chimes, the ice dome shimmered and became insubstantial as mist. Leo stepped through. The cold vanished, replaced by a profound, gentle warmth radiating from the swirling hearth. The guardian lowered its magnificent head, touching Leo's hand, holding the heartstone with the tip of its icy antler. A wave of pure golden energy flowed from the hearth, through the guardian into the heartstone and up Leo's arm, filling him with a sense of peace and deep connection. The heartstone blazed momentarily, then settled back into its quiet luminescence, now pulsing in perfect harmony with the hearth's rhythm. The ice across the entire lake groaned softly. Not a sound of breaking, but of release. The murky blue patches cleared. The thin, brittle fractures sealed with veins of gold light. The lake remained frozen, but it was now a strong, serene expanse, humming with contained warmth. The unnatural, sorrowful cold was gone. The journey back was easier. The silver thread had faded, its purpose fulfilled. Syria flowed alongside him for a while, her misty form shimmering with approval. "You offered warmth to the coldest place," she murmured. "The hearth remembers." Luna glided silently overhead, a guardian shadow against the brightening sky. Bramble met him at the edge of the oak clearing, nodding sagely. "Stones remember," he rumbled. "And so do hearts." Leo returned to the cottage as the first stars pricked the twilight sky. He slipped inside, the quilt still wrapped around him, radiating a deep, comforting warmth that had nothing to do with wool. The ice patch was gone, replaced by a new square, a perfect miniature of the golden winter hearth, glowing softly with captured light. He tucked the heartstone back into its hiding place within the quilt, the feather and sunstone nestled beside it. That night, as Leo snuggled beneath the quilt, the ordinary patches glowed with a gentle, inner light. The blue velvet constellation shimmered, the green moss pulsed with life, the sunflower yellow radiated cheer. He felt different. Not louder, but more present. He had crossed a vast, frozen lake not with strength, but with quiet wisdom and an open heart. He had learned that the deepest magic often lies hidden in simple things, a pebble, a quilt, a kind word, and that the greatest journeys change you from the inside out, filling you with a warmth that no winter wind can ever extinguish. The quilt hummed softly, a lullaby woven from starlight, hearthlight, and the quiet courage of a boy who listened, understood, and offered warmth to melt the deepest frost. And as sleep claimed him, Leo knew he was seen, not as a shadow, but as a keeper of gentle wonders, forever wrapped in the comforting magic of home. Story 22. The soft, golden lights of Stardust Haven Station glimmered like captured fireflies against the observation dome, casting long, dancing shadows across the bustling promenade. Below, travelers from 1,000 worlds drifted past vendor stalls, selling steaming mugs of Andorian spice tea and crystalline fruits that chimed when touched. High above, clinging to a rafter with tiny, three-fingered hands, Zephyr shivered. Their iridescent feathers, usually shimmering blues and violets, had dulled to a worried gray. The Etherian had never felt so alone. Their homeworld's windsong felt galaxies away, replaced by the station's metallic hum and the overwhelming buzz of unfamiliar minds. A passing Boltaxian's booming laugh sent Zephyr fluttering nervously, wings buzzing like distressed hummingbirds. On the polished floor below, Grum shifted his massive weight, causing the deck plates to groan. The Terosian resembled a small, moss-dappled mountain, his craggy skin radiating gentle warmth like sun-baked stones. Deep-set eyes, glowing softly like banked embers, scanned the crowd with quiet confusion. Grum understood strength, the heft of a boulder, the slow grind of tectonic plates, but not the fleeting glances and hurried whispers directed at his imposing form. He'd come seeking rare minerals for his colony's failing geothermal vents, but the station's intricate etiquette was as foreign as zero gravity. A vendor offered him a delicate pastry. Grum rumbled a polite thank you in his gravelly tongue, but his massive hand accidentally brushed the stall. Pastries tumbled like fragile snowflakes. The vendor's indignant shout made Grum flinch, his rocky shoulders hunching. He lumbered away, seeking the quietest corner, a low, mournful vibration humming deep within his chest. Fate, or perhaps the station's quirky gravity calibrators, intervened. As Grum turned down a quieter corridor lined with glowing data terminals, Zephyr, startled by a sudden proximity alert siren, zipped downwards in a panic. They collided squarely with Grum's broad back. It was like a butterfly hitting a cliff. Zephyr let out a high-pitched chirrup of alarm and tumbled backwards, wings fluttering wildly. Grum, startled by the impact, instinctively raised a heavy arm. His elbow connected with a nearby environmental control console. Sparks flew. A cascade of holographic warnings flickered to life. Gravity anomaly detected. Sector 7 containment breach. Station Manager Ori, a stern-faced Felisian with sleek silver fur, arrived moments later, her tail lashing. "Look at this mess," she hissed, gesturing at the sputtering console and the terrified Etherian now huddled on the floor, feathers puffed out defensively. "You," she pointed a clawed finger at Grum, clumsy as a comet in an asteroid field. "And you," she turned to Zephyr, "flying where you shouldn't, clean this up, repair that console, and contain that leak in Sector 7, it's flooding the hydroponic gardens with unstable nebula particles. Do it together, or you're both on the next shuttle out, wherever it's headed." With a final flick of her tail, Ori stalked off, leaving stunned silence. Zephyr trembled, looking up at the giant who had seemed so threatening. Grum looked down at the tiny, colorful being he'd inadvertently knocked aside. He took a slow, deliberate step back, trying to make himself smaller, a low, apologetic rumble vibrating the air. "Apologies, small one." Unintended, Zephyr tilted their head, sensing the absence of malice in the deep sound, though the meaning was lost. They cautiously trilled a sequence of musical notes, the Etherian greeting of peace. Grum only heard unfamiliar, high-pitched chirping. Misunderstanding lay thick between them, as dense as nebular dust. The repair task was daunting. Sector 7 was a dim, cavernous space filled with towering, humming water reclamation tanks, now shimmering with dangerous, pink-tinged nebula particles leaking from a fractured conduit high on the wall. The air crackled with unstable energy, smelling faintly of ozone and burnt sugar. Zephyr fluttered nervously near the breach, the particles making their feathers tingle unpleasantly. Grum approached the sealed access panel, easily ripping it open with his powerful hands, revealing a tangle of sparking wires and broken pipes. He gestured upwards with a stony finger, then to the scattered tools Ori had grudgingly provided. "High fix need," he rumbled, the words slow and heavy. Zephyr understood the gesture. They chirped an affirmative melody and zipped upwards, wings ablur, landing lightly on a narrow pipe near the fracture. But the conduit was hot, and a loose wire sparked violently near their foot. Zephyr shrieked, flapping backwards in panic, losing their balance. They tumbled downwards. Grum moved with surprising speed for his size, his massive, warm hand shooting out, not to grab, but to form a gentle cradle beneath the falling Etherian. Zephyr landed softly on his palm, trembling. Grum held perfectly still, radiating soothing warmth like a hearthstone. He rumbled softly, a sound like distant, comforting thunder. Safe, warm, here Zephyr, feeling the genuine concern in the heat and the deep vibration, cautiously nestled into the mossy crevices of Grum's palm. Their feathers slowly shifted from frightened gray to a tentative lavender. They trilled a soft, grateful melody. The first fragile thread of trust was spun. Working together became a slow, patient dance. Zephyr, with their agility and delicate touch, navigated the tight spaces near the breach, their keen eyes spotting microfractures Grum couldn't see. They communicated through gestures, pointing, mimicking tools with their hands, fluttering patterns to indicate danger or success. Grum, with his immense strength and heat-resistant body, handled the heavy ceiling clamps and the dangerously hot sections of conduit. He lifted Zephyr effortlessly to hard-to-reach spots, becoming a living scaffold. When a surge of particles caused Zephyr to shiver violently, Grum gently cupped his other hand near them, his natural warmth warding off the chilling energy. In turn, when Grum became frustrated trying to thread a stubborn bolt, his rumbles growing agitated, Zephyr perched on his shoulder and sang a complex, calming Etherian lullaby, a melody woven from wind and starlight. The deep vibrations in Grum's chest smoothed into a contented hum. He didn't understand the words, but the intention, a wish for peace, resonated within his stony heart. During a brief respite, Zephyr noticed Grum carefully picking up discarded pieces of polished metal plating scattered near the repair site. He tucked them into a pouch made of woven asteroid fibers slung across his back. Zephyr's feathers flickered with confusion, then suspicion. On Etheria, collecting shiny things without permission was a grave taboo. Was this gentle giant stealing? Their melody turned questioning, sharp. Grum paused, sensing the shift. He looked at Zephyr, then slowly, deliberately opened the pouch. He pulled out not just the scrap metal, but a small, badly dented object, an ancient, hand-cranked music box. He pointed to the missing pieces, then to the scrap metal, and finally to Zephyr. Broken fix for song maker, he rumbled, his ember eyes hopeful. Zephyr stared. The misunderstanding dissolved like mist under a sun. Grum hadn't been stealing, he'd been gathering materials to repair a gift, inspired by their singing. A wave of profound shame washed over Zephyr, followed by overwhelming warmth. They trilled an apology, the melody rich with remorse and newfound affection, and gently touched the music box with a tiny hand. The final challenge came when the main stabilizer coupling, weakened by the lake, suddenly sheared off. A torrent of shimmering nebula particles and freezing coolant erupted, threatening to flood the entire sector. Grum roared, a sound like grinding boulders, and planted himself squarely in front of the breach, his broad back absorbing the worst of the freezing spray. His moss steamed and cracks appeared in his rocky skin, but he held firm. "Small one, seal, now," he bellowed over the din. Zephyr, heart pounding, saw the critical moment. Ignoring the stinging particles, they zipped through the chaotic spray, carrying the heavy replacement coupling Grum had prepared. With frantic precision, guided by Grum's shouted directions and their own courage, they slotted it into place. Grum, summoning every ounce of his strength, slammed the heavy emergency seal shut over it. The torrent ceased. Silence fell, broken only by the dripping coolant and their own heavy breaths. Exhausted, Grum slumped against the tank, his warmth slowly returning. Zephyr fluttered down, landing on his knee. Their feathers were bedraggled, but glowing with a soft, triumphant gold. They chirped a melody of pure relief and accomplishment. Grum gently extended a finger, rough and warm. Zephyr hopped onto it, their tiny form a stark contrast to the Terosian's might. They looked at each other not as alien beings, but as companions who had weathered a storm together. Grum rumbled, the sound deep and contented, strong, small one. Brave, Zephyr trilled back, the melody meaning, warm, big one, safe, understanding flowed between them, deeper than any shared language. When Manager Ori arrived, expecting failure, she found Sector 7 repaired, the leak contained, and the unlikely duo sitting quietly together. Grum was carefully polishing a piece of scrap metal. Zephyr was perched on his shoulder, singing softly while gently guiding his massive fingers to fit the piece onto the nearly restored music box. Ori's stern expression softened. "Well," she murmured, her tail swaying gently now, "it seems you found more than just a way to fix a lake." She assigned them shared quarters, a cozy nook near the station's warm engineering core, and waived their passage debts. That night, in the soft glow of the core's ambient light, Grum carefully placed the fully repaired music box on a small shelf. He turned the crank. A tinkling, slightly off-key but utterly charming melody filled the air, a simple, ancient Terosian mining song. Zephyr, nestled in a bed of soft thermal cloths Grum had arranged, listened, their feathers shimmering with peaceful blues and contented purples. They understood the melody now, not the notes but the heart behind it, friendship offered and received. Grum rumbled a soft counterpoint, a sound of profound satisfaction. Outside their viewport, the cosmos wheeled, vast and mysterious, filled with countless stars and worlds. But here, in their warm little corner of the Stardust Haven, two souls from distant corners of the galaxy had discovered a universe within their unlikely bond. They had learned that friendship wasn't about speaking the same words, but listening to the same heart. It wasn't about being the same, but about finding strength in the spaces between, building bridges of trust with patience, warmth, and the courage to see beyond the surface, all the way to the kindness glowing within. And as the gentle melody played on, wrapping them in its simple, shared comfort, they knew, without a single shared word needed, that they would face the vast unknown ahead not alone, but together, wing and stone, forever changed. The quiet hum of the station and the soft chime of the music box became their lullaby, a promise of safety and belonging that stretched out into the starry night, warm and enduring. Story 23. The old oak door in the attic wall had always been there, dusty and forgotten behind trunks of moth-eaten clothes. Young Ben had seen it 100 times, but tonight, bathed in the long, low light of the setting sun slanting through the grimy window, the brass handle seemed to gleam. A curious warmth, like the promise of summer mornings, seemed to emanate from the wood itself. Ben, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of unspoken questions, felt a familiar flutter, not fear, but the thrilling pull of the unknown. He reached out, his small hand closing around the cool metal. It turned with a soft, resonant click, and the door swung inward, not onto more attic gloom, but onto starlight. He stepped through onto soft, mossy ground. The air hummed with a gentle warmth and carried the scent of crushed herbs and damp earth. Above him stretched not a ceiling, but a vast, velvety night sky, deeper and richer than any he'd seen, scattered with constellations that pulsed like fireflies caught in sapphire. He stood in a clearing ringed by trees unlike any in his world. Their bark shimmered with subtle veins of silver and gold, and their leaves weren't green, but shifting hues of indigo, violet, and soft, luminous peach. They rustled with a sound like distant wind chimes and sighing flutes. This was the Glimmerwood. Ben felt a wide smile spread across his face. He walked, his footsteps silent on the springy moss. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any he knew, drifted lazily, leaving trails of soft blue light. Tiny, glowing mushrooms clustered at the roots of the trees, casting gentle pools of light on the forest floor. It felt safe, yet thrillingly new. His first encounter wasn't with a creature, but a phenomenon. He came upon a small, perfectly circular pool. Its surface wasn't water, but liquid moonlight, shimmering and cool to the touch. As he knelt beside it, curious, the reflection didn't show his face. Instead, it swirled with colors, scenes of sunlit meadows he'd never visited, mountain peaks dusted with unfamiliar snow, oceans teeming with iridescent fish. It was a pool of possibilities. Ben dipped a finger in, it tingled not unpleasantly, and the visions danced faster. He understood without being told that this place showed glimpses of other wonders, other paths. It didn't frighten him, it filled him with a quiet awe. There is so much to see, he thought, a seed of courage taking root. Further into the Glimmerwood, the path narrowed, winding between trees whose branches arched overhead like a cathedral nave. Here, the air buzzed with a different energy. Small, winged creatures flitted through the dappled light. They weren't birds or insects, but shimmering motes of light that solidified briefly into delicate forms, tiny foxes with butterfly wings, rabbits with fur like spun moonlight, owls whose feathers were constellations. These were the Whisperwings, the guardians of the Glimmerwood's deeper paths. They didn't speak but communicated in soft chimes, rustles, and fleeting images projected like thoughts onto the air itself. Ben watched them, enchanted. One, resembling a small deer woven from starlight and fern fronds, approached cautiously. It projected an image into Ben's mind, a tangled knot of glowing vines blocking a particularly inviting path deeper into the woods. Alongside the image came a feeling of gentle distress. The whisperwings fluttered around the invisible knot, their chimes sounding frustrated. Ben understood the unspoken request. The challenge wasn't fierce, but it required patience and gentle hands. He knelt by the spot the dear creature indicated. Though he couldn't see the vines, he could feel them, a faint resistance in the air, a subtle hum of tangled energy. Closing his eyes, trusting the whisperwing's guidance, he reached out. His fingers brushed against something cool and silken, yet humming with life. Carefully, slowly, focusing on the feeling rather than sight, he began to trace the strands, feeling for the loops and crossings. It was like untying an invisible knot made of starlight. The whisperwings gathered around, their chimes growing softer, encouraging. It took time and several moments where he almost lost the thread, but Ben persevered, his quiet concentration unwavering. Finally, with a soft ping like a plucked harp string, the resistance vanished. The path ahead shimmered into clear view. The whisperwings erupted in a chorus of joyous chimes, swirling around Ben in a kaleidoscope of light. The little dear creature nuzzled his hand, projecting a feeling of warm gratitude. Ben felt a surge of pride, not boastful but deep and quiet. He hadn't needed a sword or loud words. His care and attention had been enough. The path opened into a grander clearing dominated by an immense tree. Its trunk was wide as a cottage, and its roots formed natural steps leading up to a hollow entrance. This was the heartwood oak. Sitting peacefully before it was a creature that made Ben gasp. It was a giant snail, its shell not dull brown, but a swirling masterpiece of mother of pearl, reflecting all the colors of the glimmerwood in shifting patterns. Its body was a soft, velvety gray, and atop its head waved two long stalks, each tipped with a glowing orb, one like a captured moonbeam, the other like a tiny sun. The great snail regarded Ben with ancient, kind eyes, the color of mossy pools. It didn't move, but a deep, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating gently through the ground and into Ben's bones. Along with the hum came understanding, not words, but pure feeling, welcome, curiosity, a touch of melancholy. Ben approached slowly. He saw the source of the melancholy. A single large leaf, glowing faintly gold, had drifted down and become lodged sideways in a delicate spiral groove high up on the magnificent shell. It was stuck fast, disrupting the smooth flow of the shell's pattern. The great snail couldn't reach it, and the obstruction seemed to cause it discomfort, dimming the light of its eye stalks ever so slightly. Ben looked around. The roots were too smooth to climb easily, and the shell was high. He spied a cluster of large, rubbery-looking mushrooms growing nearby. Testing one cautiously, he found it surprisingly springy and strong. Carefully, he stacked a few sturdy ones, creating a wobbly but serviceable step stool. Balancing precariously, he reached up. The leaf was wedged tight. He couldn't pull it free without risking damage to the delicate shell groove. Remembering the tangled vines, he thought not of force, but of ease. He gently wiggled the leaf, feeling how it was caught, then turned it slightly, aligning it with the spiral's natural curve. It slid free effortlessly. As the golden leaf fluttered down, the great snail let out a deep sigh of relief that sounded like wind through ancient pines. The light in its eye stalks brightened considerably, bathing Ben in warm, comforting light. The resonant hum deepened, filling Ben with a profound sense of peace and acceptance. He understood kindness, especially small kindnesses offered to those who cannot help themselves, unlocks great warmth. The giant snail slowly turned its head, its moonbeam eye glowing towards a path Ben hadn't noticed before, leading back into the familiar woods near the attic door. The journey back felt different. The Glimmerwood seemed to embrace Ben, the trees whispering softer melodies, the fireflies gathering to light his way like a gentle escort. He carried with him not trinkets, but the memory of moonlight pools, the chime of whisperwings, the resonant hum of the great snail, and the quiet knowledge of his own courage, the courage to step through an unknown door, to face gentle challenges with patience and kindness, and to trust the wonder he found. He stepped back through the oak door into the dusty attic. It closed behind him with a soft sigh. The brass handle was cool and dull once more. But Ben felt changed. He looked out the grimy window at the ordinary night sky, but now he saw the echoes of the Glimmerwood's constellations. He touched his pocket, half expecting to find a glowing mushroom or a whisperwing's feather. Instead, he found a single perfect acorn, its cap gleaming with a faint, impossible sheen of silver and violet. He smiled, holding it close. That night, as Ben lay in bed, the ordinary sounds of the house settling seemed to hold a hidden music. The wind outside rustled the leaves with a familiar chime. The moonbeam slanting across his floor held the same liquid silver quality as the heartwood oak's eye. He closed his eyes, not with the day's worries, but with the comforting hum of the great snail resonating in his memory. He drifted into sleep, knowing that courage wasn't about being loud or fearless, but about stepping forward with an open heart, ready to untangle knots and free stuck leaves wherever he found them. And the Glimmerwood, a secret held safe within the walls of his own home and the depths of his own spirit, would always be there, a reminder that wonder waits just beyond the next door, for those brave enough to turn the handle. The gentle glow of the acorn on his bedside table pulsed softly, a tiny, comforting beacon in the dark, whispering of starlit moss and endless, enchanted possibilities. Sleep came deep and peaceful, wrapped in the lingering warmth of a world where kindness was the greatest magic of all. Story 24. The hearth crackled softly as the last embers of twilight faded beyond the valley. In a snug stone cottage nestled beside the whispering woods lived Linden, a young woman whose heart felt as tangled as the ivy clinging to her garden wall. Linden loved the familiar, the comforting rhythm of sunrise painting the eastern hills, the predictable song of the thrush in the old oak, the way her herb garden always bloomed in the same orderly rows. Change, however, rustled through her life like an unwelcome autumn wind. Her beloved grandmother, who had taught her the names of every star and the language of the whispering leaves, had journeyed beyond the mountains the winter before. Now the Valley Council spoke of new paths being carved through the woods, and even the stars seemed to shift in unfamiliar patterns. Linden felt brittle, like dry kindling. She clung fiercely to her routines, tending her garden with meticulous care, ensuring every petal and leaf stayed exactly where it belonged. Yet a strange unease settled in her bones. The cottage itself seemed to sigh. Small cracks appeared in the plaster near the hearth. The one sprite paint on her front door began to peel, revealing weathered wood beneath. More unsettling were the subtle shifts in her garden. A patch of moonflowers, usually shy night bloomers, stubbornly unfurled their silvery faces at noon. Her neat rows of rosemary began to curl and twist, reaching towards the shifting shadows beneath the oak tree. Linden tried to prune them back to enforce order, but they resisted, their scent sharp and defiant. One crisp morning, a deeper chill than usual hung in the air. Linden found the hearth stone cold, despite a full stack of dry logs. When she tried to light it, the flames sputtered and died, leaving only acrid smoke. A profound sense of cold seeped into the cottage, frosting the window panes and settling into Linden's very core. She felt frozen, stuck, unable to move forward or truly hold onto the past. Tears, cold as winter dew, traced paths down her cheeks. "It's all changing," she whispered to the empty room, her breath a plume of frost. "And I don't know how to stop it." Just then, a warm knock echoed through the chilled silence. It was Mara, her friend from the village down the valley. Mara carried a basket woven from supple willow branches, overflowing with plump, earthy mushrooms and fragrant sprigs of thyme. Her cheeks were rosy from the walk, and her eyes, the color of warm honey, held a steady kindness. "Linden, goodness, it's colder in here than the deepest cave," Mara exclaimed, bustling inside without waiting for an invitation. She took in the frosty windows, the unlit hearth, and Linden's tear-streaked face. Without a word, she placed the basket down and wrapped her sturdy arms around Linden. The warmth radiating from Mara felt like the first touch of spring sun after a long frost. "Talk to me, Linden. What troubles the air in your home?" Linden poured out her fears: the crumbling cottage, the wilting garden, the changing valley, the aching absence of her grandmother, the terrifying feeling of being swept away by a current she couldn't control. "Everything feels like it's falling apart," she finished, her voice thin and shaky. "I try to hold it all together, to keep things just as they were, but it's like trying to catch moonlight in a sieve." Mara listened intently, her gaze soft and understanding. She gently touched a frost-covered window pane. "The cottage feels your heart, Linden, and your heart is afraid. This place, it's always been attuned to those who live within its walls. When my mother passed, our barn door wouldn't latch for a week, no matter what we did. It only stopped swinging open when we stopped trying to force it shut and simply accepted the wind." She moved to the stubborn rosemary, running a calloused finger along a twisted stem. "And the garden, it mirrors the gardener. You're trying to prune away the change, but maybe the change is trying to grow you." Linden stared at her friend, then at the unruly rosemary. "Grow me into what? I just want things to be peaceful, like before." "Peace isn't stillness, Linden," Mara said gently, her voice as soothing as the murmur of the nearby brook. "It's harmony, like the brook finding its way around the rocks, not trying to be a stagnant pond. Change isn't the enemy, it's the soil where new things grow." She gestured towards the basket. "Come, let's see if we can coax some warmth back into this hearth. And perhaps we can listen to what the garden is trying to say." Together they gathered kindling, not the usual dry logs, but softer tinder-dried moss, fragrant pine needles, and curls of birch bark Mara had brought. Mara showed Linden how to build the fire differently, not in a tight, controlled pyramid, but in a loose nest, allowing air to flow. As Linden carefully placed the tinder, her fingers trembling, a small spark leapt from the flint, not onto the dry moss, but onto a single, frost-kissed leaf of rosemary she'd absent-mindedly tucked into the nest. Instead of catching fire, the leaf glowed with a soft, emerald light. It pulsed gently, like a tiny heartbeat. Then a single perfect dewdrop formed on its tip, catching the emerald glow and refracting it into a miniature rainbow that danced on the cold hearth stone. A wave of warmth, gentle as a sigh, radiated from the glowing leaf, chasing away the biting chill. The frost on the window panes began to melt, tracing shimmering paths down the glass. Linden gasped. "What?" "It seems," Mara murmured, her eyes wide with wonder, "your magic is waking up, Linden, and it's tied to the life around you, to growth, not control. Your grandmother always said the valley's magic flowed strongest through those who understood its rhythm." Over the next few days, guided by Mara's quiet presence and the cottage's gentle, magical prompts, Linden began to experiment. Instead of forcing the moonflowers back into night blooming, she sat with them at noon, feeling the unfamiliar warmth of the sun on her face. To her astonishment, the flowers shimmered, releasing a silvery pollen that drifted on the breeze and made the air taste faintly of starlight. She stopped pruning the rosemary and instead gently guided its wilder tendrils onto a small trellis near the door. As she did, focusing not on restriction but on support, the stems glowed faintly, and the peeling paint on the door began to smooth and renew itself, blossoming into the soft, warm hue of apricots at dawn. The cracks in the plaster near the hearth remained, but Linden didn't try to patch them. One afternoon, feeling a pang of missing her grandmother, she traced a finger along the longest crack. As her sadness flowed, tiny, delicate vines, studded with impossibly small blue forget-me-not buds, sprouted from the fissure, weaving a living tapestry over the imperfection. The sight brought not tears, but a soft, bittersweet smile. The hearth fire now burned brightly and steadily whenever Linden approached it, its warmth a comforting embrace. The biggest challenge came when the council's new path was finally marked, cutting a gentle swath through the edge of the whispering woods, visible from Linden's garden. Linden felt the old resistance rise, cold and hard. That night a fierce wind howled, not from the mountains, but seeming to originate from the woods themselves. It lashed the garden, threatening to uproot her precious plants. Linden ran outside, her heart pounding. She tried to stand against the wind to shield her garden, but it buffeted her relentlessly. Remembering Mara's words harmony, not force she closed her eyes, feeling the wind's power, its wildness, its own kind of necessary change. Instead of fighting, she reached out with her newfound connection, not to stop the wind, but to ask it to be gentle. She focused on the feeling of the rosemary's resilience, the moonflower's starlight, the living warmth of her cottage. She sent out a silent plea, woven with acceptance of the new path, a wish for protection, and an understanding that the woods, too, were adjusting. The wind's howl softened into a sigh. It still danced through the garden, but now it swirled around the plants, rustling leaves without tearing them. It carried the scent of damp earth and distant pine, not destruction. As the wind settled, hundreds of tiny fireflies, drawn by Linden's calming magic, emerged from the woods, drifting into her garden like living stars, bathing the moonflowers and the resilient rosemary in their gentle, golden light. The new path, visible in the moonlight, no longer felt like an intrusion, but simply another thread in the valley's ever-changing tapestry. Linden stood amidst the softly glowing garden, the fireflies dancing around her, the cottage radiating warmth behind her. The cracks were still there, adorned with living flowers. The garden was wilder, more vibrant, less orderly, but teeming with a life that felt deeper, truer. She understood now. The crumbling, the wilting, the cold, they weren't signs of failure, but the old structure making way for the new growth stirring within her. Her magic wasn't about fixing things back to how they were. It was about nurturing life, embracing change, and finding harmony in the flow. It was the magic of transformation, rooted in acceptance and gentle strength. Mara arrived the next morning, finding Linden not tending rigid rows, but sitting peacefully on a mossy stone bench, watching bees dance among the now free-growing lavender. The cottage looked lived in, loved, its apricot door glowing warmly. The scent of rosemary and wood smoke hung sweetly in the air. "You look different," Mara smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Lighter. Linden returned the smile, a genuine peaceful warmth in her eyes. "I feel rooted," she said softly. "Like an old tree that's weathered a storm and found it only made its branches reach wider and its roots dig deeper. The change, it's not the end of peace, it's just peace wearing a different cloak." She gestured towards the garden, alive with color and buzzing insects, and the living vines on her cottage wall. "Grandmother's lessons were always in the growing things. I just needed to remember that I'm meant to grow too." As the sun climbed higher, painting the valley in gold, Linden knew more changes would come. Paths would shift, seasons would turn, people would come and go. But the cold fear was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence, as steady and nurturing as the magic now humming softly within her, and the walls of her welcoming, imperfectly perfect stone cottage. The hearth crackled contentedly, a promise of enduring warmth, and outside the garden bloomed, a vibrant testament to the beautiful, unfolding story of becoming. Story 25. Story 26. The air in the village of Willowbrook always smelled of damp earth and wood smoke, especially as twilight painted the sky in soft lavenders and dusky pinks. Young Finn, the gardener's apprentice, knelt beside a particularly stubborn patch of knotweed, his fingers stained green, his brow furrowed in concentration. He wasn't the strongest lad nor the loudest, but Finn possessed a quiet stillness, an ability to listen that others often mistook for shyness. He could hear the thirsty sigh of the wilting marigolds near the gate, and the contented hum of the bees drowsing in the late-blooming lavender. Tonight, however, a different sound tugged at his attention, a faint, crystalline chime, like tiny bells whispering on the breeze, coming from the heart of the ancient, tangled wildwood bordering the village gardens. Most villagers avoided the wildwood, whispering tales of shifting paths and mischievous shadows. But Finn, whose world was roots and rain, felt a peculiar kinship with its deep green silence. The chime sounded again, sweeter, more insistent. Driven by a curiosity that outweighed his caution, Finn carefully wiped his hands on his worn trousers, cast a glance back at the sleeping cottage where Old Man Hemlock, his mentor, snored softly, and slipped through the gap in the mossy stone wall into the shadowed embrace of the trees. Inside the wildwood, the world changed. Sunlight, even the fading twilight, filtered through the dense canopy in dappled, emerald shafts. The air grew thick with the scent of decaying leaves, rich loam, and something else, something vibrant and alive, like crushed mint in starlight. The chime led him deeper, past gnarled oaks that seemed to watch him with ancient, knowing eyes, over carpets of luminous moss that glowed faintly under his boots. He followed a path only he could sense, drawn by the music that resonated not just in his ears, but deep within his chest. Finally, he emerged into a small, hidden glade bathed in the soft, silver radiance of the newly risen moon. At its center stood a sight that stole his breath. It wasn't a grand palace or a glittering fountain, but a single, impossibly beautiful flower. Its stem was slender and silver-streaked, its leaves like polished jade. The bloom itself was unlike anything Finn had ever seen, petals the color of twilight, shifting from deep indigo to soft violet, edged with a shimmering thread of pure starlight. And nestled within its heart, pulsing with a gentle golden light, lay a single perfect seed, shaped like a teardrop. The crystalline chime emanated from it, a soft, rhythmic pulse that seemed to vibrate in harmony with the moonlight itself. The night bloom. As Finn stood transfixed, a low, rumbling growl shattered the glade's serenity. From behind a cluster of moon-pale ferns, a creature emerged. It was a badger, but unlike any Finn had seen in the fields. This one was larger, its coarse fur striped with bands of pure silver that caught the moonlight, its eyes intelligent and wary, burning like chips of amber. It moved with surprising grace, its powerful shoulders bunching as it placed itself squarely between Finn and the flower, baring sharp, white teeth in a silent snarl. Finn froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. He remembered the village tales, Grumpy Thorne, the ill-tempered guardian spirit of the wildwood who chased off anyone who dared trespass. He expected fury, perhaps a charge. But the badger didn't attack. It stood its ground, rumbling deep in its chest, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on Finn, filled not with mindless aggression, but with a fierce, protective intensity. It wasn't just guarding the glade, it was guarding the night bloom. Finn knew brute force would be useless and disrespectful besides. He remembered Old Man Hemlock's words, "Plants, boy, they talk, you just gotta learn the language, patience, stillness, respect." Slowly, deliberately, Finn lowered himself until he was sitting cross-legged on the cool, damp moss, mirroring the badger's stillness. He didn't reach out. He didn't speak loudly. Instead, he let his breathing slow, matching the rhythm of the night bloom's chime. He focused on the feeling of the earth beneath him, the scent of the glade, the quiet power radiating from the silver-striped badger. He projected not fear but curiosity, and a deep, wordless respect for the place and its guardian. Minutes stretched like hours. The badger watched him, its amber eyes narrowed. The rumbling in its chest subsided, replaced by a low, thoughtful huff. Its rigid posture softened almost imperceptibly. Finn stayed perfectly still, offering only his quiet presence. He noticed then a jagged tear in the badger's left ear, and a slight limp it tried to hide as it shifted its weight. It wasn't just fierce. It was weary, perhaps wounded. Finally, the badger gave a softer chuff. It didn't approach, but the warning snarl was gone. It tilted its massive head, studying Finn with an unnerving intelligence. Finn, emboldened by this tiny shift, spoke softly, his voice barely a whisper above the night bloom's chime. "Hello, my name is Finn. I heard the singing. It's beautiful." He gestured very slowly towards the flower. "Is she yours to protect?" The badger blinked. It didn't speak, but its gaze flickered towards the night bloom, then back to Finn. There was a question in those amber depths. Finn understood. "I mean no harm, truly. I tend the gardens beyond the wall." He paused, gathering courage. "You seem hurt, your ear." The badger's gaze sharpened, then almost imperceptibly, it gave a single, slow nod. A flicker of understanding passed between them, fragile as a cobweb. Finn slowly, ever so slowly, reached into the small pouch he always carried, pulling out a few sprigs of dried calendula and a small twist of clean linen, Remedy's old man hemlock used for minor cuts. He placed them gently on the moss halfway between them, then scooted back. "For the ear," he murmured. The badger stared at the offering, then at Finn. With deliberate slowness, it padded forward, sniffed the calendula, then carefully picked up the linen twist in its powerful jaws. It retreated a few paces, watching Finn warily, before turning its attention to its torn ear, nuzzling the linen against it with surprising dexterity. A low, almost contented rumble vibrated in its chest. The tension in the glade eased, replaced by a tentative, fragile truce. Finn had named the guardian in his mind, Thorne, not out of fear, but recognition. And Thorne, it seemed, had decided this strange, quiet human wasn't an immediate threat. A bridge woven of silence and shared pain had begun to form. Over the next few nights, Finn returned to the moonlit glade. Each time Thorne was there, watchful but less hostile. Finn brought offerings, a shiny river stone, a particularly juicy earthworm, more calendula salve hemlock wouldn't miss. Thorne accepted them with gruff dignity, sometimes leaving a strangely luminous mushroom or a perfectly smooth acorn near where Finn sat. They communicated in gestures, shared silence, and the unspoken language of the wildwood itself. Finn learned Thorne's vigilance wasn't mere ill temper. The night bloom was fading. Its light dimmed slightly each night, its chime growing fainter, its petals drooping. Thorne paced around it, nuzzling its base, radiating helpless worry. The vibrant energy Finn had first felt was leaching away. One evening, as the moon hung full and heavy in the sky, bathing the glade in an ethereal silver light, Thorne did something unexpected. It nudged the pulsing golden seed from the night bloom's heart with its nose, rolling it gently towards Finn. Then it looked up at him, its amber eyes holding an unmistakable plea. It nudged the seed again, then looked pointedly towards the deepest, darkest part of the wildwood, where ancient, moss-draped trees formed a forbidding archway Finn had never dared approach. The message was clear: help her. Go there. The seed felt warm in Finn's palm, humming with a gentle, resonant energy that matched his own heartbeat. He understood Thorne's trust was a fragile gift. This journey wasn't just about saving a flower. It was about venturing into the unknown heart of the wildwood, guided only by a seed and a grumpy badger. He met Thorne's gaze and nodded. "All right, show me." Their journey began under the watchful gaze of the full moon. Thorne moved with surprising speed and certainty through the labyrinthine paths, his silver stripes a ghostly beacon in the gloom. Finn followed, the humming seed clutched tightly, its warmth a comforting anchor. The deeper they went, the stranger and more wondrous the wildwood became. Trees whispered secrets in rustling leaves that sounded like half-heard words. Glowing insects like living embers drifted through the air. They crossed a stream where the water flowed upwards in shimmering spirals before cascading down moss-covered rocks that chimed like glass when struck. They passed mushrooms that pulsed with soft, bioluminescent light, illuminating patches of ferns that curled and unfurled like sleeping cats. But the wildwood held more than beauty. In a mist-shrouded hollow, Thorne froze, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Shapes moved in the swirling fog, indistinct, shadowy figures that seemed to flicker at the edge of vision. Finn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp air. Fear prickled his skin. The shadows seemed drawn to the light pulsing from the seed in his hand. He remembered Thorne's fierce protectiveness and took a steadying breath. Instead of shrinking back, he held the seed aloft, focusing on its warmth, its gentle hum, the memory of the night bloom's pure light. He thought of Thorne's trust, of the garden beyond the wall, of the simple beauty of a sprouting seed. He projected calm, light, and a quiet determination. The shadows hesitated, swirling like smoke disturbed by a breeze, then slowly dissolved back into the mist, leaving only the scent of damp earth and a lingering chill. Thorne nudged Finn's leg, a gesture that felt surprisingly like approval. Deeper still, they faced a different challenge. A vast chasm split the forest floor, its bottom lost in impenetrable darkness. The only way across was a bridge woven not of wood or stone, but of living, thorny vines that writhed and shifted constantly. The Thorne Bridge. It looked impassable, deadly. Thorne paced at the edge, whining softly. Finn studied the writhing mass. He could feel the vine's agitation, a defensive energy. Trying to force his way across would be disastrous. He knelt, placing his palm on the cool earth near the first vine. He closed his eyes, listening not with his ears, but with his heart, as he listened to the wilting marigolds. He felt the vine's ancient strength, their purpose as guardians, their inherent fear of being trampled. He projected respect, acknowledging their power and their role. He thought of growth, of connection, of the journey he was on to heal, not harm. Slowly, carefully, he extended his hand, palm open, towards the nearest vine, radiating peaceful intent. The writhing slowed. The sharp thorns seemed to soften, retracting slightly. One vine, thick as Finn's wrist, uncoiled and stretched towards him, not menacingly, but curiously. It brushed against his open palm, a surprisingly cool, smooth touch despite its thorns. Finn held his breath, pouring all his focus into feelings of gratitude and peaceful passage. The vine remained still for a moment, then slowly, deliberately, began to weave itself into a stable, arched pathway across the chasm, its thorns now forming intricate patterns rather than barbs. Thorne watched, amber eyes wide with astonishment, then followed Finn as he walked steadily across the living bridge, the vines humming softly beneath his feet. Finally, after what felt like hours but could have been moments in the timeless wildwood, Thorne led Finn to the base of the oldest, grandest tree Finn had ever seen. The grandfather oak. Its trunk was wider than a cottage, its bark deeply fissured like a wise, ancient face. Its roots formed a natural amphitheater, and high up in its colossal branches, Finn could see clusters of glowing fruits like captured stars. But at its very roots, where the earth was darkest and richest, lay a circular patch of bare, black soil that seemed to hum with a deep, resonant energy. This, Thorne's intent gaze and gentle nudge conveyed, was the heart soil. Finn knelt before the heart soil. The night bloom seed pulsed warmly in his hand, its light brighter now, almost eager. He understood. This was where it needed to be planted. But how? He looked at the dark earth, sensing its immense power, its ancient stillness. He remembered planting seeds with hemlock, the gentle press of soil, the whispered encouragement, the faith in unseen growth. He scooped a small hollow in the heart soil with his hands, the earth cool and vibrant against his skin. He held the seed for a moment, pouring into it all his hope for the fading night bloom, his gratitude for Thorne's trust, his wonder at the wildwood's magic. He thought of healing, of light returning, of connection. Then with infinite care he placed the seed into the hollow and gently covered it with the rich, dark earth. He sat back on his heels, Thorne pressing close beside him, a solid, reassuring presence. They waited in the profound silence beneath the grandfather oak. Nothing happened immediately. The moonlight streamed down, illuminating the patch of disturbed soil. Finn felt a pang of doubt. Had he done it right? Had he misunderstood? Thorne nudged his arm softly, his amber gaze steady, patient. Then the faintest tremor ran through the earth beneath them. A single slender shoot, glowing with a soft silver light, pushed through the heart soil. It grew with astonishing speed, unfurling silver-streaked leaves, stretching upwards towards the moonlight. Buds formed, swelling with captured starlight. And then they bloomed. Not one flower, but dozens. Perfect replicas of the fading night bloom in the hidden glade, their twilight petals shimmering, their starlight edges gleaming brightly. A chorus of crystalline chimes filled the air, sweeter and stronger than before, resonating through the ancient tree, echoing through the wildwood, a symphony of restored life and light. The heart soil pulsed gently, its energy flowing into the new blooms, a vibrant connection reaffirmed. Thorne let out a soft, rumbling sound that was pure joy. He nuzzled Finn's shoulder, his gruffness completely dissolved in the wonder of the moment. Finn felt tears prick his eyes, not of sadness, but of overwhelming awe and a deep sense of belonging. He hadn't just planted a seed, he had nurtured a connection, healed a rift he hadn't fully understood. The journey back was different. The wildwood seemed to embrace them. The paths felt clearer, the shadows less menacing, the air thrumming with renewed vitality. Thorne walked beside Finn, no longer a wary guardian but a companion, his silver stripes gleaming proudly. When they reached the hidden glade, they found the original night bloom transformed. Bathed in the light of the newly restored heartsoil connection miles away, its drooping petals had lifted, its indigo hues deepened, its starlight edge burned bright once more. Its chime was strong and clear, harmonizing perfectly with the distant song from the grandfather oak. The fading had stopped, life and magic flowed strong again. Finn and Thorne stood together in the moonlit glade, bathed in the dual radiance of the restored flower and the distant blooms. No words were needed. The shared journey, the challenges faced with patience and kindness, the trust forged in the heart of the wildwood, it had changed them both. Finn felt taller, not in body, but in spirit. The quiet gardener's apprentice now carried the profound understanding of connection between himself and the earth, between himself and Thorne, between the seen world of Glimmerbrook and the hidden magic of the wildwood. Thorne, the grumpy guardian, had discovered that trust could bloom even with a human, and that friendship could be found in the most unexpected places. As the first pale streaks of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Finn knew he needed to return before Hemlock awoke. He turned to Thorne, placing a hand gently on the badger's broad head. "Thank you, my friend," he whispered. Thorne leaned into the touch, rumbling softly, then nudged Finn gently towards the gap in the wall. He would stay guarding both glades now, connected by the song of the night blooms. Finn slipped back into the village garden as the sky turned peach and gold. He knelt again beside the knotweed, his fingers touching the cool earth. It felt different now. He could feel the faint, vibrant hum of the wildwood's magic just beyond the wall, a gentle counterpoint to the thirsty sigh of the marigolds. He knew he wouldn't speak of his adventure, not in ways others would fully understand. But as he tended the garden that day, his movements were infused with a new depth of patience, a profound respect for every root and shoot. He saw the world differently, the hidden connections, the silent language, the magic woven into the ordinary. That evening, as he sat by the hearth with Old Man Hemlock, the fire crackling warmly, Finn looked out the window towards the dark silhouette of the wildwood. He could almost hear the faint, sweet chime of the night blooms, a secret lullaby carried on the night air. Thorne was out there, guarding their shared secret. Finn smiled, a quiet, contented smile. He had journeyed into the unknown, faced shadows and thorns, and returned not with riches, but with something far more precious. Wisdom, an unexpected friend, and the comforting knowledge that magic, kindness, and connection truly were the strongest roots from which all good things grew. The fire popped softly, casting dancing shadows. Finn felt a profound peace settle over him, warm as the hearth's glow, deep as the heart soil. The world was wider and more wondrous than he had ever imagined, and he was exactly where he belonged, listening to its quiet, beautiful song. He closed his eyes, the crystalline chime a gentle promise in his heart, and drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of silver-striped companions and blossoms made of starlight. All was well. Story 27. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath gnarled roots and within hollow logs, thrived the folk of the undergrove, creatures small and gentle, bound to the rhythm of the seasons and the breath of the earth. Among them was Thistle, a thoughtful hedgehog whose spines held dewdrops like tiny diamonds at dawn, and Fern, a swift, bright-eyed squirrel with a tail like autumn smoke. Their home, the elder glade, was the heartwood of the forest's magic. A clear singing creek named Silver Thread wound through it, carrying not just water, but whispers. Its voice changed with the weather, a merry chuckle in spring rain, a deep, resonant hum under summer sun, a crisp rustle in autumn winds, and a soft, crystalline chime when winter frost touched its banks. The eldest among them, a venerable badger named Elder Bark, whose fur was silvered like moonlight on snow, often spoke of the balance. "The forest breathes," he'd rumble, his voice like stones gently tumbling in the creek. The sigh of the wind, the fall of the leaf, the patter of rain, all are notes in a song older than memory. We listen, we learn, we live within its harmony. One unusually warm and still day in late summer, the balance felt off. The air hung thick and heavy, tasting of damp earth and stillness. The usual symphony of crickets was muted. Silver Thread's song became a low, troubled murmur, almost a warning sigh. Thistle, gathering plump blackberries near the creek, felt a prickle of unease along his spines that wasn't from the thorns. Fern, leaping from branch to branch high in the canopy, noticed the leaves curling slightly at their edges, their vibrant green seeming dulled. Elder Bark, Fern chattered, landing softly beside the badger's set entrance. The air tastes strange, and Silver Thread sounds worried. Elder Bark emerged slowly, his dark nose twitching. He closed his eyes, listening not just with his ears, but with the pads of his paws pressed against the cool, moss-covered earth. He could feel a deep, distant tremor, a vibration humming through the roots of the great trees. "The deep roots stir," he murmured, his voice grave. "A great storm gathers, Fern, not just rain and wind, but a shift. A storm born of heat trapped and skies burdened. It threatens the balance." He explained how such storms, rare but fierce, could uproot saplings, flood burrows, and scar the land if the forest's natural harmony couldn't gently absorb its fury. Fear fluttered through the undergrove like a startled bird. The field mice trembled in their grassy nests, the rabbits' ears lay flat, and even the usually cheerful bluebirds fell silent. Thistle, his heart thumping like a tiny drum against his ribs, remembered Elder Bark's teachings. "The balance isn't just about enduring," he said aloud, more to himself than anyone. "It's about how we help the forest breathe, how we help it hold." An idea sparked, fragile as a spider's web catching the dawn light. He recalled the stories of the moss weavers, tiny, shy creatures rarely seen, who tended the thick, velvety moss carpets that blanketed the forest floor and clung to the ancient bark. That moss was a miracle worker. It drank rain like a sponge, held the soil firm, and cooled the roots of the trees. If the moss could be strengthened, woven thicker and wider in the most vulnerable places, perhaps it could help the earth absorb the coming deluge and hold the roots secure. "But how do we find the moss weavers?" piped a young vole. "They vanish like mist at sunrise." Fern's eyes lit up. "The fireflies, they dance with the moss weavers on moonless nights. They know the secret paths." As the oppressive afternoon deepened, painting the woods in long purple shadows, Fern raced through the canopy, seeking the eldest firefly, Lumina. She glowed with a soft, steady light near a cluster of luminous mushrooms. "Lumina," Fern panted, "the balance is tipping. A great storm comes. Thistle thinks the moss weavers can help hold the earth. Can you guide us?" Lumina's light pulsed thoughtfully. "The weavers hide deep," she buzzed softly. "But they listen to the forest's need. They listen to Silverthread's true voice." She explained that the moss weavers understood the creek's deepest murmurs, the language beneath its song. Thistle hurried to the bank of Silverthread. The water murmured anxiously, swirling around smooth stones. He knelt, pressing his small paws into the cool, damp earth beside the water. He closed his eyes, trying to quiet his own fear, to listen not just to the sound, but to the feeling within the creek's flow. He thought of the cool embrace of the moss, the strength of the deep roots, the gentle persistence of the forest life. He poured his worry for the undergrove, his hope for the moss weaver's help, into his touch on the earth. He didn't speak words, he spoke in feelings, a plea woven from care for the balance. A soft rustle came from the thick moss draping a nearby boulder. Not wind, but movement. Tiny, glimmering eyes peered out, dozens of them. The moss weavers emerged, no bigger than Thistle's paw, their bodies covered in soft, greenish fur that shimmered faintly. Their leader, a weaver with eyes like polished river stones, stepped forward. She touched the moss where Thistle's paw had been, then looked up at him. She nodded once, a small, decisive movement. Silverthread's murmur softened, shifting to a sound like gentle rain on leaves, understanding. Words spread like pollen on a breeze. Guided by Lumina's flickering constellation and the moss weaver's silent directions, the folk of the undergrove mobilized. Rabbits used their strong legs to gather armfuls of the softest, thickest moss from safe, shaded areas. Squirrels like Fern darted through the trees, dropping bundles near vulnerable saplings and exposed slopes. Mice carefully tamped down loose soil. The moss weavers themselves were a blur of silent industry. Wherever the gathered moss was placed, they swarmed over it. Their tiny fingers moved with impossible speed, weaving, stitching, binding the new moss seamlessly into the existing carpets, deepening the layers, reinforcing the hold on the earth. They worked around the burrow entrances of the field mice, along the banks of Silverthread where erosion threatened, and especially around the roots of the youngest trees in the elder glade. As they worked, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The oppressive air grew heavier, charged with an unseen energy. The first distant rumble of thunder echoed, a deep drumbeat rolling through the hills. Then came the wind, sighing through the canopy, turning the leaves silver side out. Elderbark stood watch, his presence a steady anchor. "Well done, little ones," he rumbled as Thistle helped a moss weaver secure a patch near his set. "You remember the old ways, strength in harmony, wisdom in listening." The storm broke with a sudden, torrential downpour. Rain lashed down, turning paths into muddy streams, drumming on leaves like frantic fingers. Wind howled through the branches, making the great oaks groan and sway. But in the elder glade, something remarkable happened. The thick, newly woven moss drank the rain greedily. Where water would have rushed, it seeped slowly, held within the soft green sponge. The reinforced earth around the saplings held firm against the wind's tug. Silverthread swelled, but its banks, bolstered by the mossy weave, held strong. The burrows, protected by mossy baffles woven by the tiny weavers, remained dry and safe. Inside Thistle's cozy den, lined with dried ferns, the folk huddled together: hedgehogs, squirrels, mice, rabbits, even a few brave bluebirds. The fury of the storm raged outside, but within there was warmth and a shared sense of purpose. They listened to the drumming rain, the sighing wind, and beneath it all, the steady, deep thrum of the forest enduring. The moss weavers rested near Thistle, their tiny forms glowing faintly with contentment. They had woven not just moss, but resilience. Dawn crept in, pale and washed clean. The storm had passed, leaving the forest dripping and sparkling. Sunbeams pierced the canopy, setting the raindrops ablaze on every leaf and blade of grass. The air smelled incredibly fresh, sharp with petrichor, and the sweet scent of damp earth and bruised greenery. The folk emerged cautiously. The elder glade stood serene. Saplings stood tall, roots secure. Silver thread flowed clear and strong, singing a bright, triumphant song that seemed to laugh with relief. The moss carpets glistened, lush and deep, holding the precious water like emeralds holding dew. Elder Bark surveyed the glade, a deep satisfaction in his old eyes. He looked at Thistle, Fern, the tired but proud moss weavers, and all the creatures who had worked together. "You see," he said, his voice softer now, filled with the warmth of the rising sun, "the balance is not a stillness, but a dance. Storms will come, seasons will turn, heat will rise, and cold will bite. But when we listen to the whispers of the earth, when we remember the wisdom woven into the roots and the rain, when we lend our small strength to the whole, the dance continues. The forest breathes, and we breathe with it." Thistle looked out at the glistening glade, the strengthened moss, the unharmed saplings. He felt the cool, damp earth beneath his paws, heard the cheerful song of silverthread, and saw the grateful eyes of his friends. The fear was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace, deep as the forest roots, and as bright as the morning sun filtering through the rain-washed leaves. They had weathered the storm not by fighting, but by weaving themselves more deeply into the living tapestry of their ancient home. High above, Lumina and her kin winked their tiny lights in the dappled sunlight, a constellation of gratitude. And as the new day warmed the whispering woods, the hidden folk knew the most important magic of all, the enduring harmony born of listening, caring, and weaving kindness into the very fabric of their world. The forest breathed a long, contented sigh, and all was well. Story 28. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to cobblestone streets like silver lace. Chimneys puffed gentle spirals into crisp autumn air, carrying scents of cinnamon and wood smoke. In this cozy corner of the world, magic hummed quietly, in the way teacups refilled themselves and garden paths rearranged to guide lost children home. But lately, something peculiar disturbed the peace. Each dawn, villagers awoke to find their freshly baked goods vanished. Mrs. Thistleby's plum tarts disappeared from her windowsill. Old Man Hemlock's rosemary bread evaporated from his cooling rack. Not a crumb remained, nor any sign of intrusion beyond faint, glittering footprints that dissolved by sunrise. 10-year-old Clara noticed the pattern first. With eyes wide as teacups and a mind curious as a squirrel's, she sat by her attic window each night, watching moonlit rooftops. "It's not a thief," she murmured to her patchwork cat, Muffin. "Thieves take silver spoons, not gingerbread." Her grandmother, Nana Flora, agreed while knitting scarves that changed color with one's mood. "Some magic is shy, child," she said, her needles clicking like raindrops. "It knocks softly. We must listen with kinder ears." On the third night, Clara devised a plan. She baked 6 honey apple turnovers, Nana's recipe, laced with stardust sugar that glowed when warm. Placing them in a woven basket lined with thyme, she set it beneath the old oak tree where the glittering prince always appeared. Then she hid behind the garden gate, wrapped in a cloak smelling of lavender and patience. Midnight chimed from the village clock tower. crickets sang lullabies. Just as Clara's eyelids grew heavy, a soft rustle came from the hedgerow. Out tumbled three creatures no taller than her thumb. Their fur shimmered like moss after rain, with wings like dandelion fluff and eyes like polished acorns. They chattered in whispers that sounded like wind through reeds, lifting the basket with surprising strength. Clara's breath caught, not in fear but wonder. As they fluttered away, drops of glowing sugar sprinkled the path like fallen constellations. At dawn, Clara followed the trail past buttercup meadows and whispering brooks, muffin padding beside her. The sugar led to a hollow beneath Willowbrook's ancient stone bridge. There, huddled on damp leaves, sat the tiny beings. Their wings drooped, and one nursed a crumbled turnover with trembling paws. Around them lay ruined stores of seed pods and berry paste, washed away by recent floods. Clara understood instantly. These were Lumina, guardians of forgotten corners, who'd lost their home to the swollen river. Too proud to beg, they'd taken only what they needed to survive. "Hello," Clara whispered, kneeling so her shadow wouldn't frighten them. She offered a handkerchief filled with warm oat cakes. The boldest Lumina, Pip, fluttered to her palm. "Our larder drowned," he chimed, voice like tiny bells. "We meant no harm, only to borrow crumbs till the frost comes." Clara smiled. Borrowing's kinder with an invitation. She raced back to Willowbrook, gathering villagers with tales of glittering wings and flooded pantries. Suspicion melted like sugar in tea. Together they built a snug cottage from acorn caps and polished bark beneath the bridge, lined with thistledown quilts. The Lumina, in gratitude, taught children to weave moonlight into lost button charms and mend cracked china with dew. That evening the village square bloomed with lanterns. Tables groaned with shared feasts, Mrs. Thistlebee's tarts, Old Man Hemlock's bread, and Clara's turnovers, now glowing with Lumina magic that made them taste of summer dreams. Pip perched on Clara's shoulder, nibbling a crumb. "Sometimes," Clara murmured to Nana Flora as fireflies danced above them, "a mystery is just a friend waiting to be found." And as the stars blinked awake, Willowbrook learned that the kindest magic begins with an open hand and a heart quiet enough to hear small, glittering whispers in the dark. Story 29. Story 29. The village of Whisperwood nestled in the crook of a valley where the moonlight always seemed a little softer, and the fireflies danced in patterns that told stories of their own. Its cobblestone paths wound around houses painted like overturned teacups and shops with roofs that curled like sleeping cats. Tonight the air buzzed with an extra dose of sparkle, for tomorrow was the Glimmerbloom festival, when the valley's magical flowers would unfurl their petals, painting the night with living rainbows and filling the air with the scent of stardust and honey. Flicker, a firefly whose light flickered in cheerful polka dots rather than a steady glow, zipped anxiously between the stalls of the twilight market. His best friend Thistle, a hedgehog whose spines were perpetually tangled with bits of moss and tiny, snoozing bluebells, trundled behind him, puffing slightly. "Flicker, my dear friend," Thistle puffed, adjusting a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout, "do slow down. Panicking won't make the Glimmerblooms bloom any faster, or any brighter." He squinted towards the central meadow where the famed flowers usually pulsed with soft, multicolored light. Tonight they looked dim, faintly grayish, like faded ink. "That's just it, Thistle." Flicker zipped in a frantic figure eight. "Look, the Glimmerblooms, they're losing their color. Not just dimmer, the actual colors are vanishing. How can we have the Glimmerbloom festival without the bloom, or the glimmer? It'll just be the slightly dull meadow gathering." Sure enough, as they watched, a vibrant streak of emerald green faded from a nearby bloom, leaving behind a patch of pale, silvery gray. A murmur of concern rippled through the market. Mrs. Nettle, the badger baker, whose famous mooncakes always had constellations baked into their crusts, wrung her paws. My lavender frosting looks positively ill without the purple glow reflecting on it, she fretted. Pip, a sparrow who delivered messages tied to dandelion fluff, landed beside them, his usual chirpy demeanor replaced by worry. I saw it happen near the whispering stones. It was like something was sipping the color right out of them. A magical problem. And a soggy biscuit of a problem at that. The festival was hours away. The villagers gathered, their faces lit by the warm, worried glow of lanterns shaped like giant mushrooms. Ideas fluttered like nervous butterflies. Paint them. But glimmer blooms were living magic, paint wouldn't stick. Sing to them. They tried a rousing chorus of ode to a dewdrop, but the gray patches only seemed to yawn wider. Shine brighter lights. Flicker and his firefly friends gave it their all, but their polka-dotted beams just bounced off the gray, looking rather silly. This requires wisdom, not just wattage, Thistle declared, tapping his spectacles thoughtfully. He shuffled over to the oldest resident, Elder Mosswood, a tortoise whose shell was a miniature, moss-covered mountain range. Elder Mosswood, have you ever heard of such a thing, colors vanishing? The ancient tortoise blinked slowly, his eyes like polished river stones. Colors sipped like nectar, fading to gray, A memory stirred deep within his shell. Long ago, when the moon was younger, there was talk, whispers of a gloomhider. A gloomhider. Flicker asked, his light dimming momentarily in apprehension. Shyest creature in the valley, Elder Mosswood rumbled. Shyer than a shadow at noon, it feeds on gloom, sorrow, worry, anxiety, but if it gets too anxious itself, overwhelmed by all the well-being it sneezes, yes, its sneezes have a rather peculiar effect. They draw in color, temporarily, like a hiccup of the rainbow. So a very shy, very sneezy creature is accidentally stealing our Glimmerbloom colors because we're all worried about the festival. Thistle summarized, his bluebells trembling with the effort of understanding. Precisely. Elder Mosswood nodded. And the more color vanishes, the more worried everyone gets, which makes the gloomhider more anxious, which makes it sneeze more. It's a sneezy spiral of sadness. Flicker exclaimed, lighting up with sudden understanding. We need to find the gloomhider and make it feel ungloomy. But how, if it's the shyest thing ever? Thistle adjusted his spectacles. A plan as delicate and intricate as a spider's web began to form in his mind. We need to show it kindness, quiet, gentle kindness, and perhaps offer it a safe space. Pip, can you whisper a message? Tell everyone stop worrying, smile, think happy thoughts, hum cheerful tunes, bake something sweet. Flicker, gather your friends. We need the softest, most comforting light, not bright, just warm. The message fluttered through Whisperwood on dandelion fluff. Worried frowns softened. Nervous chatter turned into quiet humming. Mrs. Nettle began baking mooncakes filled with extra starry jam. Flicker and 100 fireflies gathered, dimming their brightest spots, creating a soft, golden canopy of light that drifted gently towards the Whispering Stone's ancient, moss-covered boulders that hummed faintly when the wind passed through their cracks. Thistle led the way, moving with slow, deliberate calm. "Hello," he called softly, his voice like rustling leaves. "Little Gloomhider, we know you're there, and we're not cross, not one bit. We just wanted to say it's all right to be shy. We get nervous too, especially about festivals." Silence. Then, from deep within a crevice between two stones, came a sound like a tiny, muffled sob. It was followed by a sniffle that seemed to tug at the very air. "See." Flicker whispered, his polka-dot light bobbing reassuringly. "We brought light, gentle light, to keep the dark corners away." The fireflies pulsed softly, bathing the stones in a warm, buttery glow. A tiny shape emerged, barely visible at first. It looked like a small, fuzzy cloud, constantly shifting in opacity. Two enormous liquid black eyes peered out, wide with fear and curiosity. It trembled like a jelly on a bumpy road. "There you are," Thistle murmured, his voice thick with kindness. "Beautiful creature, we brought you something." He nudged forward a mooncake Pip had delivered, still warm and smelling of stardust and sweet berries. A peace offering, or perhaps a welcome to the neighborhood offering. The gloomhider sniffed the air cautiously. The sweet scent seemed to soothe it. It drifted closer, a wispy paw reaching out to touch the mooncake. As it took a tiny nibble, a soft, purring sound vibrated through it. The purr grew louder, a sound like contented raindrops on lily pads. Then it happened. The gloomhider's nose twitched. It scrunched its fuzzy face. Ah. Thistle and Flicker held their breath. Cho-wo-wo-wo-wo-wo. It wasn't a loud sneeze, but it was powerful. Instead of sucking color in, a dazzling explosion erupted from the gloomhider. A swirling vortex of every stolen color, emerald green, sapphire blue, ruby red, sunshine yellow, burst forth like a firework made of pure joy. The colors streamed back towards the meadow, painting the gray glimmer blooms with vibrant light once more. They pulsed brighter than ever, bathing the entire valley in a breathtaking, living rainbow. The gloomhider blinked, looking surprised, then immensely relieved. It let out a happy little burble, its form becoming less wispy, more solid, and shimmering with faint, iridescent colors of its own. It wasn't gray at all. It was a creature woven from dawn light and twilight hues. The villagers who had been watching with bated breath erupted into cheers. Not loud, startling cheers, but soft, joyful laughter and sighs of wonder. The Glimmerblooms were saved. The festival was on. The next night, the Glimmerbloom Festival was more magical than ever. The flowers pulsed in time, with the music played on instruments made of reeds and spider silk. Fireflies danced intricate patterns overhead. Mooncakes were devoured. And in a place of honor, nestled on a cushion of soft moss beside Thistle and Flicker, sat the gloomhider. No longer hiding, no longer gloomy, but shyly accepting tiny crumbs of mooncake and basking in the gentle, colorful light. It even gave a few more tiny sneezes, but now they were like miniature fireworks, adding extra sparkles to the night, much to everyone's delight. As the moon climbed high, painting silver paths on the cobblestones, the villagers felt a warm contentment settle over them. They had learned that sometimes the biggest magic isn't in grand spells, but in quiet kindness. That even the shyest creature holds its own unique sparkle. And that a well-timed sneeze offered with a full heart, and perhaps a nibble of mooncake, can turn gloom into the most glorious, colorful bloom imaginable. The firefly's light slowly dimmed to a soft, sleepy glow, and the scent of Glimmerblooms, sweet and reassuring, wrapped around Whisperwood like a cozy blanket, carrying everyone into dreams painted with the softest, happiest hues. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between what is and what could be shimmered like heat haze on a summer afternoon. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of stars, seen only through the leafy canopy, lived creatures who understood the forest's quiet heartbeat. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur the warm brown of freshly turned earth and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip loved the turning seasons. He thrilled to the crisp crackle of autumn leaves underfoot, the sleepy hush of winter snows muffling the world, the vibrant explosion of green and blossom in spring, and the drowsy, sun-drenched hum of high summer. Each shift was marked by subtle magics known only to the forest's inhabitants. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings woven from wind and pollen, who danced through the branches, coaxing buds to unfurl with their laughter. Summer was ushered in by the sunfire beetles, whose glowing carapaces cast warm, shifting patterns on the forest floor at dusk, encouraging berries to plump and sweeten. Autumn belonged to the amber weavers, spider-like creatures spinning threads of pure golden light that painted the leaves in fiery hues and guided them gently earthward. And winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, gentle spirits who breathed intricate frost patterns on frozen streams and tucked seeds safely beneath a blanket of white. This delicate balance, this intricate dance of magic and nature, was the forest's lifeblood. It was wisdom passed down through generations, from the oldest, gnarled badger in her deep-set burrow to the newest hatchling in a robin's nest. Pip learned it from Bramble, a wise old hedgehog whose spines held fragments of forgotten moonlight and whose voice was as comforting as the rustle of dry ferns. "The forest breathes, little Pip," Bramble would murmur, her dark eyes kind. "Each season is an inhalation and exhalation. The magic is the rhythm, the creatures the steady beat. Disturb one and the song falters." One unusually warm autumn, Pip noticed something amiss. The air, usually crisp and smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, felt thick and sluggish, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant tapestry woven by the amber weavers seemed muted, patches of leaves turning a sickly brown instead of gold and crimson. The streams, normally chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, ran low and silent. Most worrying, the zephyr sprites were nowhere to be seen, and the sunfire beetle's glow was dim, casting long, melancholy shadows instead of warm light. The forest felt tired. Perched high in his oak tree home, Pip felt a prickle of unease. He remembered Bramble's words about the rhythm faltering. Gathering his courage, he scampered down to the mossy clearing where Bramble often rested near the great heartstone, a smooth, moss-covered boulder that pulsed with a faint, warm light, said to be the forest's anchor. Bramble was already there, her snout twitching as she sampled the heavy air. "The song is off-key, Pip," she sighed, her voice thick with concern. "The amber weavers grow weak, the pools of seasonal essence they are not filling as they should. The connection is blocked." Pip knew of the pools. Deep within the whispering woods, hidden in root-choked grottos or beneath waterfalls, were sacred places where the pure essence of each season pooled. These pools fed the magic that sustained the sprites, the beetles, the weavers, and the whisperers. If they were blocked. "We must find out why," Pip declared, his small chest puffing out. "For the forest." Bramble nodded slowly. "Wisdom lies in seeking, little one, but remember, harmony requires many voices. Seek the elder." The elder was Thorne, an ancient owl who lived in the hollow heart of the oldest oak, a tree whose roots were rumored to touch the very soul of the world. Pip journeyed towards the sentinel oak, the path unfamiliar in the oppressive stillness. The usual symphony of bird calls was muted. The rustle in the undergrowth sounded hesitant. The scent of decay hung heavier than the scent of fallen leaves. Reaching the sentinel oak felt like stepping into a cool, green cathedral. Moonbeams, even in daylight, seemed to filter through the dense canopy, illuminating the intricate carvings of lichen on the bark. Pip chirruped a soft greeting. Slowly, with immense dignity, Thorne emerged from the shadowed hollow. His feathers were the color of storm clouds in ancient silver, and his eyes, large and luminous, held the depth of star-strewn skies. "Little Pip," Thorne hooted, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The forest whispers of imbalance. You feel it too in the heavy air, the fading colors." "Yes, Elder Thorne." Pip chattered urgently. "Bramble says the seasonal pools are blocked, the amber weavers are weak, autumn isn't singing right." Thorne closed his great eyes for a moment, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "The spring pool," he intoned. "Deep within the fern grotto, where the zephyr sprites draw their first breath, a great stone, shaken loose by the grumbling earth in the deep places, has fallen across its mouth. The essence cannot flow. Spring's renewal is stifled, weakening the chain that follows. Summer cannot fully wane, and autumn cannot fully awaken. But how can we move a great stone? Pip asked, his heart sinking. He was just a squirrel. Alone. Thorne opened his eyes, a spark of gentle wisdom within them. No creature of the Whispering Woods stands truly alone. Strength lies in the root, not just the branch. Seek the diggers, seek the lifters, seek the clearers. Remember the harmony. Pip understood. He raced back through the unnervingly quiet woods, his small heart pounding not just with fear, but with purpose. He found Badger Clan near their set. Brock, the sturdy leader, listened gravely to Pip's tale, the scent of disturbed earth clinging to his fur. A blockage. Brock grunted. Badgers know the ways of earth and stone. We will dig for the forest. Next, Pip sought the mighty stags. Orion, the herd leader, stood tall and proud, his antlers like a crown of polished wood catching the weak sunlight. The stone is large. Orion mused, his voice deep and calm. Strength we have, we will lift for the forest. Finally, Pip scurried to the banks of the silver thread stream, where the water voles lived. Their matriarch Willow, sleek and quick-eyed, listened intently. Debris clogs the path, she chittered. Water voles know the flow we will clear for the forest. Guided by Thorne's silent wisdom carried on the wind, the unlikely procession made its way to the fern grotto. It was a hidden sanctuary, usually vibrant with maidenhair ferns and the sound of trickling water. Now it felt choked. The air was stale. At its heart, where crystal-clear water should have bubbled from a cleft in the rock, a massive, moss-slicked boulder lay lodged, completely blocking the entrance. Behind it, a faint, struggling blue-green light pulsed weakly the trapped essence of spring. Without a word, the Badger clan set to work. Powerful claws, used to digging deep burrows, scraped and pulled at the earth around the base of the boulder, loosening its grip. The scent of damp soil filled the grotto. Orion and the strongest stags lowered their magnificent heads. With a collective grunt of effort that echoed softly off the stone walls, they pressed their broad foreheads and mighty shoulders against the boulder. Muscles strained, tendons stood out like ropes. The stone groaned, shifted infinitesimally. But it was not enough. Soil and smaller rocks, dislodged by the badger's digging, threatened to tumble back and block the path further. This is where Willow and her water voles sprang into action. With incredible agility and teamwork, they darted in, their small, strong paws swiftly pushing aside loose earth and pebbles, clearing channels for the water that would eventually flow, ensuring the path remained open. Pip, feeling a surge of determination, joined them. He might not move mountains, but he could carry small stones, clear tiny paths, chirp encouragement to the straining stags. It was hard, slow work. The air grew thick with effort and the smell of damp fur and earth. Moonlight began to filter into the grotto, painting the struggling creatures in silver. Pip's paws ached, his fur was matted with mud, but he looked around at the badgers digging tirelessly, the stags straining with noble effort, the voles darting with precise purpose, and felt a profound sense of belonging. This was the forest harmony, different strengths, different skills, working together for the whole. Finally, with a deep, grating rumble that vibrated through Pip's small bones, the boulder yielded. It rolled ponderously aside, crashing onto the soft earth the badgers had prepared. A gasp seemed to go through the grotto. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, the trapped spring essence surged forth. It wasn't water, but pure, liquid light, cool, blue-green, smelling of snow-melt and crocuses and the very first breath of dawn. It flowed over the stones, soaking the earth, revitalizing the drooping ferns instantly. They unfurled, glowing with renewed life. The effect was immediate and magical. Outside the grotto, the oppressive warmth began to lift, replaced by the true, crisp kiss of autumn air. A gentle breeze carrying the faintest giggle rustled the leaves the zephyr sprites, revived, darting through the canopy. High above, the dim glow of the sunfire beetles flickered, then brightened steadily, casting warm, dancing patterns once more. And most gloriously, Pip saw the amber weavers emerge from hidden crevices. They moved with renewed energy, their spinnerets glowing. Where their threads touched the leaves, the sickly brown vanished, replaced by vibrant golds, fiery oranges, and deep, regal reds. Autumn's true colors began to blaze across the whispering woods. Exhausted but elated, the creatures gathered near the now freely flowing spring pool. The blue-green light pulsed healthily, reflecting in their weary but happy eyes. Orion dipped his great head to drink the cool, magical essence. Brock nodded solemnly. Willow chittered softly with her kin. Pip scampered up onto Bramble's back, who had arrived silently to witness the restoration. "See, Pip," Bramble murmured, her voice thick with emotion, as she watched the amber weavers paint a nearby maple in brilliant crimson. No single root holds up the tree, no single note makes the song. It is the harmony, the digging, the lifting, the clearing, the caring that keeps the forest breathing. The wisdom passed down is not just knowledge, but the understanding of connection. High in his sentinel oak, Elder Thorne watched the transformed woods. The air hummed with the restored magic, clean and sharp. The leaves rustled a joyful chorus in the proper autumn breeze. The silver thread stream chuckled over its stones, reflecting the brighter glow of the sunfire beetles and the newly vibrant canopy. He gave a soft, satisfied hoot that echoed like a benediction through the trees. Pip snuggled into his nest later that night, woven from soft moss and lined with thistledown. The air drifting in was properly cool, carrying the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Through his little window in the oak, he saw the forest bathed in moonlight. The leaves, now ablaze with the amber weaver's artistry, shimmered like stained glass. The gentle chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of thorn, the rustle of a badger settling into its set, it was the sound of balance restored, a deep, peaceful sigh from the ancient woods. He thought of the straining stags, the digging badgers, the darting voles, the wise guidance of bramble and thorn. The lesson wasn't loud or preaky. It was woven into the very fabric of the night, as tangible as the moonlight on his fur. True strength wasn't about size or power alone. It was about knowing your part in the great, interconnected web of life, and acting with kindness and cooperation to preserve its delicate, beautiful harmony. The forest breathed evenly once more, its magical rhythm steady and sure. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the whispering woods cradled him in its timeless, peaceful embrace, whispering its ancient secrets of balance on the gentle autumn wind. The story of the blocked pool and the creatures who mended it would become another thread in the tapestry of wisdom passed down, a quiet reminder that even the smallest paw, guided by a kind heart and joined with others, could help heal the world. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Glimmerbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Glimmerbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Glimmerbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Glimmerbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the quiet village of Hearthwick, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like silver thread and cobblestones glistened with morning dew, there lived a girl named Clara, whose hands were always speckled with ink from mending books. Her days passed in the warm amber light of Mr. Bramble's curiosity shop, where cracked globes whispered of distant winds and porcelain dolls with chipped smiles kept centuries of secrets. But it was on the eve of her 12th birthday, while dusting a shelf cluttered with forgotten trinkets, that Clara discovered the teapot. It was no ordinary vessel. Its porcelain surface shimmered like moonlight on a frozen pond, etched with constellations that shifted when touched. The spout curved like a swan's neck, and when Clara tilted it toward the window, the painted stars inside swirled as though stirred by an invisible spoon. A faint hum vibrated against her palms, resonating with the peculiar ache she'd carried since her mother's passing, a loneliness that clung like burrs to wool. That night, as Clara lay in her attic room with its sloping ceilings and moth-hollowed quilts, the teapot began to sing. It started as a murmur, low and honeyed, the sound of a kettle sighing on a hearth. Then words emerged, clear and bright as spring water. Seek the roots where memories sleep, where silver leaves turn secrets deep. The voice pooled in the air like melted caramel, and from the teapot's mouth bloomed a wisp of steam that twisted into the shape of an owl, its wings edged with starlight. Without thinking, Clara reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed the phantom feathers, her room dissolved. She stood in a forest of towering grandfather clocks, their pendulums swinging in unison like metallic heartbeats. Moonlight dripped through the canopy of gears above, casting sprocket-shaped shadows on a path paved with worn piano keys. A breeze carried the scent of aged paper and bergamot, and somewhere in the distance, a cello's mournful note trembled. "First time, is it?" chirped a voice. At Clara's feet sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from autumn leaves, its quills dusted with cinnamon. It adjusted tiny spectacles and sniffed. "You've got the look, all wide eyes and wobbly knees. Name's Thistle. I'd say pleased to meet you, but let's reserve judgment till you stop gawking." Thistle became her guide through the clockwork woods, where hourglasses grew like mushrooms and rivers of liquid mercury wound through the trees. He explained the teapot was a Nemesis urn, forged by star weavers to heal fractured hearts. "It doesn't erase sorrow," he cautioned as they crossed a bridge of frozen songbirds, all harmonizing in their icy sleep, "but helps you carry it if you're brave enough to brew the truth." Their journey led them to the grove of echoing stones, where every pebble held a laugh, a sigh, or a fragment of a forgotten lullaby. Here they met Lurail, a willow-thin woman with hair like cascading candle smoke and eyes that flickered between emerald and twilight. She tended the grove, pressing stones to her ear like seashells before placing them in rattling baskets. "The urn's magic is fading," Lurail murmured, her voice the creak of a rocking chair. "Its keeper abandoned it mid-song. To restore it, you must find the coda, the memory that was left unsteeped." She pressed a stone into Clara's palm. It pulsed warmly, releasing the scent of lavender and a woman's voice humming, "Sleep, my little starling." Clara's breath hitched. "That's my mother." Luriel nodded. The urn chooses those with unfinished symphonies, but beware the hollow hour, a creature that feeds on abandoned memories. It'll try to tempt you with prettier pasts. The path grew steeper, the air thickening with the tang of unshed tears. Clock trees gave way to jagged mirrors reflecting Clara's loneliest moments, sitting alone at the village feast, staring at her mother's empty chair, watching other children skip stones while she mended books. Thistle nudged her ankle. "Don't linger. Mirrors are liars. They show slices, not the whole pie." When the hollow hour appeared, it wore Clara's face, but smoother, brighter, a version untouched by grief. "Stay with me," it crooned, its voice syrup-sweet. "I'll give you a world where nothing hurts, no goodbyes, no empty chairs." Behind it shimmered a cottage with glowing windows, a woman's silhouette bending to pull cookies from an oven. Clara's chest ached. The teapot trembled in her hands, its stars dimming. Then she noticed the false mother's shadow didn't move with her. It remained stiff, painted wrong. "Real memories have weight," she whispered, recalling her mother's hands, calloused from gardening, ink-stained from writing letters, alive. Even the sad ones. The hollow hour shrieked as Clara poured steaming tea into its mouth. The liquid wasn't water, but her own memories, mother braiding her hair by firelight, teaching her to stitch bookbindings, whispering stories until coughs stole her voice. The creature dissolved, leaving only the scent of chamomile and a single truth: love outlives breath. In the grove's heart they found the coda, a sapling with bark like aged parchment, its branches heavy with steaming teacups. Each contained a memory, father smiling as he fixed a broken doll, Mr. Bramble leaving gingerbread on her desk, Thistle's grumpy advice. Clara added her stone. The sapling bloomed into a tree of glowing liquid amber, its roots spreading through the forest. The Nemesine earned stars reignited as Clara returned home. Now when she pours tea, the steam carries comfort to others, a widow smelling her husband's pipe tobacco, a homesick sailor tasting his mother's soup, a child hearing lost lullabies. And in the curiosity shop's window, the teapot sits, always warm, waiting for the next heart ready to brew its story. As for Clara, she still mends books, but now adds something extra, a pressed forget-me-not in each cover, its petals holding a single sip of starlight. And when lonely nights creep in, she listens. Somewhere in the village, someone is sipping tea, remembering. The evening mist curled around the village of Oakhaven like silver-gray lace, softening the edges of thatched cottages and muffling the distant chime of the blacksmith's final hammer strokes. Inside one such cottage, young Anya traced patterns on her frost-kissed windowpane, her breath fogging the glass. Outside, the ancient Whisperwood stretched beyond the village boundaries, its shadowed depths humming with secrets only the wind dared repeat. Anya felt as invisible as the dew on spiderwebs, quiet in a family of boisterous weavers, overlooked despite her keen eyes that noticed the way starlight caught on moth wings or how ferns unfurled like shy green hands at dawn. Her grandmother, Ilara, a woman whose wrinkles mapped decades of laughter and storms, placed a hand on Anya's shoulder. "Feeling adrift, little sparrow," she murmured, her voice a warm ember in the cooling room. From a carved cedar chest, she lifted an object swaddled in indigo velvet. Unwrapped, it revealed a lantern of tarnished copper, its surface etched with constellations Anya didn't recognize. "This was your mother's," Ilara said softly. "The lantern of lost light. They say it once glowed with magic from the heart of the Whisperwood itself. But its light faded long ago, just as whispers of the verdant realm faded from our world." Anya cradled the lantern. It felt cool, hollow, a shell of forgotten radiance. That night, as wind sighed through the chimney, a whimper pierced the stillness. Anya crept into the moonlit garden and found a creature crumpled beneath the lilacs. No larger than a rabbit, it had velvety fur the color of twilight, wings like spun sapphire, and one leg bent at a painful angle. Its eyes, wide and intelligent, held galaxies of fear. "You're hurt," Anya breathed. To her astonishment, the creature's voice brushed her mind like silk. "Thorn snare, in the Whisperwood, I am Pip. The verdant realm fades, the lantern must shine again or all withers." Pip explained in trembling thought words. The verdant realm was a hidden world woven into the Whisperwood's roots, where light was song and seasons danced to ancient rhythms. The lantern of lost light was its keystone, stolen long ago by humans and now dark. Without it, the realm's luminous heart, the glimmer nexus, was dimming. Vines shriveled, rivers of stardust slowed, and shadows crept where rainbows once bloomed. "You bear the lantern," Pip implored. "Only a human heart can reignite it. Will you help?" Anya's hands trembled, but a spark ignited in her chest, a flicker of purpose. At dawn, she packed oat cakes and a flask of honeysuckle cordial, kissed her sleeping grandmother's cheek, and slipped into the Whisperwood with Pip nestled in her satchel. The forest welcomed them not with menace, but with breathless wonder. Trees arched into cathedral vaults hung with bioluminescent moss. Flowers chimed softly as they passed, petals shifting from cobalt to violet. "The Whisperwood remembers kindness," Pip sent, her wing nudging Anya's wrist. "But the path to the Nexus is perilous now. Shadows hunger where light fails." Their first trial came at the Bridge of Sighs, a span of woven vines sagging over a ravine where mist coiled like spectral serpents. Halfway across, the vines groaned, unraveling. Anya froze, vertigo clawing at her throat. "Look up," Pip urged. Above, glowworms had gathered, their soft blue light illuminating stronger, hidden vines entwined with the bridge. "They respond to hope," Pip whispered. Anya took a shuddering breath, pouring her focus into the lantern. Though dark, its metal warmed. Step by deliberate step she crossed, her trust in the unseen path a silent pact with the forest. Deeper in they found the glade of whispers, where trees spoke in rustles and sighs. A great horned owl, feathers like storm clouds, regarded them from an oak. "Lost are we," he hooted, voice gravelly but not unkind. "Name's Orin, and you're the child with the dead lantern." Orin explained that reigniting the lantern required 3 essences: dawn's first dew, gathered from the petals of the Moonshadow orchid at daybreak, midnight starfall, a shard of fallen sky from the Peak of Echoes, and heart's true spark, that's yours to forge, girl. He ruffled his feathers. "I'll guide you. This forest's my library. But mine the murk weavers, shadows made flesh by the nexuses fading." The quest for dawn's first dew led them to the sunken grotto, where waterfalls sang in harmonies, and the Moonshadow orchid bloomed only in pre-dawn gloom. There they found the orchid guarded by Lumina, a firefly queen whose swarm flickered weakly. "The murk weavers poisoned our light wells," Lumina hummed, her wings shedding amber dust. "We cannot glow strong enough to protect the orchid from frostbite moths." Anya spotted the solution. Nearby, crystal mushrooms pulsed with stored sunlight. Breaking off caps carefully, she placed them around the light wells. The mushrooms flared, cleansing the poison. Lumina's swarm blazed like tiny suns, warming the orchid as dew formed. Anya caught a single, pearly drop in the lantern's reservoir. "Kindness ignites more than lanterns," Lumina chimed as they left. Next, the Peak of Echoes towered, a spire of obsidian scraping the heavens. As night fell, stars wheeled close enough to touch. But the path was guarded by Boulderback, a mountain giant whose rumblings shook the slopes. "Go away," he boomed, covering his eyes. "The dark, it whispers terrible things." Pip fluttered close. "He's afraid of shadows." Anya approached, lantern held high. "The dark isn't your enemy," she said, her voice steady despite her fear. "It's just where light hasn't reached yet." like my lantern before I met Pip. She told him of the verdant realm's plight. Moved, Boulderback lowered his hands. When a shooting star streaked overhead, he cupped his massive palms, catching a fragment that burned like captured moonlight. He dropped it into Anya's lantern. For courage, he rumbled. Yours and mine. The final essence, Heart's true spark, led them to the Glimmer Nexus. Once a cavern ablaze with living light, now it was a twilight place. The Nexus pulsed weakly, a heart of cracked crystal. But between them and it writhed the murk weavers, formless, whispering shadows that fed on doubt. They'll swallow your light, Orin warned. Anya clutched the lantern, heavy with dew and starfire. I'm just a girl who hides in corners, Doubt hissed. Pip nuzzled her cheek. You crossed the bridge of sighs, you healed Lumina, you calmed Boulderback. Orin added, strength isn't volume, child, it's showing up. Anya stepped forward. The murk weavers surged, hissing her fears, unseen, unheard, unimportant. She closed her eyes, gathering every act of kindness, every moment of bravery. Then she spoke, not loudly but with a clarity that rang through the cavern. I am Anya. I carry dawn's hope, midnight's courage, and a heart that chooses light. She poured the essences into the lantern. For a breath, nothing happened. Then a spark leapt from her fingertips into the reservoir. The lantern of lost light blazed, not with fire, but with pure, liquid radiance that spilled across the nexus. The murk weavers shrieked, dissolving like smoke in sunlight. Cracks in the nexus sealed, glowing gold. Vines surged with emerald life, rivers of stardust flowed anew. Pip's wing healed in a shower of sapphire sparks. Orin hooted triumph. Creatures of the verdant realm emerged, moss-furred deer, butterflies with stained glass wings, bowing to Anya. You reignited not just a lantern, said the nexus itself, its voice like wind through sun-warmed leaves. You rekindled the truth that the smallest light, tended with kindness, can banish the deepest dark. Weeks later, Oakhaven noticed a change. Anya still spoke softly, but her words carried weight. She taught children how glowworms mended bridges, how giants feared the dark, how lanterns held more than flame. Her grandmother smiled, the copper lantern now aglow in their window, bathing the room in soft, unwavering light. Villagers gathered to hear Anya's tales, their faces rapt. She spoke of the verdant realm not as a distant secret, but as a mirror. There's hidden light in every heart, she'd say. And every act of courage, no matter how quiet, feeds it. On still nights, if you listened by Anya's window, you might hear Pip's chiming laughter or the distant, wise hoot of an owl. And in the Whisperwood where shadows once clung, flowers now bloomed with inner luminescence, their petals whispering a name carried on the breeze, a name that meant Lightbringer, spoken in the language of roots and rain and renewal. Anya drifted to sleep each night, the lantern's glow painting constellations on her walls, knowing that even the most invisible threads could weave miracles, and that friendship, like a well-tended flame, warmed every corner of the world. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup. It feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can't see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. "Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping." Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, The pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. "You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben." The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. "We need to follow the fading song to its source," Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. "But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends." Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found?" "Both, perhaps, Zephyr," Thistle chuckled. "This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it." Zephyr buzzed excitedly. "Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy." She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. "I can guide you." Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. "A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain." His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. "We seek the source of the silence, Moss," Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. "The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones." Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. "He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come." The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. "Alone," he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. "No," Ben said softly, still kneeling. "The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup." He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then, with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. "Gentle," he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. "Comfort." Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of thistle, zephyr, and moss, the newfound understanding for grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben, the glen remembers, we all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willowby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. "Every wanderer needs protection," said the leaf ox. "Even from small discomforts, follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips." With that it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistle key?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistle key?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistlecey fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot-hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the crystal valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily-pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead, They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley, the leaf ox explained. The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets? Mira hesitated. I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow. The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the Glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return. They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy. It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light. Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the Glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a round-cheeked girl named Tilly who collected curious things. Her pockets always bulged with bottle caps that shimmered like dragon scales, feathers that changed color in sunlight, and pebbles warm as freshly baked bread. But her most prized possession was a tarnished silver key found buried in the roots of an ancient oak, its teeth shaped like tiny crescent moons. One drizzly afternoon, while organizing her treasures in the attic, Tilly discovered a peculiar keyhole beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. It glowed faintly, as if someone had trapped moonlight in the wood. When her lunar key slid in with a satisfied click, the wall dissolved into mist, revealing a cobblestone path lined with lanterns shaped like dandelion clocks, their seeds glowing like captive fireflies. The path led to a dimly lit workshop where 7 clocks hung suspended from the ceiling, each frozen at a different hour. In the center stood a workbench cluttered with curious tools, scissors that snipped shadows into lace patterns, a thimble overflowing with liquid starlight, and an enormous book bound in what looked like dragonfly wings. A voice like creaking floorboards startled her. You're early for the mending, but just in time for tea. From behind a grandfather clock emerged a badger in a patched waistcoat, balancing a tray of lavender shortbread and steaming chamomile tea in a pot that swirled with galaxies. I'm Horatio, he said, brushing flour from his whiskers, keeper of lost moments. That key of yours isn't for doors, child. It wins the clocks of forgotten memories. As Tilly sipped tea that tasted like grandmother hugs and rainy day stories, Horatio explained how unremembered joys escaped as silver dust collected by the clocks. But the 7th clock, its face cracked, hands dangling limply, had stopped absorbing memories long ago. Without it, the village will lose its laughter, its secret kindnesses, its quiet courage, he sighed, the constellations in his teacup dimming. Their quest began in the velvet hollows, where memories rolled like fog through valleys of memory moss. A chatty sparrow named Pippin, who wore acorn caps as hats, joined them. Lost things find me whether I like it or not. She navigated using a compass needle that pointed not north, but toward what matters most. Through fields of frozen tears that chimed like wind chimes when stepped on, and past rivers where fish made from whispered secrets jumped over their canoe, they collected glowing memory fragments in Horatio's starry teapot. The true challenge came at the obsidian bridge guarded by the absence, a shadow creature formed from forgotten fears. It loomed like storm clouds given form, its voice the screech of unoiled hinges. No light may cross, it roared, tendrils of darkness extinguishing their lanterns. Tilly's fingers trembled against the memory-filled teapot, now pulsing warm as a heartbeat. Remembering how her mother once calmed her night terrors by naming 3 good things, Tilly whispered, the cinnamon scent of Horatio's workshop. Pippin chirped, watching sunrises from my birch tree perch. Horatio added, the click when a memory fits where it belongs. As they spoke, the teapot overflowed with light, not blinding but gentle as dawn. The absence shriveled like mist under morning sun, revealing the bridge now carpeted in starlight blossoms. Mending the 7th clock required not tools, but truth. Tilly placed the teapot's memories into the clock's cracked face as Horatio hummed a lullaby older than rivers. The final fragment, a memory of Tilly herself placing the key back under the oak for her future self to find, clicked into place. Clocks chimed in unison, showering the workshop in snowflake-shaped memories that dissolved into the air like sugar in tea. Returning home, Tilly found her key now warm to the touch, its teeth gleaming. The village seemed unchanged, yet Baker missed her. Bramble suddenly recalled his wife's favorite song, Old Miss. Ivy found her long-lost recipe for Honeycrisp apple pie, and children's laughter lingered in twilight like fireflies. In her attic the keyhole remained, a faint silver smile in the wood. Years later, when a wide-eyed boy showed Tilly a compass that pointed to second chances, she served him starberry tea in a familiar galaxy-swirled pot, the 7th clock ticking contentedly above them. And if sometimes, when the world seems too quiet, you might hear the soft chime of memory clocks drifting through dreams, reminding us all that what we cherish never truly fades, so long as we share it with kindred spirits under the same velvet sky. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm perfect for a journey into dreamland. So snuggle down, little one, and let me tell you a tale woven from moonlight, moss, and the quiet courage found in unlikely places. It begins with a child named Finn, whose footsteps were often as soft as falling snow. Finn lived on the very edge of the village of Oakhaven, where the neat cobbled streets and friendly chatter gradually gave way to wild hedgerows and the deep, ancient silence of the whispering woods. Most villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, telling tales of shifting paths and voices on the wind. Finn, however, felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths. While other children raced and shouted in the village square, Finn would sit beneath the old hawthorn tree at the forest's edge, listening. Not just to the birdsong or the rustle of leaves, but to something deeper, older, a quiet hum beneath the surface of the world. Finn was known for being quiet, perhaps too quiet for some. Words often tangled on their tongue, fears felt too big to voice, and the bustling energy of the village could feel overwhelming. But in the presence of the ancient trees, Finn felt a different kind of understanding, a calm that settled the restless flutters inside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light slanted through the turning leaves, Finn felt the pull stronger than ever. A shimmer like sunlight catching on dew-laden spiderwebs seemed to beckon from just beyond the first line of towering oaks. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Finn stepped off the familiar path and into the embrace of the whispering woods. The change was immediate. The village sounds vanished, replaced by the deep hush of the forest floor, muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating motes dancing in the air. The air smelled richly of decaying wood, damp moss, and something sweet and wild, perhaps hidden berries. Finn walked slowly, fingertips brushing rough bark, ears straining. And then they heard it. Not a whisper, but a soft, rhythmic thrumming, like a tiny heartbeat echoing from the roots of a colossal ancient willow tree whose branches wept silvery green tears down to the forest floor. Drawn by the sound, Finn crept closer. Beneath a curtain of trailing willow fronds, nestled amongst velvety moss as green as emeralds, lay a stone. But this was no ordinary river pebble. It was smooth and cool to the touch, about the size of Finn's palm, and seemed to be made of swirling, translucent blues and grays, like captured storm clouds or deep ocean water. And it pulsed with a soft, internal light, synchronized with the gentle thrumming sound. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and picked it up. The stone felt alive in their hand, warm and vibrating faintly. The thrumming intensified slightly, and then, clear as a belt chime in the silence, Finn heard a sound within their own mind. Not words exactly, but a feeling, a sensation, lost, alone, afraid. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the stone. It wasn't speaking, it was feeling, and projecting that feeling directly into Finn's awareness. The stone radiated a profound, aching loneliness mixed with a deep-seated fear. Finn clutched it gently, instinctively wanting to soothe it. "It's all right," Finn murmured aloud, their own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. "You're not alone now." The stone's pulse seemed to steady, the blue light softening from a stormy gray to a calmer, twilight hue. The feeling of fear lessened, replaced by a tentative flicker of hope. Help, the feeling seemed to ask. Finn knew they couldn't leave the stone. Its sadness was too palpable. But what could they do? Where did it belong? As they pondered, holding the warm, pulsing stone, a gruff voice broke the silence. "HMPH found the murmuring stone, have you?" Finn whirled around. Standing just outside the willow's curtain, silhouetted against the dappled light, was a creature unlike any Finn had seen up close. It was a badger, but enormous, standing nearly as tall as Finn's waist. His fur was thick and grizzled, black and white stripes bowled across his powerful shoulders and face. His eyes, however, were deep brown and surprisingly intelligent, though currently narrowed in a skeptical glare. He held himself with a weary dignity, one paw slightly raised as if ready to retreat. Finn froze, heart pounding. Badgers were known to be reclusive and fiercely territorial. This one looked formidable. The stone in Finn's hand pulsed a brief flare of alarm. The badger sniffed the air. "Put it back," he rumbled, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "Trouble follows that stone, always has." Finn found their voice, small but steady. It feels lost and scared. I couldn't leave it." The badger tilted his head, his dark eyes studying Finn intently. "Lost, scared, probably, been missing near a moon cycle. Caused quite a stir, its absence did. Threw the deep glade off balance." He took a cautious step closer. "Name's Thorne, keeper of the Tanglewood Warrens. And who might you be, venturing so deep and finding what season trackers couldn't?" "Finn," came the quiet reply. I live near the edge. I just listened." "Listened." Thorne huffed, a sound that might have been a chuckle. Rare skill that these days, especially amongst humans. He eyed the stone again. "Well, Finn who listens, you've found it, but finding is only the start. The murmuring stone belongs in the heart of the deep glade, cradled in the roots of the elder tree. Only there can its song be truly heard, the balance restored, and only there will its fear be soothed." He shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. "Problem is, the way to the deep glade isn't exactly straightforward, especially now. Paths have shifted since the stone went missing. Things are restless." Finn looked from the sad, pulsing stone in their hand to the gruff badger. Thorne seemed weary, burdened. "You know the way?" Finn asked softly. Thorne scratched behind his ear with a powerful hind leg. "Bits of it used to, but the woods are different without the stone's steady hum. The whispering gets confused, misleading." He sighed, a deep rumble from his chest. "Truth be told, young listener, I could use an extra pair of ears. Sharp ones. Mine aren't what they used to be. In the woods, they whisper tricks sometimes." He looked almost embarrassed to admit it. "And that stone, it seems to trust you. Might behave better for you than it would for a grumpy old badger." An unexpected warmth bloomed in Finn's chest. This gruff, intimidating creature was asking for their help. Because Finn listened. It was the first time their quiet nature felt like a strength, not a shortcoming. Finn looked down at the murmuring stone. It pulsed a soft, steady blue, the feeling of fear replaced by a quiet thrum of curiosity directed at Thorne. "Friend?" it seemed to ask Finn. Finn nodded, meeting Thorne's gaze. "I'll help. We'll take it home." Thorne gave a curt nod, a flicker of relief in his deep eyes. "Right then, stay close, step where I step, and listen, Finn. Listen with more than your ears. The woods will try to guide us, but they speak in riddles and rustles. The stone might help too if it senses the true path." He turned, his powerful body moving with surprising quietness. "This way, towards the Singing Creek, or where it should be." Their journey began under the shifting canopy. Thorne moved with the sure-footed grace of the forest-born, pausing often to sniff the air, taste the wind, and press a paw to the mossy ground, feeling for vibrations Finn couldn't perceive. Finn followed the murmuring stone held securely but not tightly, a warm, comforting weight. They tried to do as Thorne asked, listening. Not just to the obvious sounds, the chirp of crickets, the distant call of a wood pigeon, the sigh of the wind in the treetops, but to the subtler layers. The way the leaves rustled differently over a hidden burrow. The almost imperceptible hum of insects deep in the bark of an ancient beech. The faint trickle of water that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At one point, Thorne stopped abruptly at a fork in the barely visible trail. One path sloped gently downwards, dappled with inviting sunlight. The other wound upwards into deeper, shadowed ferns. Thorne sniffed both paths, his brow furrowed. Sunny path smells sweet, too sweet, like honeysuckle out of season. The shadowed path, damp earth, stone, more likely towards the creek bed. He sounded unsure. Finn closed their eyes, focusing. The sunny path did smell sweet, cloyingly so. But beneath it, Finn caught a faint, acrid tang, like something decaying. The shadowed path smelled cool and clean, like wet stone and ferns. And then the murmuring stone pulsed gently. A soft image formed in Finn's mind, not a picture, but a sensation. Cool, clear water running over smooth pebbles, accompanied by a feeling of rightness associated with the shadowed path. "The shadowed path," Finn whispered, opening their eyes. "The stone, it feels the water, the cool, clean water." Thorne looked sharply at Finn, then at the stone, then back at the shadowed path. He took a deep sniff, concentrating. "HMPH, you might be right, listener. My nose is full of that blasted false sweetness. Clever trick." He grunted, a sound that held a hint of newfound respect. "Lead on then, but carefully." The shadowed path was indeed damp and cool, winding between moss-covered boulders and giant ferns that brushed their shoulders. The air grew heavier, filled with the scent of damp earth and rich decay. Soon the sound of water grew clearer, not the gentle singing Thorne expected, but a frantic, gurgling rush. They emerged onto the bank of the Singing Creek, but it was a creek transformed. Instead of its usual clear, chuckling flow, the water was choked with fallen branches, leaves, and thick, choking weeds. It surged angrily against the blockage, its song distorted into a frustrated roar. On the opposite bank, watching the chaos with large, mournful eyes, stood a young roe deer, her flanks heaving as if she'd been trying to cross. "Great roots and burrows," Thorne muttered. "No wonder the woods are restless, the creek's song is strangled." He surveyed the blockage, a tangle of storm-felled branches and dense water reeds. This wasn't here before, must have happened during the last big wind when the stone was missing. Its balance keeps the flows true, even the water flows. The young deer spotted them and let out a soft, distressed bleat. She needed to cross to reach her family, Finn realized, sensing her anxiety as clearly as they sensed the stone's emotions. "We need to clear it," Finn said, the urgency cutting through their usual hesitation. Thorne assessed the situation. Dangerous, current strong, one slip. But he saw the deer's distress, saw the choked water, and knew it affected the whole wood. "Right, you," he pointed a claw at Finn, "stay on the bank, find me a strong, long branch, sturdy as you can. I'll work from that flat rock midstream. Badgers are better swimmers than we look." He waded cautiously into the edge of the current, testing his footing. Finn scrambled along the bank, searching. They found a fallen ash branch, long and thick, but not too heavy. They dragged it to the water's edge near Thorne. The badger grabbed it with surprising strength. "Now listen carefully. When I shove against the main tangle, you pull on that smaller branch poking out upstream. We need to loosen the whole mess, let the water do the rest. Ready?" Finn nodded, gripping the smaller, slippery branch. Thorne braced his powerful body against the rock, took a deep breath, and pushed the thick ash branch with all his might against the central knot of debris. Finn pulled with all their strength on the upstream branch. For a moment, nothing happened. The water roared defiance. Finn's arms burned. Thorne grunted with effort. The murmuring stone pulsed warm against Finn's chest, not with fear now, but with fierce encouragement. Push. Pull. Suddenly, with a groan and a splintering crack, the central mass shifted. The upstream branch Finn was pulling on snapped free, sending them stumbling backwards. But the shift was enough. The pent-up water surged through the new gap with tremendous force, tearing at the rest of the blockage. Branches snapped, weeds ripped free, and the tangled mass began to unravel, carried downstream in a churning rush. The roar of frustration subsided into the creek's familiar, joyous singing as clear water bubbled freely over the stones once more. Thorne hauled himself back onto the bank, dripping and panting, but his eyes gleamed. "Well done, Finn, you've got a strong pull in you." He shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying. The young deer didn't hesitate. With a graceful leap, she bounded across the newly cleared creek, pausing on the far bank to dip her head towards Finn and Thorne in clear thanks before disappearing into the ferns. A sense of profound relief washed over the little clearing. The air felt lighter, cleaner. Even the sunlight seemed brighter. The murmuring stone pulsed a warm, golden light, radiating pure, wordless gratitude. As they continued, the forest seemed to breathe easier around them. The whispering woods felt less confused, more welcoming. Birdsong seemed clearer, the rustling leaves more melodic. Thorne navigated with more confidence, occasionally pointing out landmarks Finn would never have noticed: a lightning-struck oak shaped like a pointing finger, a ring of unusually red toadstools, a mossy boulder carved with faint, ancient spirals only visible at a certain angle. The murmuring stone became their guide in subtle ways. When paths diverged, Finn would close their eyes, feel the stone's gentle pulse, and sense a direction not through sight, but through a feeling of resonance, like a quiet chime growing stronger. This way feels deeper, older, calmer. They learn to interpret its gentle glows, blue for calm, gold for warmth or rightness, a soft green for growing things, and a very faint, quick purple flicker when Thorne was about to stumble over a hidden root, allowing Finn to call out a warning just in time. Thorne, in turn, shared his deep knowledge of the woods, which berries were safe, how to find the sweetest underground springs, the stories whispered by different types of bark. He spoke of the deep glade as a place of ancient peace, where the oldest trees held counsel, and the murmuring stone's song harmonized with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Their friendship grew with each mile, an unspoken bond forged in shared purpose and quiet understanding. Thorne's gruffness softened into a dry wit and a protective presence. Finn found their voice more often, asking questions, sharing observations, their initial timidity replaced by a quiet confidence born of being truly heard and trusted. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and apricot, the woods changed again. The trees grew even taller, their trunks wider than cottages, draped in curtains of silvery gray lichen that glowed faintly in the dimming light. The air hummed with a deeper, more resonant energy. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Finn had seen, blinked like tiny, wandering stars amongst the ferns. The ground felt springy and alive beneath their feet. "We're close," Thorne murmured, his voice filled with awe. "The whispering is clearer here. It welcomes the stone back." He paused before a wall of dense, intertwined holly bushes, their dark green leaves glossy and sharp. "The entrance is here, but it only opens for those who belong, or those bearing what belongs." Finn stepped forward, the murmuring stone held out before them. It pulsed with a strong, steady light, no longer blue or gold, but a pure, brilliant white. As the light touched the holly wall, the branches seemed to shimmer. They didn't move aside, but became less solid. Finn could see through them into a space beyond that glowed with its own soft, ethereal light. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked forward. The holly branches offered no resistance, passing through Finn and Thorne like insubstantial mist. They stepped into the deep glade. It took Finn's breath away. They stood in a vast, circular clearing carpeted with moss so thick and soft it looked like green velvet. Towering trees formed a living wall around the glade, ancient oaks with bark like dragon scales, silver beeches that seemed to hold moonlight within their pale trunks, and massive yews radiating profound stillness. Their canopy was open to the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to prick through the deep blue. In the very center of the glade stood the elder tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was by far the oldest, its trunk vast and gnarled, roots spreading out like the limbs of a slumbering giant, cradling a hollow at its base that glowed with a soft, inviting light. The air vibrated with a deep, harmonious hum, the combined song of the ancient trees. But beneath it, Finn could feel a discordant note, a thread of sadness and incompleteness. It was the missing song of the stone. All around the edges of the clearing, watching them with quiet, luminous eyes, were the creatures of the deep glade. Finn saw foxes with coats like spun moonlight, owls with eyes like liquid amber, stoats as white as snow, and rabbits whose fur shimmered with a faint iridescence. There were others too, shapes glimpsed in the dappled shadows, near the giant roots, perhaps the shy tree spirits Thorne had mentioned in passing. They watched, silent and expectant. Thorne dipped his head in a deep, respectful bow. Finn felt suddenly small, but the warm pulse of the stone in their hand gave them courage. They walked slowly, reverently, across the mossy floor towards the elder tree. The discordant note in the glade's song grew stronger, a palpable yearning. As Finn approached the root hollow, the murmuring stone began to vibrate, its white light flaring brilliantly. It wasn't afraid, it was yearning. Finn knelt before the hollow. The space within the roots was lined with luminous moss and smooth, water-worn stones. It felt like a cradle waiting. Gently, Finn placed the murmuring stone into the heart of the hollow. The moment the stone touched the luminous moss, a profound change swept through the deep glade. The stone's pure white light flared, then softened, merging seamlessly with the glow of the elder tree's roots. The discordant note vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord that vibrated up through the soles of Finn's feet and into their very bones. The harmonious hum of the glade swelled, richer, fuller, more profoundly peaceful than before. It was like the forest itself was sighing in deep relief. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling a joyful chorus. The fireflies danced in intricate, celebratory patterns. The watching creatures bowed their heads, a soft murmur of welcome rippling through them. The murmuring stone pulsed once, a wave of pure, radiant contentment washing over Finn. Home. Safe. Thank you. The feeling was overwhelming, a wave of pure, unadulterated peace and belonging. Its loneliness and fear were gone, replaced by the deep, abiding connection to the ancient heart of the woods. Finn sat back on their heels, tears pricking their eyes, not of sadness, but of awe and shared joy. Thorne padded up beside them, placing a heavy, comforting paw on Finn's shoulder. "You did it, young listener," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought the heart song home." They sat in silence for a long while, bathed in the combined glow of the elder tree and the stone, listening to the restored harmony of the deep glade. Finn felt a profound sense of peace settle over them, deeper than any they had ever known. The fluttering fears that often plagued them felt quiet, soothed by the ancient song. Eventually, Thorne nudged Finn gently. "The woods know the way back now. The paths will be clear. But you'll always be welcome here, Finn. The deep glade remembers kindness." He looked at Finn, his dark eyes warm. And remember, listening, truly listening, is a magic all its own. Stronger than noise, deeper than fear. The journey back through the whispering woods felt like moving through a familiar dream. The paths were clear and wide, bathed in bright moonlight that filtered through the leaves. The forest felt benevolent, protective. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur words of thanks and safe passage. Thorne walked beside Finn, his presence a solid comfort. The murmuring stone's song, now part of the forest's own heartbeat, seemed to follow them, a gentle hum beneath their feet. As they reached the edge of the woods, near Finn's hawthorn tree, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Thorne stopped. "This is your path now, young listener. Mine lies deeper." He nudged Finn's hand with his nose. "Don't be a stranger to the wood's edge, and don't forget to listen. The world speaks in many ways." Finn knelt and, on an impulse born of deep gratitude, wrapped their arms gently around Thorne's thick neck. The badger stiffened for a second, then relaxed, giving a soft, rumbling purr deep in his chest. "Take care, Thorne, thank you." "Thank you, Finn," Thorne replied gruffly, but his eyes shone. "For listening, for helping an old badger remember the way." With a final nod, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the whispering woods, leaving Finn standing alone at the forest's edge. The village of Oakhaven was just beginning to stir. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant sound of a rooster crowed. Finn took a deep breath. The world looked the same, yet utterly different. The fluttering fears hadn't vanished entirely, but they felt smaller, manageable. Finn carried within them the deep peace of the deep glade, the echo of the murmuring stone's song, and the warm memory of Thorne's gruff friendship. They still preferred quiet, but now they understood its power. It wasn't about being small, it was about being open, receptive. It was a way of hearing the world's heart song, of finding hidden paths and forging bonds that defied expectation. Finn walked back towards the village, not with hurried steps, but with a quiet confidence. They paused beneath their hawthorn tree, listening. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying the distant song of the now clear creek, the chirp of waking birds, and beneath it all, faint but unmistakable, the deep, harmonious hum of the forest, whole once more. Finn smiled, a quiet, contented smile. They had ventured into the whispering unknown, helped heal a hidden heart, and found their own quiet strength reflected in the eyes of a gruff badger and the glow of a magical stone. The world was full of wonders, waiting for those willing to truly listen. And as the first rays of the sun warmed their face, Finn knew that bedtime stories weren't just tales. They were echoes of the magic that hummed just beneath the surface of the quiet world, waiting for a listening heart. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a gentle echo of the elder tree's glow, and the last embers pulsed like a contented heart, lulling you towards peaceful dreams filled with mossy glades, steadfast friends, and the comforting hum of a world restored. Sleep well, little listener. Sleep well. In a quiet village nestled between hills that hummed with the secrets of ancient stones, there lived a shy girl named Marisol who collected lost buttons. Her pockets jingled with porcelain discs and mother-of-pearl orbs, each rescued from muddy puddles or dusty corners of the general store. But on the eve of her 11th birthday, as she climbed the creaking ladder to the rarely visited attic, Marisol discovered a button that didn't belong to any coat or cardigan in existence. It glowed faintly in the amber afternoon light slipping through the cobwebbed window, a circle of what seemed to be solidified moonlight, its edges threaded with silver veins. When she brushed her thumb across its surface, the air shimmered like heat over a summer road, and suddenly Marisol stood not in the dusty attic, but at the edge of a twilight forest where trees whispered in a language of rustling leaves and creaking boughs. "Ah," said a voice like wind through barley, "you've found the threshold button." A badger emerged from the ferns, his fur silver-tipped and eyes bright as polished chestnuts. He wore a tiny waistcoat stitched with acorn caps and carried a lantern made from a hollowed persimmon. "I'm Thistle," he said, bowing so his whiskers brushed the moss. "Keeper of Crossroads, that button's been missing for 3 centuries, give or take a decade." Marisol's knees trembled, but the warm cinnamon scent of the forest and Thistle's patiently swishing tail steadied her. What is this place?" "The Between," Thistle explained, leading her down a path paved with dandelion fluff. "Where lost things wait to be remembered, that button opens doors to worlds that need mending. Seems it chose you to help with a particularly stubborn snag in the fabric of things." As they walked, the trees parted to reveal a valley, where a river of liquid starlight curled around a hill. Upon it stood a tower made not of stone, but of interlocked teaspoons, their handles forming delicate balconies. "The Tower of Unspilled Secrets," Thistle murmured. "Home to the wisp folk, or it was, before their memories started, unraveling." Marisol squinted. Tiny figures flitted about the tower, but their forms blurred at the edges like ink in water. One floated down, a creature no taller than her hand, with moth-wing ears and hair like spun sugar. "I'm Fig," they said, voice chiming with despair. "We're forgetting how to be. Yesterday our archivist misplaced the recipe for moonlight, and this morning our bridgekeeper forgot how to weave rainbows." The problem became clear as Marisol explored. Every wispfolk's essence was tied to a specific memory stored in glass jars lining the tower walls. But the jars were clouding over, their labels fading. "Our remembering well ran dry," Fig mourned, pointing to a cobwebbed fountain where only dust remained. "Without it, we can't maintain the magic that tells us who we are." That night, as fireflies painted the valley in gold, Marisol studied the threshold button glowing in her palm. Its silver veins pulsed like a heartbeat. "Why me?" she asked Thistle, who was roasting elderflower marshmallows over a campfire. The badger twitched his nose. "You mend buttons, yes, reattach what's come loose. The wisp folks' memories aren't gone, just scattered, like your button jar after it tips over." He gestured to the starry river below. "Someone needs to gather what's been lost and stitch it back into place." So began Marisol's gentle quest. With Fig as her guide, she navigated the Between's hidden corners, a cave where echoes crystallized into quartz tears, a meadow where forgotten promises sprouted as indigo flowers. Each place held fragments of the wispfolk's memories, which Marisol collected in her apron pockets, whispering to them as she'd done to buttons, stories of where she'd found them, what they might have once been part of. The real challenge came at the Moonlace Bog, where the most precious memories had sunk into the peat. "They're too deep," Fig wailed as Marisol's boots sank to the ankles in silvery mud. "We'll never retrieve the Song of Dawn or the secret of making shadows dance." But Marisol, remembering how she'd once loosened a button sewn too tight by soaking it in lavender oil, sat cross-legged at the bog's edge. From her pocket, she drew the threshold button and pressed it to the earth. "Show me," she breathed. The bog waters rippled, revealing not mud, but 1,000 glowing threads stretching into the depths, each a connection to something cherished. Marisol's fingers hovered above a thread that thrummed with laughter. "This one remembers birthday candles," she said. Another vibrated with the scent of rain on hot stones. This held the name of every star. "But how do we pull them up?" Fig asked. Marisol smiled. "We don't. We remind them they're loved." Cupping her hands, she sang a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, a simple tune about paper boats and willow trees. The bog lights brightened. One by one, memories floated to the surface like soap bubbles, each containing a gleaming shard of the Wispfolk's essence. When the last memory was gathered, the remembering well bubbled to life with water clear and cool. As Fig poured the collected memories into its depths, the tower's teaspoons chimed like celestial bells. Wispfolk regained their clarity. The archivist suddenly recalled how to bind moonlight into books. The bridgekeeper spun a rainbow so vivid it cast prisms on the hills. At dawn, Thistle met Marisol at the forest's edge. "Time works differently here," he said, nodding at the threshold button in her hand. "You've been gone 97 minutes, just enough to avoid parental concern." Fig pressed a gift into Marisol's palm, a thimble forged from starlight and gratitude. "For your button mending," they chimed. "Now you'll always feel when something needs tending, even before it's lost." The return was simpler than the departure. A click of the threshold button, a swirl of cinnamon-scented air, and Marisol stood again in the attic, moonlight pooling around her shoes. Downstairs her mother called, "Marisol, your hot cocoa's ready." Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who could find anything. A widow's missing wedding ring lodged behind a dresser, a child's beloved chalk drawing erased by rain. Marisol kept the thimble in her button jar, its warmth guiding her to what others thought gone forever. And on clear nights, if she pressed the threshold button to her bedroom window, she'd glimpse a tower of teaspoon balconies where Wispfolk waved with crystalline hands, their memories glowing bright as forever-lit lanterns. But that's a story for another night. For now, let the image linger, of starlight caught in a thimble, of memories tenderly stitched, of a girl who learned that lost things aren't truly gone, just waiting for gentle hands to bring them home. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky, perpetually dappled with starlight lived creatures, whose lives hummed in perfect harmony with the land. Here moss-covered stones pulsed with warmth like sleeping hearts, and brooks sang lullabies in liquid silver tones. The air always carried the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and the faintest hint of wild strawberries, a perfume that changed with the seasons, woven by magic as old as the roots beneath the forest floor. Young Bramble, a badger with fur the color of twilight shadows, often explored the fern-carpeted glades. His paws sank into velvet moss as he listened to the trees. They didn't speak in words, but in rustles, a language of creaking branches and sighing leaves passed down through generations. Every rustle is a story, Elderwood the owl had taught him, perched high in his hollow of the grandmother tree. Elderwood's feathers were the soft gray of wood smoke, his eyes holding the patience of centuries. The forest breathes, Bramble, inhale the spring mists, exhale the autumn gold, that is balance. One crisp morning, as frost painted lace patterns on spiderwebs, Bramble noticed something amiss. Winter's chill lingered like an unwelcome guest. Icicles hung heavy even as the first snowdrops should have pushed through the soil. The brook's song grew sluggish, its melody muted. Worst of all, the tree's rustles turned anxious, a sound like dry bones rattling. The heartstone dims, Elderwood confided, his voice a low hoot in the stillness. Deep within Crystal Cavern, a geode pulsed with the forest's magic, tied to the turning seasons. If its light faded, the whispering woods might never bloom again. Bramble's heart thumped like a trapped moth. He gathered his friends, Pip, a quick-witted squirrel with a tail like autumn fire, and Fern, a doe whose steps were so light they scarcely stirred the dew. "We must find why the heartstone weakens," Bramble urged. Pip scampered ahead, her nose twitching at the sour tang of decaying leaves, where new growth should scent the air. Fern led them along paths only deer knew, where moonlight pooled in silver puddles. As they journeyed, Elderwood's wisdom echoed, "Seek the whispers where water meets stone." Near Mistfall Falls, where water cascaded like liquid diamonds into a pool ringed with glowing lichen, they found the source of the imbalance. A landslide had buried the cavern's entrance under boulders and tangled roots. The Heartstone's light, once a beacon, now flickered weakly behind the rubble, like a star veiled by storm clouds. "Without the stone's warmth, winter cannot end," Fern murmured, her breath misting in the unnatural cold. Pip chittered nervously, pawing at the rocks. "It's too heavy, we're too small." But Bramble remembered Elderwood's stories of the moss weavers, tiny, luminous beetles who mended cracks in the earth with threads of iridescent silk. "Balance needs all voices, even the quietest," he whispered. Calling out in the soft, churring language of badgers, he summoned them. One by one, beetles emerged from crevices, their carapaces shimmering like captured rainbows. They scurried over the rubble, spinning bridges of light between stones. Pip darted up the newly woven paths, gnawing through stubborn roots with teeth sharp as pine needles. Fern used her strong legs to nudge smaller rocks aside, her movements gentle as a breeze. Bramble dug with determined claws, the soil cool and yielding beneath him. As they worked, the forest rallied. Birds dropped seeds into cracks, where they sprouted instant tendrils to bind the stones. Earthworms churned the soil, making it soft. Even the wind helped, carrying away dust in soft gusts. Hours blurred into a tapestry of shared effort, the air filling with the scent of crushed mint and wet stone. Finally, as the last rock shifted, the Heartstone's glow burst forth, a warm, amber radiance that flowed through the cavern like melted honey. It touched the frozen waterfall, and the ice shattered into 1,000 singing droplets. Outside, the frost retreated, replaced by the tender green of unfurling ferns. Seasons spun back into rhythm. Spring arrived in a rush, cherry blossoms snowed pink petals over the paths, and the brook's song swelled, clear and bright. That evening, the creatures gathered beneath Elderwood's tree. Fireflies drifted like living stars, and the air hummed with the contented buzz of waking bees. Elderwood gazed at the restored harmony, his feathers ruffled by a warm breeze carrying the scent of rain and blossoms. "Strength lies not in size," he said softly, "but in the weave of many threads. Remember this when the wind grows cold again." Bramble curled beside Fern, Pip dozing on his back. As moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting lace shadows on the forest floor, he felt the deep, steady pulse of the Heartstone, a gentle thrum in the earth beneath him. The trees rustled again, their whispers now a lullaby of gratitude and peace. And in that sacred grove, cradled by ancient magic and newfound wisdom, the creatures of the whispering woods slept, knowing their harmony was a story that would echo through generations, as enduring as the stars above. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Leela, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Winding Brook village, its stone walls draped in honeysuckle that hummed with sleepy bees each afternoon. For years, Leela's world had been measured in predictable rhythms: the unfurling of fern fronds in spring, the precise tilt of sunflower faces tracking the sun, the way frost etched fractal patterns on her window pane every first of frost moon. But this autumn, the wind carried a different song. The trouble began when the clockwork oak at the village square, an ancient tree whose leaves turned like golden gears, began shedding its timekeeping foliage too early. Petals on Layla's moon lilies, which normally glowed until dawn, dimmed at midnight. Her fingers, usually sure and steady as they tucked seeds into earth, fumbled at their work. "It's just the season turning," she told her rabbit companion, Thistle, as they gathered asters by Silver Stream. But the water's reflection showed wrinkles that didn't belong to her 23 years, and when she blinked, they vanished like ripples. One twilight, as Leela scrubbed clay from her boots by the hearth, a knock trembled through her oaken door. There stood old Hazel, the village star reader, her cloak stitched with constellations that shifted when you didn't look directly at them. "The earth whispers that you've been feeding your roses salt water," she said, not unkindly, her breath smelling of lavender and something older than the hills. Behind her, Hazel's badger familiar, Nettle, carried a basket of peculiar mushrooms in his teeth. "My garden won't listen any more," Layla confessed, the admission curling like steam from her tea. "The more I try to make things stay as they were, the faster they." She gestured to her windowsill, where a vase of everblooms had shed their petals in a heap of crimson sorrow. Hazel's eyes softened, the way stones soften over centuries of river caresses. "Come to the Glimmerbrook Grove at moon-high. Bring your fears and an empty jar." The grove was not marked on any village map, for its entrance revealed itself only to those who'd forgotten the path 3 times. Leela stumbled there by following the glow of will-o'-the-wisps that danced like misplaced stars, her boots crunching through frost-kissed ferns. What she found took her breath away: trees with bark like swirling galaxies, bioluminescent mushrooms pulsing in harmony with her heartbeat, an air so thick with magic it tasted of elderberry wine. "Every gardener tends 2 plots," Hazel said, emerging from behind a tree whose branches grew crystal apples. "The one you kneel in, calloused hands in dirt, and the one here." She pressed a palm to Leela's chest. "Yours has been all thorns and no rain." Nettle nudged Leela's ankle with his damp nose. When she knelt, the badger dropped a seed into her palm, iridescent, warm, slightly sad. "What does it grow?" she asked. "Whatever you've buried too deep to bloom." That night, Leela planted the seed in a clay pot by her bedside. She dreamed of a clock whose numbers were root systems, ticking backward. When she woke, a sapling had erupted from the soil, its translucent leaves reflecting not light but memories. Her mother's laugh tangled in wind chimes, the way her father's hands shaped scarecrows that waved at passing children, the last hug from her sister before she left to map the singing deserts. Each leaf trembled, threatening to fall. "It's dying," she whispered to Thistle at dawn. The rabbit thumped his foot, once, twice, until a shower of dandelion puffs drifted in through the open window. Where they landed, tiny voices chimed, "Let go, let grow. Let go, let grow." Hazel returned in a cloak of fog, bringing a compass that pointed not north, but toward whatever the holder feared most. "Walk where the needle leads," she instructed. "But take this." From her basket came a lantern powered not by flame, but a captured sunrise moth. Its light made shadows dance like eager storytellers. The compass led Leela to the hollow's edge, a cliffside where the village's forgotten memories pooled like groundwater. There, in a cave veiled by weeping vines, she found her own reflection in a stalagmite mirror. Not the face she washed each morning, but a younger self, 8 years old, knees grass-stained, cradling a robin's egg cracked during a storm. "You tried so hard to put it back together," the reflection said, voice echoing with cave damp. "But some breaks are doors." The girl opened her palms. Instead of shell fragments, a dozen butterflies emerged, wings the blue of twilight's first breath. When Leela returned home, the sapling in her room had grown thorns. Yet between the spikes hung buds shaped like teardrops. That evening, as she sang to her wilting moon lilies, a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, smelling of rye bread and resilience, the first bud bloomed. Its petals were mirrors, and in them Leela saw not flaws, but the tender green shoots beneath a forest fire's ashes. The village festival of the Frostfire lights arrived, a night when residents floated lanterns down Silverstream to honor what they'd released. Layla stood apart, clutching an unlit lantern shaped like a closed rose. Hazel found her staring at the laughing crowd, their faces painted warm by firelight. "My sapling's finally flowering," Leela said. "But when I look at it, I feel homesick for my sadness. Isn't that foolish?" Nettle sneezed, conjuring a miniature rainbow that arched over their boots. Hazel chuckled. "The bravest magic isn't conquering change, but learning to miss the shore as you sail." She pressed a pine cone into Leela's hand that unfolded into a tiny owl. "Now light your lantern, child. The water's patient, but dawn isn't." What Leela released wasn't a single memory, but the dusty crate of nevers she'd hoarded. "I'll never have Mother's talent for weather magic. Never stop aching for the past." Never. The lantern caught fire mid-river, transforming into a swan that dove beneath the current and emerged as a constellation. At winter's first snow, Leela's sapling bore fruit, jewel-like orbs containing liquid starlight. When sipped, they granted visions of possible futures. Her cottage with new vines clambering up the east wall, Thistle fathering a mischief of leverets, her sister returning with sand still clinging to her boots, laughing about cactus songs. None were certain, all were beautiful. Her moon lilies bloomed again that night, brighter than ever. Villagers would later swear they saw a girl dancing among them, barefoot in the snow, accompanied by a rabbit and badger chasing each other's shadows. The clockwork oak's gears slowed to their proper rhythm, though occasionally a leaf would still fall early, not as a mistake, but as a wink. When spring came, Leela planted a new garden at Hollow's edge. The flowers there changed daily, tulips that became snapdragons at noon, roses that melted into lavender under the stars. Children left letters to their future selves in its soil, which the earth swallowed with a contented sigh. Travelers tasting the nectar from its everblooms claimed it reminded them of something they couldn't name, something like the moment before a first kiss or the hush when a symphony lifts its bows. Hazel, sipping dandelion wine on Leela's porch as fireflies performed their twilight waltz, smiled at her apprentice. "You've mastered the 7th season. The one between winter and spring?" Leela asked, brushing soil from her palms. "The one that lives in all seasons," Hazel corrected, as Thistle dozed in her lap, nose twitching at dreams of clover. "The turning where endings hold hands with beginnings, and the bravest thing a heart can do is beat in 3/4 time." And so the valley hummed on, a lullaby of crickets and rustling pages, of rivers rewriting their stones, of a gardener who learned to hold life's melody lightly, like a petal balanced on an open palm, ready to dance when the next breeze came. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley where misty mornings kissed the verdant hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its enchanting landscape, where ancient willow trees whispered secrets to the babbling brook, and vibrant wildflowers painted the meadows in hues of gold and violet. The air was always filled with a symphony of birdsong, and the gentle rustling of leaves provided a melodic backdrop to the villagers' daily lives. In this idyllic setting lived a young woman named Lila. Lila was as much a part of the village as the stones in the winding paths, or the stars that twinkled in the night sky. She had hair the color of chestnuts, and eyes that mirrored the deep green of the forest canopy. Her heart was as kind as the gentle breeze that caressed the fields, yet she struggled with a fear of change. The world outside Willowbrook seemed vast and uncertain, and Lila found comfort in the familiarity of her surroundings. Each day, Lila would visit the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall like sentinels guarding the mysteries within. She would sit on a sun-dappled rock, listening to the symphony of the woods, dreaming of the adventures she might have if only she could muster the courage to step beyond the village boundaries. But the thought of change, of leaving the safety of what she knew, kept her tethered to her little corner of the world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and russet, Lila's routine was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. A small, luminous creature with wings that shimmered like moonlight flitted into her garden. It was a fairy, delicate and ethereal, leaving trails of stardust in its wake. The villagers spoke of fairies as guardians of the forest, beings of wisdom and magic. The fairy introduced herself as Mirabelle, her voice as soft as the whispers of the wind. "Lila," she began, her eyes sparkling with ancient knowledge, "I have watched you from afar, yearning for change yet afraid of its embrace. The forest holds secrets that can guide you if you are willing to listen." Intrigued yet hesitant, Lila nodded, feeling a gentle warmth spreading through her chest. Mirabelle continued, "Within the heart of the forest lies the Grove of Reflection. It is a place where magic and nature intertwine, where you will discover the strength within to embrace transformation." With Mirabelle as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey into the forest. The path was softly lit by the golden glow of the morning sun filtering through the canopy. As they ventured deeper, the air grew fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The forest seemed to welcome her, wrapping her in its timeless embrace. Along the way, they encountered friendly creatures, wise owls with eyes like polished amber, gentle deer that moved with silent grace, and playful squirrels that chattered merrily as they scurried through the branches. Each one offered Lila a piece of advice or a word of encouragement, their voices echoing with the wisdom of the ancients. Finally, they arrived at the Grove of Reflection. The grove was a realm of enchantment, where the trees formed a perfect circle around a crystal-clear pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the world above in a flawless mirror. Lila approached the edge, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Mirabelle hovered beside her, her wings casting dappled shadows on the ground. "Look into the pond, Lila, and see not just your reflection, but the essence of who you are and who you can become." Taking a deep breath, Lila gazed into the water. Her reflection stared back, but as she watched, it began to shift and change. She saw herself not as she was, but as she could be, confident, adventurous, and unafraid of the unknown. The vision filled her with warmth and a newfound sense of possibility. With Mirabelle's gentle encouragement, Lila dipped her hand into the pond. As her fingers touched the water, ripples spread across its surface, sending shimmering waves of light into the air. She felt a tingling sensation, as if the magic of the grove was flowing through her, awakening something deep within. As the ripples settled, Lila felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The fear that had once held her back was replaced by a quiet determination. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a natural part of life, as essential as the changing of the seasons or the ebb and flow of the brook. With a grateful heart, Lila turned to Mirabelle. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "You've shown me that the journey of self-discovery is as beautiful as the destination." Mirabelle smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, Lila, the magic lies not in the grove, but within you. Embrace the journey, and let your heart be your guide." With newfound courage, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit as radiant as the morning sun. She began to explore beyond the village, discovering the wonders of the world with eager eyes and an open heart. The villagers noticed the change within her, inspired by her transformation and the joy she found in each new experience. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila's adventures became the stuff of legend in Willowbrook. Her stories were filled with laughter and learning, with kindness and courage. Each tale was a testament to the beauty of personal growth and the magic of embracing change. And so, in the heart of the valley where the willows whispered and the brook sang its timeless song, Lila lived a life rich with discovery and wonder. She had learned that true magic lay not in the mystical creatures of the forest, but in the power of friendship, the strength of the heart, and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. In the end, Leela found that the journey of growth was the greatest adventure of all, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the door to a world of infinite beauty and boundless hope. And as she sat by the fire, surrounded by friends and family, she knew that she had finally come home to herself. The Whispering Wood and the Lantern of Lumina. The sun had begun its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The village of Brambleton nestled comfortably in the valley, surrounded by rolling hills and the dense, ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood. It was a place of legend, where tales of magic and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of the village, a small cottage exuded warmth and welcome. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of lavender from the garden, inviting all who passed by to linger a moment longer. Inside, by the flickering light of a crackling fireplace, sat a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a reflection of the adventurous soul that resided within her. Lila had always been drawn to the Whispering Wood, its secrets whispering to her through the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. The villagers often spoke of a magical artifact hidden within its depths, the Lantern of Lumina. Legend had it that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate the truth, revealing hidden paths and unseen wonders. On this evening, as the fire danced and shadows played across the walls, Lila's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, shared stories of the lantern. "It is said," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "that the Lantern of Lumina was forged from the first light of dawn, capturing the essence of hope and truth. Many have sought it, yet few have ventured beyond the familiar trails." Lila leaned closer, captivated by the tale. "What does it look like, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and determination. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother replied, "it is said to be a simple lantern, yet when it is lit, its light is like no other, a soft, gentle glow that warms the heart and guides the lost." Lila's imagination soared, picturing the lantern's glow illuminating the darkened paths of the Whispering Wood. As the fire crackled and the evening deepened, she made a quiet vow to herself. She would find the Lantern of Lumina and discover its secrets. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and earth. Leela set out with a small satchel, filled with provisions and a map her grandmother had drawn, a map detailing what little was known of the forest's hidden trails. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The path into the Whispering Wood was dappled with sunlight, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest began to hum with life. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the whisper of leaves created a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. Ferns unfurled their fronds in elegant spirals, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the verdant landscape. She paused to admire a particularly beautiful cluster of bluebells, their delicate fragrance filling the air. It was then that Lila noticed a small creature watching her, a fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, and the fox turned, leading her off the well-trodden path and into the heart of the forest. The journey led Lila through winding trails and across babbling brooks, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She followed the fox through sun-dappled glades and shadowed hollows, her senses alive with the magic of the forest. As they journeyed, Leela felt a connection with the Whispering Wood, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused to rest by a crystal-clear stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby. The fox sat by her side, its presence comforting and familiar. "Thank you," Leela whispered, reaching out to gently stroke the fox's soft fur. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding her every word. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the fox ever by her side. The forest seemed to embrace her, its secrets whispering on the breeze. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leela felt a sense of anticipation building within her. It was then that she saw it, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her heart quickened as she approached, the fox leading the way. In the center of the clearing stood the lantern of Lumina, its gentle light casting a warm, inviting glow. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern. The light within flickered and danced, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden radiance. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the lantern. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of hope and truth. As she held the lantern, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest around her seemed to come alive, its beauty and wonder revealed in the lantern's glow. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart to the magic of the world and the wisdom within. With the lantern in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship and trust, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. As she emerged from the whispering wood, the village of Brambleton came into view, the lantern's light guiding her home. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude, knowing that she had discovered more than just a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to the world and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Lila shared her story, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating the hopes and dreams of all who gathered around. And so, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila sat by the fireplace once more, the lantern's glow casting a warm, comforting light. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest carried on the evening breeze, and drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep. The journey had come full circle, and with it, Lila had found her place within the timeless tapestry of the Whispering Wood. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. In the heart of the forest, the fox watched over the clearing, its eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the tale of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides within us all. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the story whispered on the breeze, a lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of all who listened. In the quiet of the night, the lantern's light flickered gently, casting its glow across the village, a beacon of warmth and peace. Its story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. And so, with the whisper of the wind and the glow of the lantern, the story of Lila and the Whispering Wood continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened. A timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Leela and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whisper. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. She was a curious child, always wondering about the stories her grandmother would tell her before bed. tales of their ancestors, the guardians of a sacred tradition that had been passed down for generations. One summer evening, as the fireflies danced in the twilight, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My dearest," she said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "it is time for you to learn the ways of our people." Amara's heart raced with excitement as her grandmother unveiled a carved wooden box, adorned with intricate symbols she had never seen before. Inside lay a delicate silver necklace, its pendant shaped like a crescent moon. "This is the moonstone," her grandmother explained, "a sacred talisman that has watched over our family for centuries. It holds the memories and teachings of those who came before us." With reverence, Amara's grandmother placed the necklace around her neck, and in that moment, a surge of warmth and connection flowed through her. It was as if the whispers of her ancestors had awoken within her. Over the following weeks, Amara's grandmother led her on a journey of discovery, unveiling the ancient rituals and traditions of their people. They would venture into the forest at dawn, greeting the rising sun with songs of gratitude. In the evenings, they would sit beneath the stars, weaving intricate baskets from the supple willow branches, just as their ancestors had done. With each lesson, Amara felt a deeper sense of belonging, as if she were rediscovering a part of herself that had been long forgotten. The stories her grandmother shared were not mere tales, but living threads that connected her to a rich tapestry of heritage. One night, as they sat by the crackling fire, Amara's grandmother held her hands and spoke softly. "The moonstone is a reminder that our ancestors' wisdom lives within us. We must cherish and nurture it, so that it may illuminate the path for generations to come." Amara nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and understanding. She realized that the true legacy her ancestors had bestowed upon her was not merely the moonstone or the ancient rituals, but the enduring spirit of love, respect, and harmony with the natural world. From that day forward, Amara carried the moonstone close to her heart, its gentle glow a constant reminder of the profound connection she shared with her roots. As she grew older, she vowed to pass on the sacred traditions to her own children, ensuring that the wisdom of her ancestors would never be lost. And on warm summer nights, when the moon was full and the forest was alive with the symphony of nature, Amara would sit beneath the stars, telling stories of her heritage to the wide-eyed children gathered around her. For she knew that these stories were not just tales, but living threads that wove them all into the tapestry of life, connecting them to the past, present, and future in an eternal dance of harmony and belonging. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the enchanted grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the enchanted grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient Elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the Elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the Elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. "I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks." It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. "I just wanted someone to notice." Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see. It's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight painted the clouds in lavender and apricot strokes, a girl named Leela discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old willow tree at the edge of her village, its entrance hidden by cascading vines strung with bioluminescent berries that glowed like fallen stars. The air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and distant wood smoke, and though every sensible bone in Leela's body whispered turn back, her fingers brushed the vines aside and she stepped through. The path unfurled into a forest unlike any she'd known. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen. Leaves the size of rowboats rustled overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor. A stream meandered alongside the trail, its water clear as liquid crystal, carrying petals that flickered like tiny lanterns. Leela knelt, cupping a handful, and the petals glowed warmer at her touch, as though greeting her. "Where are you taking me?" she murmured, and the stream bubbled a melody in reply. She followed the water's song until the trees thinned, revealing a meadow bathed in the silvery light of 1,000 fireflies. At its center stood a cluster of mushroom houses, their caps striped in candy red and buttercup yellow, chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Before Leela could marvel further, a small voice piped up, "You're just in time for tea." A creature no taller than her knee bustled forward, its body resembling a hedgehog crossed with a dandelion puff, quills soft and glowing faintly, eyes like polished citrine. It held a tiny lantern made of acorn shells, which cast shifting constellations onto the grass. "I'm Fig," the creature said, bowing so deeply their snout nearly touched the ground. "Keeper of lost things and part-time baker. You've come for the moonlit conclave, yes." Without waiting for an answer, Fig tugged Leela toward the largest mushroom, where a table was set with cups of steaming elderflower tea and cakes dusted in crushed violets. Around it sat other creatures, a moth with wings like stained glass, a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights, and a rock-shaped being that chimed when it laughed. "The conclave's a meeting of wanderers," explained the moth, sipping tea through a proboscis curled like a candy cane. "We share stories to light the way for those who come after." The fox nodded, pushing a plate of cakes toward Leela. "But first, you must give something to the Well of Whispers." They pointed a paw toward a stone well at the meadow's edge, its rim carved with runes that pulsed faintly. "It asks for courage, not coins," the fox added gently. Leela approached the well, peering into its depths. Instead of water, she saw swirling mist that whispered in voices like wind through reeds. "What do you carry that weighs heavy?" Her throat tightened. She thought of the fear she'd clutched since childhood, the dread of losing her way, of being too small in a vast world. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered, "I'm afraid of disappearing." The mist surged upward, wrapping her in a cool embrace, and when it faded, a weight she hadn't realized she'd carried was gone. Around her neck hung a pendant she hadn't arrived with, a teardrop of amber, inside which a firefly's light pulsed steadily. Fig clapped their paws. "Now you're ready." The conclave's stories unfolded like tapestries. The moth spoke of a valley where dreams took root and bloomed into flowers. The fox recounted outwitting a landslide by teaching it a lullaby. When Leela's turn came, her words stumbled at first, but the amber at her throat glowed brighter, and she found herself telling of the willow tree, the hidden path, the shimmering forest. "I thought I'd be lost," she admitted, "but I think being lost is just another way of finding something new." The Well of Whispers hummed approvingly. As dawn tinged the horizon, Fig pressed a paper-wrapped bundle into Leela's hands. "Mapleberry scones for the road," they said. "Mind the Bridge of Echoes on your way back, it likes to play tricks." The return journey led Leela to a gorge where a bridge of woven moonlight arched over a rushing river. As she stepped onto it, the bridge shivered and her own voice echoed around her. You'll never be brave enough. You'll forget your way. Layla froze, her pulse a frantic drumbeat, until she remembered the stories. Kneeling, she touched the bridge and said, I'd like to hear your story. The echoes stuttered, then shifted. The river's roar softened into a song about mountains it had carved and valleys it had nourished. The bridge steadied and Leela crossed, the pendant at her throat gleaming like a captured star. When she pushed through the willow's vines once more, dawn had broken over her village. The path behind her vanished, but the amber pendant remained, warm against her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the firefly's light flickered in time with her heartbeat, and she realized something. The world was vast, yes, but so was her place in it. Years later, villagers would speak of a woman who could find paths no one else could see, who carried a light that never dimmed. But Leela knew the secret. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper, yes, when the world invited you to wonder. And sometimes, if you listened closely, the stream in the forest still sang her name, a reminder that no journey ever truly ends. It simply becomes part of someone else's beginning. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways." I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer. Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. I'll do my best, he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars,